Welcome to the fourth hearing of the Committee's Mining Impacts Inquiry. The inquiry was established to inquire into and report on the current and potential impacts of gold, silver, lead and zinc mining on human health, land, air and water quality in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. Thank you for attending today's hearing. My name's Amanda Conn and I'm Chair of the committee. Today we'll be hearing from a number of stakeholders for our inquiry, including Mr Anthony McClure, Managing Director of Bowden Silver, witnesses from Regis Resources, the Chair of the New South Wales Independent Planning Commission, Professor Mary O'Kane and various government agencies. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, Mr McClure, on WebEx. Thank you for making the time to give evidence. I understand you're in a different time zone today. That's much appreciated by the committee. Could you please state your name and position, title, and swear either the oath or affirmation?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Anthony McClure. I'm the Managing Director of Silver Mines Limited, and I'll be taking the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short statement?
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to present to the committee today. As stated, I'm the Managing Director of Silver Mines Limited, which is an Australian company listed on the Australian Securities Exchange. I'm also the Managing Director of its 100% owned subsidiary, Bowden Silver Proprietary Limited. The Bowden Silver project is a significant asset for the state of New South Wales. From day one, we set out to create an environmentally robust and socially and financially responsible development. Our environmental impact statement is one of the most comprehensive EISs done for a metallurgist mine proposal in New South Wales. We are very proud of what we have done, and more so now we've received development approvals from the Independent Planning Commission. The mine will initially produce around 6 million ounces of silver per year with byproduct credits of zinc and lead. We'll create 320 jobs during construction and 228 ongoing local jobs during operations at the site. There will be many more jobs created in local service industries and small businesses. Silver is an essential commodity for our society and in particular for the transition of our economy. The reason for that is silver is the best electrical conductor of all the metals and is commonly used in electronics of all kinds. Think of computers, TVs, mobile phones, all types of vehicles including EVs, electric vehicles, robotics, aerospace, medical equipment and nanotechnologies. In addition, silver has striking antibacterial, antiviral and antifungal properties and is a critical element in water purification. It is used in hospitals to sterilise medical equipment and is used in pharmaceuticals and biosciences. Last year, approximately 10% of world silver production was used in the production of photovoltaic cells for solar power. This is expected to double over the next 3 years. Approximately 85 to 98% of all current global silver reserves are predicted to be consumed by 2050 by solar power alone. That's in 26 years' time. Without silver, the world cannot decarbonise. So where does silver come from? Mexico, China and Peru are the largest producers, producing over 50% of the world's silver. A total of 84% of all photovoltaic cells for solar power are made in China. Most electric vehicles are made in China. Security of supply of silver and componentry is a major supply issue for the world going forward. I would suggest that these are the key points as to why silver is classified in the New South Wales Critical Minerals and High-Tech Metals Strategy. I'd also like to comment on socio-economic issues as they relate to our local communities. Mining, coal mining has been fundamental to the prosperity of our region for many years. At present, coal accounts for 79% of the region's export from the LGA. However, as we move forward to net zero emissions and coal mining operations close down, our community will lose an important source of economic activity, and with that will be jobs lost, businesses will close. A number of local towns closer to us are struggling. For example, Candos, a town of 1,200 people, 25 minutes from our site, has been in socio-economic decline for many years after industries closed. Now we are seeing the consequences: few jobs, low incomes, welfare, and very poor educational and health outcomes. In regards to health, diabetes, heart disease, kidney disease, mental health, and strokes are roughly double the state average. Lung conditions are over 3 times the state average. The government needs to consider what happens to towns like Mudgee post-coal. Silver mining provides an opportunity to diversify the local economy and ensure economic prosperity. The last point I'd like to make concerns the Bowden Silver Environmental Impact Statement. The Department of Planning's Environmental Assessment Report and the Independent Planning Commission's Development Consent. The IPC stated on approval, after consideration of the material, the expert evidence before it, the absence of any outstanding concerns regarding health impacts from New South Wales Health or the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority that are unable to be managed, and the conditions imposed by the Commission, the Commission is satisfied that the project can meet all relevant requirements for protecting human health and safety, and that on the balance, the application is in the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions from the committee, starting with Ms Fairman.
Thank you. Thanks for appearing, Mr McClure. I just wanted to turn, if I can, to the issue of water, firstly. How much water will the mine need for its operations? Do you know this level of detail?
Yes, through the life of the mine, we will produce about, we'll require about 1,800 megawatts of water, megalitres of water per year. Just to break that down, that is the amount of water that is available to us through the various items. I'll just break those down a little bit further. So rainfall and runoff, it's about 900 megalitres per year. Advanced dewatering of the open cut is about 380 megalitres per year. Pit groundwater inflows is about 430 megalitres per year. And water harvesting is predicted to yield about 27 megalitres per year. In terms of, so that's a total of 1,800 megalitres per year. The on-site demand, so what we will use, ranges between 1,000 megawatts per year and 1,300 megalitres per year, sorry. So we have excess water. The other point to make, of course, is we will continue, and we are continuing in satisfying our water requirements. Obviously, we are in a position where we satisfy our water requirements even in difficult drought conditions. But as you can appreciate, we'd like further insurance, and that's why we continue to monitor water requirements. We've had some wins in terms
Thank you, Mr McClure.
Yeah.
The time is short. So
Sure.
with the 1,800 megalitres per year, that sounds like a significant amount of water in terms of the impact on other users of water in the area around Louis, Lawson's Creek, doesn't it? Has the impact been fully assessed against what it means for other users?
Yes, it has been, and comprehensively. I think that the key point to make in the assessment, and even from the outset of what we wanted to achieve when we took over the operation, we did not want to take water away from agriculture, and we did not want to take water away from environmental flows, and we've achieved that.
When you're saying it's being comprehensively assessed, my question was the 1,800 megalitres. I understand that DPE assessed the project on the basis of 177 megalitres per year being lost to the catchment. So you're just saying 1,800 megalitres. My question was whether the impact of the loss of that has been assessed. It doesn't sound like it has.
Yes, it has.
Who by?
Well, a range of consultants who came into the project.
Was it assessed by the
Jacobs
Independent Planning
was,
Commission? Was it assessed by the Independent Planning Commission?
Well, overall it was, yes, indeed.
That 1,800
So,
megalitres?
Jacobs reports to the DPE, ourselves and the DPE. That's obviously peer reviewed by ourselves. The process through assessment of the groundwater exercise through the state's consultants is also comprehensively reviewed, and that obviously pipes up to the Independent Planning Commission. So, yeah, the EIS is a document which is comprehensive. There's some 10,000 odd pages in the EIS, and the detail that goes into and groundwater being one of the fundamental assessments in the whole exercise has been done expertly and comprehensively.
So the DPE did assess the project on the basis of 177 megalitres per year being lost to the catchment. You agree with that information?
I don't know that number, but I'm happy to check that but I think if you review the assessment report by the DPE, the balance of the numbers that you might require will be in there, and if not, they're in the environmental impact statement.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of the numbers in there, and it's 177 megalitres per year is what is being lost to the catchment. That's what it was assessed on. Are you aware of what Lawson's Creek looked like during the 2019 drought? Were you around the area of Louis at that time, Mr. McClure?
Yes, I was.
Was there water in the creek?
It dried up. Yeah, that's right.
So that was in 2019 before your mine. What's going to happen to all of the users around Louis, the producers of the agriculture wine, everybody who relies on it, the school, stock and domestic? What's going to happen if your mine goes ahead and you're taking 1,800 megalitres?
The assessment is done under severe drought conditions, so all of that is taken into consideration. So it's not done as a study that looks at when
Mr. McClure, a significant quantity of the water that you will be taking is rainfall runoff on what I understand is 59 existing dams that are on the area of land within the project site, 59 existing dams. So the vast majority of the water that you will be taking is unlicensed. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. All of our water is licensed. And one last point to make on that item, as I mentioned before, our water take, and this has been the intention of our company right from the beginning, it will not affect environmental flows, and it will not affect agriculture in the region. So that is we're very pleased that we've been able to, on the whole, basically achieve that. Be slight differences in the numbers as we go forward, but fundamentally that's what we set out to achieve, and we have achieved it.
Okay, I'll have to put questions on notice too, and two other witnesses because of time. But I dispute your 1,800 megalitres saying all of that water is licensed, and I'll deal with that later.
It's in the reporting. It's in the reporting.
It's not in the approval that I have before me. The IPC statement of reasons for decision. Water licences held by Bowdens. There's nowhere near 1,800 megalitres here.
I don't think that's right.
Okay. Mr. McClure, are you comfortable with the fact that one of the conditions of consent for your mine is for the children of Louis to get their blood tested for levels of lead?
Well, maybe I can just go back one step.
There's not many steps to go back. I mean, it's a straightforward question.
Point of order.
Well,
Point of order.
let me put it this way.
I need to hear the
is
point of
not-
order. Excuse me, Mr. McClure.
I think we know how this goes. The questions asked, the witness is entitled to answer. Not followed up whilst when he commences another question.
Sure. As per the estimates hearing yesterday, members are entitled to ask follow-up questions, and after the witness has started giving an answer to that question. Sorry, Mr. McClure, continue.
So the testing of children or any other humans, for that matter, is something that we proposed 3 years ago in our environmental impact statement. Indeed, it was our idea, it was our proposal, and the reason for that idea was to allow for the community to understand that indeed there is no issues. Now, if you look at the health impact assessment, if you look at the several peer reviews have been done, if you look at the work that was done by New South Wales Health, the EPA and then the DPE, following the IPC, you will see that there's fundamentally no health issues resulting from this mine development. However, for us to satisfy, for us to satisfy the community, we offered the opportunity of testing of water tanks, of testing of people, testing of soils to satisfy community that indeed that is the case, and we will be doing that, and it is voluntary, and for the DPE to recommend that be a condition, that is on the back of what we recommended and not what we wanted to do. So it's there not to cause an issue and explain an issue. It's to show two things. One, that the mine does not contribute to
Thank you.
negative health benefits.
Yeah.
And please allow me to finish. The other point is for the community to understand what lead and other metals are already in the environment. So
you're doing
lead occurs
baseline
naturally.
studies. Can I check now? Are you doing baseline health studies? Is the mine company
indeed.
paying for that now? Is your company paying for baseline health studies in the community?
We're designing that now. Yes.
So you're going to do, you're designing, paying for it. That's taking place?
Correct.
I wanted to ask why there was, in 2019, the original Sears had an external water supply from Yulin coal mine. Basically, there was a 60-kilometre pipeline from Yulin. The EIS was amended March 2022 to remove that, and all water needed to be sourced from the mine site. Why did that occur?
Yeah, good question. Thank you. At that point in time, the mine site was deficient in somewhere between 15 and 20% of its water requirements, and we were.
Is that because it was drought? At that point in time, sorry, just to be clear, what when you're saying at that point in time it was deficient, why was that?
Because we didn't have that amount of water on site at that point of time. We couldn't demonstrate that.
When was the
later
point in time?
demonstrated-
Just to be clear, when was the point in time? And you're saying at that point in time? 2019.
The point of time is irrelevant because it's a study of flows in good and bad conditions, and obviously takes into consideration bad conditions, the worst case scenario. So for us to bring pipe water in was something that was, it looked like we wanted to do it, and we may well do it in the future if we need to do it. However, we completely satisfied our water requirements on site through two primary mechanisms. One was the further assessment of groundwater, and two was an optimal process in the recycling of water on site.
When, in terms of your dam construction on site with those 59 dams, are you able to provide the committee with a timeline of the construction of those dams when they were built, like each one? Are they historic, or have a number of them been constructed in recent years?
We have not built any mines at any dams yet.
So they're from any dams yet. So there's 59 and possibly more to be built?
I don't know the number offhand.
That's okay. One last question.
Last question,
just in relation to the tailing seepage. Is it... I understand that the tailings dam will be leaking or seeping, and this is, this is in the EIS, at a rate of 1.6 megalitres or million litres per day into Lawson's Creek. Is that just a cost of doing business? That's okay to you, that 1.6 megalitres of a tailings dam is seeping every single day into the creek?
Well, actually, I think the number you referred to is per year. However, the assessment that was done was for a clay liner of the tailings dam, and there were various options looked at, and we're still assessing options. However, the seepage was curtailed and can be further curtailed through the planting of a bituminous geomembrane, which will cover the dam, so that will reduce. During mining operations, drains would direct seepage from a collection pond, where we then be pumped back to the decant pond. So that'll reduce capture seepage and be returning into the system. I think the key point to make is back on the assessments as well. Any seepage that does happen over time the work that was being done doesn't take into consideration of the degradation of minerals. As an example, cyanide, which is a small commodity that we use, not to the extent of a gold mine, but that will break down in sunlight over time, right? So it'll break down to carbon and hydrogen over time. So those assessments of minerals in terms of chemical breakdown or other breakdowns are not taken into consideration. It's a complex issue, and again, I refer you to the detail of the assessment report.
The opposition.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McClure. Thank you for making yourself available. Very interested in a lot of the testing and assessment that's gone into the various approvals that have been given for the Bowdens mine. Could you talk a little bit about the air quality assessment, especially with respect to dust in the atmosphere? This is an assessment you commissioned, or could you talk about that at all?
Yes, so dust, the primary work was done by a group called Ramboll, who are specialists in the field, and that flows through into, it dovetails into other reports like the health impact assessment, and then that goes through peer reviewing and DPE and EPA and so forth. So it's a comprehensive process, as you can appreciate. I think one point to make on that is, and apologies for providing data, but the air quality assessment presents impacts of outcome, and when we're looking at lead as an example, it looks at lead particles that's generated by the mine, and that is expected to peak at the mine at 0.01 micrograms per metre cube per year. So just to put that into context, a microgram is a millionth of a gram. So 0.001 micrograms per cubic metre per year is added to the mine. So a minuscule amount. The criteria as put forward from the EPA, the reference criteria is 0.5 micrograms per cubic metre per year. So the EPA's criteria is 500 times the peak predictions from the mine.
I noticed that they're predictions and it's been expressed as a peak prediction. What ongoing monitoring is there to test what's effectively a model, to test that in the real world situation the expectations are being met?
Since throughout our tenure on the site, which is 7 years, we've done dust sampling, so we understand what's in the natural environment very well. But I think it's it's topical, and obviously it's been an item for this committee in assessing what we can do better, what the industry can do better in terms of monitoring. And us, obviously, we're pre-mining, so we haven't commenced mining operations. We're still planning. We're doing our optimisation work
I
at the moment.
suppose that's my question, Mr. McClure.
Yeah.
What planning are you doing for ongoing monitoring? Because understand that these are the predictions, but what ongoing monitoring will there be to test whether these predictions are being exceeded, whether they were overly generous, what the actual impact is in an ongoing way?
Well, it'll be a comprehensive array of monitoring devices, live real-time devices that will be available, that will be distributed around the mine site, and that'll be an exercise that we will be undertaking through our consultants, but also in dialogue with the EPA and the DPE.
And who will have access to the results of that monitoring?
That'll be public information.
And any idea with what frequency that information is likely to be reported?
Well, and that'll be part of the design work that we're doing at the moment, and in consultation with our consultants and also the EPA. But that is we'll work out what is the most comprehensive and array and how that might be provided live to government, community and so forth. But it's work that's upon us at the moment, so we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, but our management plans will be complete hopefully by the end of this year.
And if the models aren't correct, if if metal dust exceeds what the predictions are, what happens then? So if there's a report that says it's exceeded EPA levels, what happens?
Yeah, it is a good question, and I think when you look at the project as it is, so obviously lead is topical. There's other elements which may be in other mines and be mobilised in dust and so forth. But effectively, we are a silver mine which has very small byproducts of zinc and lead. So, there's been some talk out there that we're another, Mount Isa or a Broken Hill or whatever. It's nothing of the sort. We have very, very low levels of lead, and we obviously rely on consultants. So the health impact, the dust criteria and so forth, and then the peer reviews. And then the government's work, which is comprehensive as well. I think
but despite
there can
all
be
those
significant reliance on that.
But despite all those consultants, you really can't tell us what's going to happen if dust levels are monitored and show too much lead in the dust.
Well, that'll be a matter that's between the company and government. But I think all the studies can be relied on.
Okay, thank you. On page 8 of your submission, you talk about the idea of a personal monitoring program, and we've heard discussion of this before from witnesses in terms of perhaps people monitoring their blood levels for lead and other minerals. What are your comments about the utility of a personal monitoring program, and why is it personal rather than a broader monitoring program?
Well, it will be a broader monitoring program. So effectively, the dust will be monitored. People who would like to have themselves tested, we will have routine analysis of water, soils, housing. We'll have a comprehensive array of monitors. So it's not obviously not just personnel monitoring. It is important to reiterate, as I said before, the community monitoring is a voluntary exercise that we've provided for the community to understand, in the first instance, of what minerals are already available in the current environment. So that's naturally occurring, and it's throughout the region. People consume lead and other minerals through eating fresh vegetables and so forth. So it's all upon us, and obviously there's some significant details provided in the assessment reports and
So
in
Mr.
our environmental
McClure,
impact statement. So
Mr. McClure, if somebody undertakes the personal monitoring program, regularly has blood tests, and they find elevated lead levels in their blood, who do they call?
They would call New South Wales Health or the EPA. But I think comprehensively, if a person in the community, and there will be, most people in the community will have trace elements of various minerals in their blood right now, and that's before mining. So the purpose of a baseline is to test what happens in the natural environment, and also, we have lead in housing, in old housing, and paint, and lead flashing and gutterings and so forth. To understanding what is in the environment now, whether it's natural or man-made, pre-mining, and so that assessment that's done post-mining.
Well, Mr. McClure, I understand the general idea of lead in the atmosphere, but if 5 of your neighbours found elevated lead in their blood within 2 years of the mine's opening, what's the mine's response?
Well, I think it's a dialogue between the mine and government and the people concerned. But I think we need to get back to the assessment reports that have been done. The comprehensive work that's been done sees that these health issues that have been talked about, there's nothing in those reports, and this is some of the best people, toxicologists and whatever, who are undertaking these studies, peer reviewed again, then to New South Wales Health, then to EPA, and none of those studies demonstrate there's any negative health outcomes from this mine. So I think that
I entirely
needs to be
accept the
put into
results of the
context.
studies that you provided us, and I'm very grateful for them. Just checking about the ongoing monitoring of the mine to confirm that the results are as predicted in the studies which have been provided and reviewed by EPA and a host of other bodies.
Yeah, I think it's, obviously we're working through our management plans at the moment, and when we have our monitoring design work done and have those discussions with New South Wales Health and the EPA, we'll have more to say about that.
Okay, and I just have one last question, if there's time.
Sure.
Are you in a position to comment, although it sounds as if perhaps you're still developing these plans, are you in a position to comment about your plans to manage dust generation on the site, especially metalliferous dust generation?
Yeah, we are obviously a small, medium-sized mine, so we don't have the issues of, say, a big coal mine or a large metalliferous mine. We put it into context, we will process about 2 million tonnes of ore per year versus Cadia, which might be 32 to 35 million tonnes per year. So we're very much smaller than the local coal mine. So our dust generation is minuscule compared to other operations. Having said that, we still have the mitigation process that a typical mine will have in terms of watering, blast patterns and so forth to minimise dust. But it's an operation, it's a management process that is continual. And fortunately, in Australia, we are very much best practice in those, and we're arguably the best in the world in monitoring those sorts of things. So we can, and again, we'll have more to say on the dust mitigation management plan is part of management plan development during the course of the balance of this year.
Thank you.
Questions from the government?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for making yourself available today. Can I just continue on for a moment that line of questioning about the community concerns? And this is on a continuous basis after the mine is commissioned and opened in regards to matters to do with dust and the content of the dust. I take the point made that the comprehensive and detailed work associated with putting in effect the application to get the mine approved and going through what are quite comprehensive steps, that's been done and achieved. But I presume that you are concerned about the community anxiety about the content of the dust. Once the dust starts to manifest when the mine's open, you would appreciate that point, wouldn't you?
Yes, and if just very quickly, the idea of a dust event, if you will, if there's extreme winds or so, and they're blowing the wrong way, whatever, those events can be shut down events. So if there's a environment where it is blowing towards a township or whatever, and there is a whip up, and I think the opportunity of that happening in our operation are fairly limited, given the setting where we are. But certainly in larger operations, whether it's coal or large metalliferous operations, they can be shut down events until weather patterns change or whatever. Just to pick up on one point you mentioned about community concern. Yes, there is community concern. We acknowledge that, and we have an open pathway for people to come and see us and look at the data and whatever, and that's an ongoing exercise. The negativity out there is a minority in the community. The balance of the community is hugely supportive of the operation. Having said that, the community on the whole want to see a responsible, environmentally sound project. Yes, they want jobs and all that sort of thing as well, but people just don't want jobs for the sake of it. They want to see a proper project. We've demonstrated that well, and that's why we have comprehensive and overwhelming support for the project. There is a noisy element out there. We encourage people who do have concerns to come and see us, book time with us. We have a huge amount of information on our website. We have an open door policies where people can sit down with us, talk to our experts and so forth. And we encourage all of our neighbours or anyone with any concerns whatsoever to come and see us and talk about those concerns, and hopefully we can alleviate the bulk of it.
I suppose that I'm sure you'd appreciate, would you not, that the manifestations of the concerns in real terms, or practical real terms, is when the rubber hits the road in terms of the mine opening, and then what flows from the actual mine opening. So there is the anticipated concerns from the community, which we have received evidence of when we had our site inspection and visited the community. But there is the concerns which will manifest in practical terms when the mine opens. In answering an earlier question about, well, what happens if there is, I think it's from the Honourable Susan Carter, of if monitoring does indicate that there's something to be concerned about. I think in answer to the question you said that would be something that you would expect people would contact the EPA or the government about. I think that's the words you used, or thereabouts. And obviously they can also make contact with the company as well about the concerns. But you would appreciate the answer that they could contact the EPA or the government, in such general terms, is not very satisfying for the local community. I mean, this is quite a large project. So, I mean, I presume you're not going to just accept that it's just left to people to find the phone number for the EPA or the phone number for the government regulator, and it's up to individuals.
Yeah.
Let me finish. Let me finish. In terms of the size of the project, I presume there'll be pretty clear and unambiguous channels that people can go down relatively quickly to deal with concerns if there is these higher levels identified. Would that be the case?
Yeah. No, I think just to be clear on that, I think the requirement is the regulator is there, of course, but in reality, it needs just to be open and transparent dialogue, and with the regulator, EPA, community, and the company, of course. That's how issues get resolved if they arise, and I think that's. Perhaps I wasn't clear enough on that, but just calling up the EPA or whatever, I think it's a greater dialogue that has to happen between each party if there are issues raised, and that's why the state is so comprehensive in its management of mining operations. The regulator is thorough, the EPA is thorough. We as mining companies are responsible in what we do. We're best practice. We're some of the best in the world in the way we manage mining operations, and I think people can draw comfort in that. Just one other point you made before about when you were local, and you mentioned there was a site visit. The site visit actually got cancelled, so the site visit didn't happen, unfortunately. But we still have an open invitation for the committee if they'd like to visit the site.
I'll pass to my colleague.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Mr. McClure, for appearing today. Just a
Pleasure.
final one from me, or a final couple from me. Could you detail for us the community consultation that you have undertaken for the project?
Yes, good question, and we're very proud of what we do, and we've been very detailed in our community dialogue even before we took over. So we took over the project in mid-2016, and before we completed the operation, we were immediately into consultation. But just to summarise, and I do have a couple of key points here that that list what we've done over the 7 or so years that we've been involved. We've mailed out in excess of 25,000 community newsletters across the region. So that's not just locally; it's across the region. Personal interactions, whether it's correspondence, emails, phone calls, whatever, is immeasurable. We have an open door policy, as I mentioned before, so that's obviously that's often well attended. We have community open days, information town halls, Kandos, Rylstone, Mudgee. Those have been successful even during COVID. We had a process that was we had virtual open days and information sessions. Obviously, the EIS was a big process for us, and with that we provided commentary of over 800 pages back to the community on from the consultation process from the EIS, and there was another 1,600 pages of appendices. So it's a very comprehensive. The list goes on and on. Obviously, we have a community consultative committee. Meetings that happened generally every quarter. We're in the third iteration of that committee, which is just about to kick off, given we're post approvals. And then when you look at other things that we do in the community, we're involved in each of the local schools. Education is a big part of our DNA. We sponsor various outfits. So the Ryalston Kandos Show, we're the major sponsor. Men's, women's, children's rugby, we're the major sponsor. Mudgee Girls Netball, we're the major sponsor. We sponsor things like the Mudgee Show, the Ryalston Street Fest, and so forth. And importantly, we're in the Max Potential program for schools. So we're very active community-wise. But I think that the most important point, and it separates us out from perhaps other industries and what other people do, is that we have that open door policy. And so anyone, whether negative, positive or otherwise, in the community who has concerns or ideas or just want to come and have a chat, that's that's something that we do, and we'd like to be, we take pride in being transparent, and I think that's why we have a very supportive local community on the whole.
Do I have time for a further question, or is it?
Oh, you can have one more question.
Yep. So thank you, Mr. McClure. Sorry, I'm just checking the time remaining for questions. I've been advised I've got time for one more. If you could just elaborate further for us, if any, on the local socioeconomic issues and local health issues in this area.
Yes. So I'll mention some of it in my opening statement. But I think that the key point in there is what the mining industry provides locally. So if you look at the country just in general, so the top 10 export earners for Australia are mining operations, so mining commodities, right? The three others are beef, education and travel, and I think financial services. But the top 7 export earners for the country are mining operations. That's a big part of our economy. When we zero it down into New South Wales, coal is a huge part of our economy. That's obviously going to decline over the coming decades as we hit net zero. This year alone, those coal mines will produce about $6 billion of revenue for the state, plus taxation, plus employment and income tax and so forth. So when you look at the size and the quantum of what it does, whether it's national or state, you think of hospitals, you think of schools, you think of roads and aged care and all those sorts of things that we deliver. When you zero down further into our local economy, we've got 3 very large coal mines, and that's basically the lifeblood of Mudgee. So 79% of the exports from our LGA is from those three coal mines. And when they decline over the next coming decades, what's going to fill that gap? There's nothing there to fill the gap. Yes, there's solar farms and a few other things, but they do not carry the density of employment. A lot of employment to build a solar farm, a lot of people to build a solar farm, but after that, it's basically they're pretty low. Pretty low employment. So if we look at the closure over the next 20, 30 years of coal mining in our region, we may be facing some of those issues that I mentioned before, some of those health issues we see at Kandos, which is obviously close to us, where they had industry closing. So for us to diversify the region in silver, other commodities, there's other potential that we will hopefully deliver over time. There's potential for expansions of the mining operation. There's potential of other commodities in our exploration tenure in the region. And I think that is what is perhaps going to be doing the heavy lifting over time in our area. It's because coal has got a finite timeline, and that's a real issue for the state.
Thanks, Mr. McClure.
Thanks very much for your time this morning. We're out of time, and the Secretariat will be in touch with you about any questions on notice. Thanks very much again.
Thank you.
I'd now call our next witnesses representing Regis Resources. Welcome. Thank you for attending to give evidence today. Could each of you please state your name and position title and swear either the oath or the affirmation?
Good morning. I'm Wayne Taylor. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I'm Danielle Wallace. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
I would, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present the McPhillamys project to the committee. As mentioned, my name's Wayne Taylor. I'm the project director for the project. To my left is Danielle Wallace, who's our health, safety and environmental manager. We both are based in Blaney with the project. Regis Resources is the fourth largest gold producer listed on the ASX, with interest in two significant operations in Western Australia and a growth project, which is McPhillamys in New South Wales. The company purchased the McPhillamys project in 2012, and since that time has invested more than $160 million in further exploration and development studies, including those studies in support of the project approval. We have a project team of approximately 18 local people based in our Blaney office, and for this financial year a budget in excess of $20 million. I think I can speak for all of the McPhillamys team in saying that we are proud of this project, proud of the work undertaken to refine the project to incorporate stakeholder input, and also see ourselves as members of the local community. Our office includes active members of the RFS, WIRES, RSPCA and local sporting and interest clubs. This project will bring significant benefits to the local community and the state. Once in operation, we anticipate 260 full-time roles, injecting $67 million per annum in employment-related income to the local community. In addition, there will be further support for local businesses through supply and services, the council through rates and other community investment programs. Now, we also acknowledge that there is potentially some adverse impacts on some in the community, especially those at Kings Plains. We have willingly sought input from the community, including those near neighbours, on practical means of reducing these potential impacts that the project brings. We take our community engagement seriously, and as a measure of our engagement, since 2018, we've had over 1,000 meetings, over 2,500 phone calls, and more than 20 quarterly CCC meetings. If we were to look at measures of community support, I would direct the committee to look at the results of the late 2022 independent survey, which indicated 70% of the local community supported the project, 15% were neutral, and only 15% opposed it. This outcome was further supported by the number of submissions to the IPC. While there were 240 negative submissions, there were 473 positive submissions reported. And I'll point out that one of the positive submissions consisted of 318 unique handwritten submissions delivered to our Blaney office, the vast majority of which came from local people. I take this as a very relevant reflection of the overwhelming community support for the project to proceed. And my personal experience while at local shops has been keen interest from businesses to see the project proceed to lift the local economy, and from the wider community looking for improvement in local community employment opportunities. Just briefly like to touch on the rigorous approval process. For McPhillamys, this started in 2018. A 6,300 page EIS was submitted to DPE in 2019, followed by a submissions report and 3 amendment reports. These reports required many thousands of hours of involvement by many leading experts. The State Significant Development approval was granted by the IPC in March this year and the Federal EPBC approval in May. The IPC approval came with extensive and detailed requirements involving 162 conditions, along with the EPBC approval with a further 31 conditions. Our team is currently working through these conditions to incorporate them into a number of management plans that will provide the operational framework for our site activities. To give an example, the water management plan, which is currently in draft, covers the site water balance and the approach to site storage facilities to ensure we meet the non-discharge requirement outlined in the conditions. Each of these management plans needs to be reviewed and approved by the relevant government bodies prior to starting. In summary, this is a significant mining project which has been well considered, studied and designed. Regis welcomes the conditions placed on it to develop and operate the project, and also understands the significant responsibility it has been entrusted with to bring this project forward in a way that provides benefits to all stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to questions from committee members, starting this time with the opposition.
I just have a few quick questions, if that's okay. Just so you said that. Thank you very much for your time and coming here today too. 260 jobs. You said in your opening submission. Is that would that be in Blaney? Surely not 260 jobs in Blaney.
They're all local jobs.
That's a lot of jobs.
It is for something the size of Blaney, yes.
Yeah, I know Blaney well, so I'm really surprised. And what are the impacts that are you seeing for Kings Plains that you mentioned? From your perspective, like I'm aware of the things in your submission, but what are you seeing the issues are, and what are you doing to mitigate those?
There's clearly a visual issue. The houses located to the south of the project, a number of them will have an outlook that will see some of the activity on the site. We've provided a number of those residents there that have willingly taken it up, some visual barriers, so some tree plantings and the like. I guess there is some concern around noise, and we recognise that the operation is relatively close, and we've provided some mitigation, or we will be providing mitigation measures for that also.
What would you do for the noise though as a mitigation measure?
Well, the modelling that we've done shows that, and I'm sure Danny can talk in more detail around the specifics of it, but the modelling shows that we won't be hitting trigger limits. But the concern remains, and to deal with that concern for a number of houses, we've offered double glazing on some of the properties.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm just really interested. I'm someone that lives opposite now Quarry, and also I actually moved houses because of a wind development, and it's got nothing to do with. I'm just one of those people that it ruined my view, and I felt my view across the paddocks was as good as a harbour view, but it is what it is. And had tree mitigation, and that was great. But it's all about how that situation is really handled, isn't it? And although a noise level, I suppose, like for me, of the quarry, I'm sure that wouldn't exceed a noise limit, but sometimes it was quite annoying. But I think that offering of double glazing, and how could you tell me honestly how people have responded to that offer, and has that mitigated their concerns?
So we have a number of properties there. I think it totals 18. We have agreements signed up. I think it's with 9 at the moment. We have active discussions with quite a number of the others. Mm-hmm. I think we have one that doesn't want to engage with us. So all the others, we've talked about what mitigation measures we can look at to help deal with those concerns. But I'll just go back to the fact that all the modelling that's been done, we don't hit trigger limits for noise, for dust or anything of that sort of nature that would typically trigger a sort of a VLAMP requirement.
Yeah, and look, I really appreciate that, and I'm not trying to be difficult at all, because I think those, I live in the regions. I think that's a lot of jobs. We're very grateful a lot of the time for that, and the opportunities that it brings to our communities. And it's not just the jobs, but it's the positive effect it has on schools, it has on other services when families move in and partners move in, and that's jobs at hospitals and things like that. But I guess what I would say, Mr. Taylor, great name too, great last name. But I also think as well that please don't give up on that one person or the other people, because myself and my own experience have been quite a difficult negotiator when this happened to myself. The fact that people don't give up and keep trying to find those solutions, you end up really appreciating, and that increases, people's social licence in areas. I mean, there's always going to be people that don't, but even though it's not a trigger level, it's sometimes not relevant when you're the human being and your family are living there. Modelling's great, but...
Sorry, Mrs. Taylor, have you got a question?
Yes, I thought I had a question I was suggesting. All right, I'll move on. You go, Susan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm interested in the landowner mitigation and compensation agreements that you reference in your submission. Can you tell me something about the process of those and what the type of mitigations that people have requested have been. Thank you. We've heard about double glazing, but any other things to do with dust or water quality or air quality?
Yeah, look, I'm not across all of the detail around these, but in some cases there's been air conditioning, as I said, the tree barriers, and certainly the double glazing. I'll just suggest Danny might have a bit more history on this and she can probably provide a bit more insight, perhaps.
Yeah, sure. So, as Wayne said before, we don't actually trigger the VLAMP. However, we do acknowledge that there is still concern within the community of any potential impacts. So, some of the types of mitigations that we've been working with the community on, in addition to the double glazing, in some cases air conditioning, in some cases first flush systems for their tanks and their water systems. Obviously, the tree screens, both on their properties and then also on our property, to help and break up that viewpoint that they've got. And sort of we've been working in with them as well if there's additional requests that they've got. So, for example, if they've got maybe an entertainment area out the back that would have a view of the mining project, we've been looking at ways we can help modify that so that they can still continue with entertaining and their daily lives. Yeah. It is on a case-by-case basis, individualised to each property.
So the principal concerns then raised by the community for this project appear to be noise and aspects, view. Any concerns about air quality, dust generation?
So that's still, obviously that's still a concern for the community. But again, we don't trigger that VLAMP level. All the modelling done for the project shows that we'll stay within those allowable limits for air quality and also for noise as well. Yeah.
I think it's tremendous you're engaging with the community and trying to solve things on a one-by-one basis. But what measures can you and are you taking as a mine to, for example, keep air quality good? It doesn't get to your neighbours.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the key things that we're currently working through at the moment with a number of the government agencies, including the EPA, is our, for example, air quality monitoring program. So we are proposing a real-time network, and it is quite extensive. We will have our own internal trigger levels set well below those compliance limits, and the intention of that being that we will become aware through alarming systems internally that will notify, the shift bosses, the dispatch centre, that we're having an upward trend, and we'll be then able to modify our operation accordingly, whether that's moving a piece of gear or switching a piece of gear off, with the intention being that we won't allow ourselves to reach those exceeding limits. In addition, in relation to dust, we do have some other engineering controls. So, for example, our coarse ore stockpile will have a cover over it. So that's an engineered physical barrier to prevent dust liftoff, in addition to, of course, dust suppression being applied to key areas around the site.
Okay, thank you. And the last question I have is, if members of the community become concerned about air quality, dust emissions, who do they call?
So they can absolutely call us. We'll be contactable 24/7. And that's often a really good starting point, because if we're aware of an issue, we can immediately move to address it. But of course, obviously as well, they're able to contact the regulators, who would in turn obviously get in touch with us. And of course, if there was some sort of exceedance, there would be an investigation protocol, both with ourselves and then if an exceedance was identified, obviously the regulators as well. And again, all of that is publicly notified.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just add to that, the notification is not trying to find Danny's number. There is a hotline which is set up, which is monitored 24 hours a day, and that's a fairly accessible number.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
And have you formed like a community consultative committee too? Yeah. And how many people are on that committee?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've actually had the CCC in place for quite some time. I think we've had over 20 quarterly meetings so far. So it's been in place for quite some time. There's a variety of members from local community groups, people from Kings Plains, also members of the councils and other interest groups and water groups, for example. And that's been in place for some time. And all of the minutes, presentations are also all publicly available on our website, so other members of the community can also have a look at those.
And have you got an independent person chairing or organising that outside of your company?
Yes, we do. There's an independent chair that's appointed through the Department of Planning.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thanks. To the government.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. Thank you to you both for appearing today and for travelling. I just a couple of questions from me. Could you expand for us on noting your submission, of course, expand on the approvals process that Regis was required to undertake for this project?
One for you, Danny.
Absolutely. So, look, it was an extremely rigorous process that for us started back in 2018. So that was when we lodged our original scoping report, and obviously that culminated in the issue of our SSD consent in March this year, and then the EPBC approval in May this year. So that process involved the development of an environmental impact statement, which had over 25 supporting specialist reports. That then went through a public exhibition process, and we received a number of submissions. We then provided a response to those submissions with additional specialist reports, and we then went through a process of 3 amendments to the project, again with in excess of over 30 specialist reports between those different amendments. And those amendments were really allowing Regis to continue to optimise the project, but also to take on board feedback from the community. So as an example of that, we did actually relocate our site access road, and that was to reduce potential noise impacts to residents in the Kings Plains community. It was identified as a significant concern for them. So once we submitted those amendment reports, we obviously then went through the IPC process, again resulting in the approval, and the process remains ongoing. We're still in the process of finalising our environmental management plans, which go through extensive consultation with community and the regulators, and also obtaining our other supplementary approvals such as our EPL. So it's an extensive process.
Yeah, sounds it. And can you outline for us, it may be a question again for you, Danielle, or for yourself, can you outline some of the consent conditions that are in place to protect the community once the mine's open?
Yeah, so we do have over 162 conditions in our development consent from the state, and a further 31 conditions in the EPBC approval. And those conditions are fairly wide-ranging, from requiring numerous environmental management plans, which have extensive monitoring requirements and consultation requirements, but they also outline some very detailed criteria for amenity impacts such as air quality and noise emissions. It also has very extensive requirements in relation to ongoing consultation with the community throughout the life of the project, and also requirements around compliance and auditing. And it's ultimately, going to result in good outcomes for the community and transparency in the regulators being able to ensure that we are complying with those limits.
Yeah, thanks. So just to clarify, there's 162 conditions from the
state consent.
And 31 from the IPC approval.
In the EPBC
In
approval.
the EPBC.
Yeah.
Thank you. My apologies. And just to follow up, in terms of the benefits for the local Blaney community and more generally within the Central West sort of area, can you expand on what those benefits will be as a result of this project?
Sure. Look, in addition to the 260 full-time roles that we have, and obviously the income that'll bring into the local community, there will be certainly a focus on local businesses, supply and services, tapping into the marketplace there, which is obviously well supported also by Orange and Bathurst. We have a VPA, voluntary planning agreement, which will be a fund which is, quantified at 1% of the capital investment value, which will be there for community benefit. Will be certainly helping Blaney Shire with an uplift in its rate take once we get started. State government royalties, I think the number in the EIS was $56 million over the life of the project. That would be obviously different under today's gold prices. And I guess probably an extension to that is there will be some biodiversity improvements around the place with a stewardship site, and also we'll look to undertake a significant uplift and improvement in a section, over 3 kilometre section of the Belubula River, which is showing signs of exotic trees and damage from farming.
Right, interesting. And that 1% of capital investment value, do you have an approximate figure for that, what that will be, or is that sort of speculative at this stage?
Look, it's expected to be north of $4 million, I would think.
Yeah, right, that's significant, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you both for coming along today representing the company, and thank you for the very helpful and informative submission you've made. Could I just take you to page 2 of the submission, please, if I could? And just got a question. So page 2 of the submission. So you've got the helpful map there. The 2 paragraphs below it says, excuse me, over a mine life of approximately 15 years, 2 years construction, 10 to 11 years operation, and 2 to 3 years of rehabilitation. It goes on about the reserve. Could you just explain, just for me, where are you up to presently at this point in time, if we look at literally today in that cycle, just so we've got the full context of the lifespan?
Yeah, we're at about year -1, so we haven't got to 0 yet.
Okay.
So we're still, Danny mentioned, we're still pulling together management plans. We're also going through an exercise of updating all the project costing, as everyone would appreciate, with an inflationary environment. When we make a final investment decision, it needs to be done with prices of today. So we're going through an exercise to reprice the project, and that will feed into taking a final investment decision.
Now, this question, I don't mean to press you into areas of commercial in confidence, obviously, but with the fluctuation of gold prices over time, what challenges does that generally pose to a gold mining company like yourself in terms of making an investment decision?
Yeah, and I will keep the response quite general. So, like, you would typically take I guess, a relatively conservative view of the gold price when you assess the project. Gold price is not typically overly volatile, so you've got a margin that you try and keep up your sleeve when you take that decision. So, I guess the key there is taking a conservative assumption at the time at which you make the decision.
The reason I guess I'm asking it is not to press into this area of commercial in confidence, but I mean, obviously at critical stages, and in fact some stages more critical than others presumably, decisions are made to invest. So in a sense, sort of use the vernacular, it's a bit of a gamble in the sense that that's on assumptions of the best projected prices or average prices over time, isn't it? And once the commitment's made to invest, you can't just unwind that, can you? Because the commitment's been made at least for a period of time. Is that a generally correct statement?
Well, there's lots of things that are variables that feed into, I guess, a final investment decision.
Yeah.
Gold price is one of those.
Well, yeah.
There's a range of technical assumptions we make on projects as well, like recovery and even down to how much gold we think is in the ground. Yeah. Costs are also an assumption that we have to make. I wouldn't consider it a gamble, not by any stretch of the imagination. It's why we spend a lot of time studying these things. But we've got to make an assessment, make some assumptions, take a view on where we think all of these inputs are likely to land, and we then come to a bottom line position on the project, and we take a decision on that.
And I mean, that's very important, isn't it? I was sort of being a bit tongue-in-cheek about the gamble, but I'm glad you responded in this way, because a project of this size has implications in a range of areas, doesn't it? The employees, the community, could go on and on and on. So you really use your very best endeavours to make that judgment about the ability to invest, and that invest will be sustainable over a period of time, isn't it?
Look, there are many stakeholders involved here.
That's right.
And we consider the outcomes for all stakeholders. It's not in our interest, not in the company's interest, to make a fundamental mistake in that respect. That's across the range of stakeholders.
No. Thank you for that. One of the areas that has come through from our inquiry, as we've looked at the matters of extractive mining in the state, is this issue of monitoring what could be matters arising once the mine site opens. And there's been criticisms, not directed at your proposition, but generally speaking by members of the community, that there is really an insufficient standard that currently exists to be able to monitor and respond to what could be issues that arise. I use issue in the general sense. I understand from some earlier evidence this morning you talked about real-time monitoring. I'm wondering if you could expand on that as far as you can about what that's going to look like and how it's going to work.
Just before, Danny's the best one to provide the detail around this, but I guess what I'd like to say as a starting comment is the standards that are looking to be applied are very different to what has been applied. So this is, I guess, need to be conscious of commenting about legacy standards versus where we're heading.
I'd like you to expand on that.
And Danny can run through, we've spent a lot of time looking at monitoring networks and so forth and looking at what's cutting edge at the moment and engaging with people like the EPA, but I'm stealing Danny's thunder now, so I'll let her.
Ms. Wells, can I invite you to give that context of what's been perhaps traditional or previous standards vis-a-vis what the standards you will be aspiring for?
Yeah, sure. So, as you said before, we are proposing a real-time monitoring network, and a lot of mines historically don't have that real-time component. So they'll have a static gauge or something that will require them to, attend on a monthly or weekly basis, collect the data, and then sort of deal with the results, post any events happening. What we're proposing with our real-time network is the ability to proactively manage the results as they're coming into us in a live stream. So as an example, with relation to the air quality network, we're proposing a number of monitors which will be able to send alarms to the staff on site. Obviously it's a 24/7 operation, so there'll always be people present that can receive those alarms, review the data, and identify whether or not this result is actually from an activity at the operation or if it's some sort of other event. We're proposing real-time monitors for not only air quality but also noise and also blasting as well. We're proposing a network that provides coverage around the extent of the site, so we are covering all directions, and then further with a key focus on those areas that have prevailing climatic conditions. So for example, where the prevailing winds are, we've got some additional monitors planned. And we're also placing monitors, cognizant of existing conditions. So for example, in the case of our project, we do have a highway that sits immediately south of our project and between our project and the Kings Plains community. So we're placing additional directional monitors there so that we can better identify whether the noise we're recording is actually perhaps from trucks on the highway versus perhaps trucks operating at the mine site. Yeah.
No, that's very helpful evidence. Thank you. I think my time
Thank
is
you.
right.
Yes, it has. Ms. Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. What's the size of the project site, the overall size?
We have a 60 million tonne ore body.
The size of land.
Size of land. The disturbance footprint's about 1,100 hectares.
Okay, so how much of the whole site has been assessed in terms of cultural heritage impact?
Yeah, so the extent of the site has been assessed. When it comes to Aboriginal cultural heritage, we've had a number of archaeologists, anthropologists, and in some cases a geoarchaeologist attend the site. undertake extensive field surveys with representatives of the Aboriginal community, and that has covered the extent of the site. So we have covered the entire disturbance footprint in the assessment for both the mine site and also the water supply pipeline aspect.
Okay, so this committee heard evidence about the fact, I think it was Orange Land Council a couple of years ago, undertook the original cultural heritage impact assessment. They said it was about 15%. They were able to survey closely about 15% of the 5,500 acres, I think. 15%. Then they requested to come back, as I understand, considering the significance of it, and in their words, their request to come back was ignored 3 times by Regis. Is that what happened?
So I guess there's probably 2 elements to address there. In relation to the requests for access, we don't have any record of requests coming to us that we've denied. We don't have any record of that. Orange Lands Council representatives have undertaken field survey at the project, as you referenced, for the original field surveys. And I would note that representatives of the Orange Lands Council have also attended the site on numerous times since then as well, including several times this year alone.
So what I have also, I think there's been a change of people, is that right, at the Land Council? Is that when you're saying in the last little while they've come and undertaken cultural heritage impact assessments of the whole area?
So they've attended the site on several locations since then for various field survey activities. There have obviously been some staff changes, but I probably can't comment too much on the staffing of another organisation.
So if people there are registered Aboriginal parties, as I understand, that are being denied access. So you're saying that all registered Aboriginal parties, if they request access to your site, you're telling this committee that you will allow them to come on and undertake cultural heritage impact assessments of the site?
So we do have a number of RAPs for the project, and RAPs have been offered opportunities to attend the site. In terms of what future access might look like, I can't comment yet, other than to say that we are in the process of developing a heritage management plan for Aboriginal cultural heritage, which will be in consultation with all of the registered Aboriginal parties as well as various government agencies. And that document will outline what access to the site would look like in future and for future works.
Do you understand? I understand there's a huge discrepancy, as far as we have been informed, between what was the heritage second company that was hired by the company to undertake cultural heritage impact assessment that seemed to miss dozens of scar trees, dozens of artefacts that were first identified. Do you find that concerning? Do you think there needs to be another independent cultural heritage impact assessment to really make sure that there isn't all this incredible Aboriginal cultural heritage that is going to be destroyed by the mine?
What I would say to that is that we have been questioned in relation to this issue by the Department of Planning, and we did provide a formal response to that, which is publicly available on the Major Projects website. In that response, we articulated the reasons why some sites that were potentially identified historically were no longer shown. And the reason for that is that since that time, we've had a number of experts assess previously identified sites, and what we can confirm is that there are no known Aboriginal scarred trees on the site. And as I said, there is a detailed response available on the Major Projects website in relation to that.
Okay, I have to move on to another issue. Mr. Taylor, at the when the Coalition asked you what people are raising as their key concerns in relation to the mine, I think you said visual issues and noise. Is that?
Oh, they were a couple of the points that get raised, yes.
Water, does that come up?
Oh, water does come up, yes, you're correct.
Does it come up because the tailings dam is at the headwater, constructing a tailings dam on the headwater of Belubula River is
It is
deeply
it is
concerning to
construct-
everybody downstream, you would think?
The tails facility is built or designed to be built in the upper reaches of the Belubula catchment area, yes, part of it.
I understand there is 24 or so springs that will be plugged for the tailings dam to essentially be built right on top of the springs at the headwaters of Belubula River. Is that actually what your company is going to do?
Well, look, it's a good point for us to address. The springs have been studied to a huge amount of detail, and Danny's probably jump in and offer some more comments on this. But what I would say, any significant land development will come across issues like this. The springs over this area, springs or seeps, they don't run all the time. In dry weather, they dry up, and I think it's around half of them basically have stock dams immediately below them, so they don't actually feed into the Belubula River per se. With the development of the site, we actually don't take the water out of the ground. So if we were to cover one of these wet areas, the water stays in the ground and it continues to move through the ground, and it will come out at the next point of weakness, which would be further, call it downstream, and effectively feed back into the Belubula anyway. So we're not actually taking any water out of the system. This is a common feature when you've got to work over a large tract of land. It's just one of the things that comes with the
So
the
to
development.
plug springs at the top of Belubula, at the headwaters of a river that flows into the Lachlan and flows
as I
into
said,
Murray-Darling Basin, that's just a common.
As I said, we don't take any water out of the system. The water remains in the ground and it continues on its pathway and will feed back into the Belubula further downstream.
What happens if the tailings dam wall fails?
I can assure you that it will not fail with the design
I'm sure
of it.
Katie has said the same thing about their tailings dam.
Oh, point of order, Chair. I think that, the witness is answering
It's a
the
bit adverse
question.
mentioning as well.
Yeah, and you're
What's
using
adverse mention?
Well,
You're
you-
accusing Katie, I
What
think
does
that's-
adverse mention saying Katie Dam would have said the same thing about, for goodness
Mr.
sake?
Taylor has
To the point of order, I think there may have been a bit of argument in the question.
Yeah.
Can you perhaps just restate the question
Yeah.
as a question?
honestly.
So the question is, you can't say that it's not going to fail. Like, even in terms of extreme weather events, right?
Point
We've
of order,
seen.
Chair. You cannot say to someone that they can't say something. Mr. Taylor is
said it.
here in his own time coming to give evidence. He's given the evidence, accept his evidence, but you can't tell him what to say. You just can't
There's
say
been a
that.
fair bit of commentary with questions like, isn't that the case today? I think the member needs to phrase it as a question, and I'll allow.
So, climate change, extreme weather events. Have you factored in the 1 in 100 year extreme rain events that we're seeing? Have you? How can you guarantee that a tailings dam won't fail? Because they do, and they do all over the world, and we saw it at Cadia. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm familiar with the basic design principles of the Cadia Dam. Our dam is not constructed in the same manner. Our dam is constructed to a 1 in 10,000 year, or constructed to handle a 1 in 10,000 year rainfall event. So I think it's a pretty high level of design criteria. It's best in the world.
So 10% of tailings dams fail, as I understand, around the world. You're saying that yours won't be one of those?
Ours is a downstream construction methodology, which is the safest dam wall that you'll get.
Just say it did fail, because we've seen extraordinary scenes, haven't we, in terms of extreme weather around the world in the last few years, beyond what anything we have imagined possible. Just say it did fail. What happens?
It's not going to fail.
So, can I ask why no consideration? Actually, no. Last question, possibly. Why aren't you? My understanding is, what are you doing with the void after mining has been completed?
The void remains as it is.
Why aren't you rehabilitating it?
There is a level of rehabilitation that gets undertaken around it, but the void will remain as it is.
As this big pit forever to
That's-
fill with? Does it
correct.
fill with toxic
My timer hasn't gone.
water?
No, it doesn't fill with toxic water. It will fill over time with water.
So why wasn't thought given or consideration given to the tailings dam being at the completion of the mine being put into the void and cleaning up that area? Was that considered?
It hasn't been considered as a viable option, no.
Why isn't it viable?
It becomes cost prohibitive. The other thing is that, and from a mining professional point of view, you want to maintain access to something like the McPhillamys ore body. We had a comment about gold price and inputs. These operations can change over time with different inputs, so potentially it could become bigger, and resource stewardship is you want to maximise recovery of what you're starting to extract, and having that void there allows you to get access to material that continues to go deeper.
Thanks. We're out of time today. Thank you very much for your time to give evidence today, and the Secretariat will be in touch with you about any questions on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attendance today. Could you each please state your name and position title and then take either the oath or the affirmation?
Yes, I'm Mary O'Kane. I'm Chair of the Independent Planning Commission of New South Wales. And I swear that evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
My name is Peter Williams. I'm a former Commissioner at the Independent Planning Commission. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to start with a short opening statement?
Yes, I would. Thank you. So thank you for the invitation to appear today. I'll just speak very briefly to the role and processes of the Independent Planning Commission. The Commission has a very narrow and specific role. Its key function is independently determining projects, many of which, of course, are highly contentious. It's not unusual, for example, in a mining case to get over 1,000 submissions. The Commission can be thought of as a tribunal. It makes the final decision on whether certain major private sector developments, state significant developments, should be granted consent. In doing this, it is obliged to stay within legislative and policy frameworks, and under law, it must weigh the impacts and benefits in the public interest. But after determining the consent, the Commission has no further involvement in the case, nothing to do with monitoring, regulating or enforcing compliance for that particular case. A little bit on process. Applications come, state significant development applications come to the Commission if one of the following criteria apply. There's been a political donation, there's greater than 50 unique objections, or the local council objects. When cases come to the Commission, it stands in the place of the government and makes the decisions independently of the direction and control of the Minister of Planning. As such, the Commission functions as a probity body and maintains the highest and most rigorous standards of ethics and transparency. Our role as a decision-making tribunal commences when the Department of Planning provides us with its assessment report of a particular application, along with any recommended conditions of consent. I then appoint a panel of commissioners, generally 3, to hold a public hearing if we're so directed, and to constitute the commission to decide the case. The whole of government assessment report from the department contains advice from all relevant state agencies. For major mining projects, that will always include the EPA, New South Wales Health, Transport and several other agencies. The department also often commissions advice from external bodies that's in the assessment report. Once the report comes to the commission, we have a limited time, 84 days from mine, under which to carry out the process. We conduct meetings with key stakeholders, such as the applicant, the Department of Planning and other agencies and councils, attend a site inspection, conduct a public meeting or public hearing, analyse and consider submissions and prepare the statement of reasons and any conditions of consent. We fit all of this in, as I said, into a very short amount of time, and everything is done transparently and in full view of the public, almost everything. On the statement of reasons, every decision that the Commission makes is explained in a detailed statement of reasons which is made public. This serves as the final and definitive statement of the reasons for the Commission's decision. Once the panel makes its decisions and publishes these reasons, it cannot now unpick, change, add to or elaborate on these reasons after the fact. But Dr Williams, who chaired the McPhillamys case, and I can assist the committee with questions about the Commission's procedures and approach. In closing, I'd like to note that the Bowden's case is under appeal, and that might limit what we say on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now go to questions from committee members, starting this time with the government.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Professor O'Kane and Dr Williams, so much for appearing today and for your valuable time. It's much appreciated for the committee. Can you detail for us, and I know you've canvassed some of this in your opening statement, but could you detail for the committee members the work that is done during the consent process to ensure monitoring and health standards?
Thank you. That work is primarily done in its detail by the department as part of that assessment report I referred to. So they will check with the appropriate agencies, they will check that what is proposed by the applicant complies with the legislative and policy frameworks that I mentioned. And they will note that and write it into the assessment report. And if it doesn't comply but can be conditioned, they'll propose a condition explaining in the assessment report what happens. When the situation comes to us, when we get the assessment report, we'll check that they've done that. We're effectively their checking process, checking and then weighing up the various issues to come to a final conclusion. But we'll be looking through to see that every piece of the puzzle and every piece of legislation, every piece of policy has been appropriately considered on that monitoring issue or whatever issue is under consideration at that time.
Yeah, thank you. Did you have anything to add, Dr Williams?
Just to say that we have to be satisfied that as Professor O'Kane has mentioned, that all statutory and discretionary requirements have been properly considered at the assessment stage. And then all additional information that comes to us during the hearing process is all before us as well, and we have to balance those various submissions. But fundamentally, what we have to ensure that the effective government policy and relevant guidelines, standards, controls are all satisfied as part of our decision.
And tell me, what work is done after the consent to monitor?
Sorry.
Either of you. Yeah, sorry.
We don't do that. Is done by the department or the relevant agency will be doing that. As I said, we step out at the point where we hand down the statement of reasons with the associated conditions.
Okay. In terms of how this process, how has this process changed? I suppose if you could both, comment, say over the last 5, 10 or 20 years, is it stricter? How has the process changed?
Thank you. The Independent Planning Commission came into being, I think it was the 1st of March 2018. There's been predecessor bodies to it, including the Planning Assessment Commission was the immediate previous body. I was appointed to chair the commission, I think 1st of February 2018, so I had a very short period on the pack before coming on to the commission. And the commission, when I came on, I was very spent a lot of time checking that we have the power to do assessments. We tended to do more independent assessments too, as well as getting the material from the department. But we didn't have an independent secretariat. There's a lot of pieces to this story, but I'm sort of jumping through the main things. In 2019, in response to a minor administrative error on our part, the government called a review of the Independent Planning Commission. And that was run by the State Productivity Commissioner, Peter Arkestraat. It was a very, very helpful review. Helpful from our point of view as well as from, I think, the point of view of New South Wales generally. It put a lot of emphasis on the fact that we had taken quite a long time to decide cases. It said we should sit within various time limits, which were now brought through in a statement of expectations to the Commission. It suggests we shouldn't duplicate in our assessment processes, that we should, efficiency would encourage it to happen at the department side, and we should do things. So we took all the recommendations or the government took all the recommendations of that review on board. We implemented all of them. And we did it faithfully and rigorously, and we think it did improve the overall process in terms of speed and quality of decision. I also brought in the other big change that happened when I came in as chair. We moved to a very high transparency model where every meeting is transcribed, and where we do things like on site visits, we invite the community to come. We can't have everybody who wants to come because the applicant can't accommodate it, but we do invite representatives of community groups. So we've tried to be very transparent, very open, and very rigorous in noting that we're checking what is done in the assessment report and talking to people, making sure we have a very good consultation process, giving people plenty of time to get their submissions in, to talk within that very tight time frame. So we've tried to tighten up the general, in summary, we've tried to tighten up the general process, speed it up, but also be very rigorous and very transparent in what we do. And Peter, have I forgotten anything?
No, Mary, main thing I'd just reaffirm is the transparency and the consultation. I began with the Planning and Assessment Commission a little bit earlier before Mary arrived at the IPC, and I could see a considerable, not that it was poor before, but nonetheless a tremendous improvement in transparency, particularly everything being transcribed, and the consultation and the use of discretion quite often to the benefit of extension of consultation processes as well. I think it's one thing I've noted also.
Could you comment perhaps on, there's sort of, you've canvassed the last, I suppose, 5 years and the various sort of iterations, and I appreciate you may not have been around, so you may or may not can't be able to comment, but on, whatever various body there was, say, 10 or 20 years ago, to perform this important role.
Well, before the Planning Assessment Commission, it was the Commissioners of Inquiry, and they began in 1980. So there's been a government body that has, for example, determined or provided advice, or at least recommendations, on significant government projects or significant planning decisions or matters, or providing advice on policy. So there's been a body, a similar type of function within the planning system under the Environmental Planning Assessment Act since 1980.
But in terms of the one that we have now, it being independent, having that degree of transparency that you described, and having adopted those recommendations, it is I suppose strengthened compared to what it was.
Yes, I think it's strengthened, although the proof is, of course, in what you as the government, as the Parliament, want of us, and what the people of New South Wales think.
Yeah, thank you.
But we certainly strive to to operate, and we act as a very much a learning operation too. We are trying to improve processes all the time, while keeping enough stability on the website for people wanting to comment.
Yeah, and we've heard in this inquiry at length about the importance of consultation, so that's great to hear that is, a key function, and has improved. Has there been anyone that has looked overseas or perhaps interstate around the functions of various other, independent planning commissions and other examples of best practice that may be out there?
Yes, good question. When Minister Stokes was our minister, he was very keen that we look at international examples and examples around Australia. And so we contacted several in other countries and in other states and held one conference. He had been keen that we get an annual conference going. We found, even though it was a great meeting, we found that none of them were close enough. They were all different enough that an annual meeting just never happened again. But the one-off discussions were good. We learnt a little bit from them, and we hope they learnt a little bit from us. But we are very interested in international examples, so if anyone can point to any more that are relevant, that's very good. We also try and encourage our colleagues. We can't set policy, we can't change legislation, that's your job. But we are pleased when we see the practice in the whole system getting better.
And that's been a sort of improvement over time. Yeah.
We hope so.
Yeah. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, and thank you both for coming along today and making yourself available. With respect to the work done in examining a large project like a mining project, so let's not refer at this point to either the ones that are on the are being considered today in terms of witnesses, but mining project X, that when it comes to the work of the IPC, it falls to the IPC to effectively scope out itself what it's going to do in terms of its remit of looking at this project under the legislation. Is that correct? So there's no predetermined boundaries or other than the legislation that limits you in any way in scoping out the full work that you do to complete what is the task in front of you. Is that a fair statement?
I think it's fair, but I'd add that in that we have to be comprehensive and we have to make sure we're in line with the Act, as you pointed out, and any relevant other legislation or regulations, and that can be quite a complex set of things, so we try to be as comprehensive as we can. And over the years, with many mines, we have tended to build processes for checking, and we have a very good Office of the Independent Planning Commission, our Secretariat, that works with the panel to check all things are there. We also are particularly looking, of course, at the assessment report.
Yes.
And that and the site visit and interaction, our interviews with the applicant and so on, will particularly guide us so that we might spend more time, I think is where I particularly want to emphasise. There's more time on particular matters. So certain mines it'll be noise, others will be dust, others it'll be the whole lot. The water will be a really big issue. And we'll probably end up spending more time, and often the assessment report will be bigger in that area too. So we don't have a fine, you must follow this checklist, but we have an internal effective checklist of processes and sort of good practice. Yes. So we do a fair bit of training of commissioners internally. We have a meeting every quarter in the year, the quarterly commissioners meeting, where among other things we look over past cases, we look at changes in legislation, we get people in to talk to us, and where we actively, as the group of 25 at the moment commissioners, will talk about this, and we train new commissioners as they come on in a staggered way. So though there is not a checklist, it's a very process-bound organisation where we try and make sure we're not missing anything.
The government's time's expired. I'll go.
But hang on, Dr. Williams might have something to add.
Just to reaffirm that any development, any project we consider is all different. They're all different, and that we do have the capacity to scope out to address particular issues that we feel need to be more closely examined and tested. But in doing that, of course, we're always bound by the framework in which we have to operate within.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to just get clear on the timing of both of these, particularly McPhillamys and Bowden's, obviously. The time in which the IPC assessed both of those. I understand they were recommended by the department for approval of consideration very close to the end of last year. Is that correct?
Yes, it was the end of last year. I need to look up the exact
dates. Both roughly
but
the same time.
One was a bit behind the other, yes.
Yeah, so one of them, which I cannot remember which one, but was on the 22nd of December. Understand 2 business days before the Christmas break. Sent to the IPC with I think 12 weeks. So assessing it during the caretaker period.
Yes, thank you. I think we're ahead of. We are given a limited time to do things, but that can be extended if we have to. I mean, talking in the general at this point. Also, we have rules around the Christmas break where we close down and don't do.
Everybody does.
Everyone does, but we because of we need time for community to be there. We can't hold we can hold site visits, but we can't hold community consultation until we're reasonably sure people are back. So, while I think we did make it before caretaker, that wasn't going to inhibit us because while we will try and get within the 84 days, we're asked to keep with. It's 84 days factoring in that break. And another thing that's in here is we have a stop the clock mechanism that if we have to go back and ask the department for further clarification on something, that can extend the time. But yes, it was an extraordinarily complex set of timing issues, you're right.
Yes. So who sets the time and the deadline to the IPC for these assessments, for the decision, sorry?
Yeah, the time is set through the statement of expectations to the Commission.
The Minister sets that?
The Minister sets that, and it's fixed for all, like mining cases, I think, I need to check, it's 84 days, and other cases are so many days, so it's in the statement of expectations, which we could table.
So for each particular mine?
No, for
the
general.
state significant development. Okay.
Yeah, state significant development, but mines with a hearing are longer than, a training camp or something over there.
And so you had these two mines that so McPhillamys and Bowden's by just before Christmas. Then the community. I mean, that would have been quite stressful for them at that time. It's not an ideal time to have to conduct hearings and that whole process through.
It's not ideal, but we held the McPhillamys one, the first one, before the break. We were always careful, as I said, to try and recognise particularly the school holiday period because there are so many people away, and that'll include, both sides of the case. But we had the further complication, which I think you know about, that the first chair of the McPhillamys case, Professor Chris Fell, died on the way to the hearing. So we had to reconstitute the panel, and Dr. Williams very kindly was willing so I appointed him to chair and appointed Professor Menzies to join the panel. So that added a further complication to the complications you're correctly pointing to.
Do you think that time period provided enough time for the commissioners, for the IPC to adequately consider and balance everything that they heard? Dr. Williams, I might go to you because you chaired the McPhillamys one.
Chair,
Is that
can I
correct?
just raise a point of order with this line of questioning? I think the witnesses outlined at the start that one of these matters is currently under an appeal, and I'm just, expressing my concerns around the sub judice convention, and perhaps would encourage the line of questioning to be more broad as opposed to about a specific project. Which is currently
thanks
under
for
an
the point of
appeal,
order. It
the
was in the
decision.
opening statement that there may be questions the witnesses are unable to answer. Given the level of expertise of these particular witnesses, I'll allow the question, but noting that we may get an insufficient answer because of that, and I accept that.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, just ask whether did it allow, do you think, enough time to consider, just during that period, to consider all of the evidence and all of the community's concerns?
Yes, no, thank you. I think it did. We actually started with our site inspection on the 28th of November. The matter was sent to us a couple of weeks earlier than that, so I can't remember the date, but we had our site inspection on the 28th of November. We had community representatives along with us at the site inspection. We had a locality tour on the same day. We had stakeholder meetings with various stakeholders in early December.
Yes, I've got the timeline in front of me, so I did see,
So I think so. And the other point I would add is that we did have to use the stop the clock a couple of times for various reasons. And also we used our discretion to extend time for submissions, particularly for later submissions from various parties, to give them time to make that point across, but also to give us time to consider them. So,
thank you.
In the end, I think we did.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to, I've just got copies of a transcript of some of the witnesses, a witness who appeared on the first day of the hearing from the Belubula Headwaters Protection Group. And you can see on that page is Dan Sutton, who is from Belubula Headwaters Protection Group, who is quite scathing, to be honest, about the IPC and the engagement. And this is what we've heard from members of the community who have talked to us. Feel like it was an absolute waste of time. They were led to believe, prior to the closure of submissions, that they'd be able to make all of these submissions. The commissioners would thoroughly consider them. Throughout the whole process, there were hundreds and hundreds of hours spent on detailing these issues. So he goes on, this is what all of the witnesses say. Their key concern is that they put in so much work around potential recommendations for conditions of consent, things that would make it slightly better for them based on all of their research. They engaged independent experts. Not a single one of what they recommended was picked up by you and taken on board and accepted. Why is that?
I don't want to comment on the case. So I'm not in it. It's the commission's constituted by the panel. But this is, and I've read other examples in the transcript for other days too, so I've seen the pattern you're pointing to. And I'm very sorry that people feel this way, and maybe, that's something for us to consider. And we do consider, because we do take every submission is read, every suggestion is on conditions is definitely read, and we have been, one of the process improvements we've made in the last few years has to be encouraging people to comment on conditions. We found people used to comment only on the on sort of general things, so we suggested they comment on the assessment report and particularly the conditions. And this has led in certain cases to quite a change in the conditions. People have suggested to us change conditions, and that has been picked up. In this case, as I said, I won't comment, but I can assure you that we do read every case, we do look at the condition changes, and that on certain cases they come through. Of course, our statement of reasons is fairly large. It's got an assessment report attached to it too, and we were encouraged in that review to make them more concise and easier to read. And as such, we have cut them down, and particular submissions will not always be covered. Sometimes there'll be a quote from it. Sometimes in aggregate, you'll be able to see one's own submission summarised. But if if we had several hundred submissions, not everybody's submission is going to be there, but it certainly will be considered, and condition changes will be considered against what the department has recommended. And sometimes we'll find a condition, or a condition with a small addition to it, covers things, but it reaches the same area but doesn't necessarily look like the original thing put to the Commission. I'm not sure if that's making good sense. But we certainly look at it.
Is it unusual for not a single recommendation from anybody other than the proponent to be accepted?
No. You do find, and it's one of the things the department complains to us about our behaviour, you do find we do change the conditions on almost every case.
Except not McPhillamys, no.
I'm not going to comment on the detail of McPhillamys. Go on.
Could I just add that Mr. Sutton joined us on the original site inspection, and he spoke and made several submissions. He spoke at the public hearing and several submissions. As Professor O'Kane has said, every submission made, and we had over 1,000, is read by the Commission, and we take all that on board as best we can. There's case law recently in the Land Environment Court that refers to the fact that not every matter we receive has to be specifically referred to in our statement of reasons. We can't refer to over 1,000 individual submissions. But we do take particular note, as Professor O'Kane said, of suggestions and recommendations that might help us. Now, we had several meetings of 4 or 5 meetings of 2-3 hours each as a panel working through conditions. We had time outside of those meetings working through conditions. We went with a number of ideas, proposals, for example, with how some of the recommendations given to us by some of the members of the community might be able to be incorporated into our conditions of consent, and generally we were satisfied we could find that either they were unworkable or that they were already incorporated in draft conditions or consent, or in some cases we were able to modify some of the conditions to incorporate some of those concerns. So we did make an active effort to try and incorporate wherever possible the concerns of the community.
Thank you. We were hoping for longer sessions today, but that didn't happen.
Thank you. To the opposition.
Thank you. Thank you for being here to give evidence today. I have some questions, I suppose, just about process essentially, and I understand that the factors to be considered are in the legislation, but I wondered if you'd mind, for the benefit of the committee, sort of going through all of the factors that you need to weigh when you're reaching your decision.
I think, if I may, could we swear in the legal director of the Planning Commission, who's here, Mr. James Innes, and he can go through that in a more efficient route than I'm going to do it.
I'd be very happy with that.
I'm
The chair
happy to
is happy.
No
Thank you.
objection.
It'll take a minute. Thank
Would you
Could-
like me to read out the oath?
Yes, please add your name and position title for the record.
Of course.
Thank you.
James Innes, INNES, and my position title is Legal Director. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Innes. Do you need me to repeat the question?
No, that's all right, Ms. Carter.
Thank you.
The starting point for any of these determinations, and the same rules apply to the Commission as would apply to a local council or to a regional planning panel or any planning authority, even the Minister when the Minister's exercising these functions. The starting point is Section 4.15 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, and that sets out what are called the mandatory considerations. They include things like the provisions of any relevant environmental planning instrument, the suitability of the site for development, the likely impacts of the development, the public interest.
Can I just ask you, their impacts being economic,
Indeed.
environmental, social?
all of which are explicitly referred to in section 4.15 of the Act. The public interest, of course, weighs very heavily, and any submission, any duly made submission received by the planning authority.
Sorry to keep stopping you.
That's all right.
I'm just wondering the interaction between public interest and social and environmental impacts. Why they listed twice? Is public interest different to environmental and social impacts? Perhaps if you could tease that out a little bit.
It's a very good question, Ms. Carter. The public interest is not definitively defined, if I can use that somewhat redundantly. It's not exhaustively defined, I should say, by any legislation. It really falls back to the discretion and sound judgment of the decision maker. There are a couple of things that the courts have found are necessarily included in the public interest, and they include things like environmentally sustainable development, the precautionary principle, and matters of that nature. But it is largely a matter of discretion for the panel, exercising sound judgment, but bound by the law and bound by the rules of procedural fairness. It has to be something that is relevant to the matter at hand. Now, the considerations listed in section 4.15 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act are mandatory, but they're not exhaustive. The planning authority, be it the commission or a council or anyone, can really look at any matter that is relevant to the objects and purpose of the EP&A Act. In making that decision. So as an officer of the Secretariat of the Commission, something that we do very diligently is ensure that commissioners are properly advised that they must consider the mandatory considerations, but that they have the discretion to exercise sound judgment on matters beyond those mandatory considerations in the Act.
And informing a view about those mandatory and other discretionary considerations, are they solely influenced by the material that's received by way of submissions, or can they seek information or expert advice from other sources?
It's not limited to what's put to the panel in submissions. Something that I can't speak for other planning authorities in saying this, but I can speak for the Commission. Everything that the panel considers, whether it's submissions or, say, an expert report commissioned by one of the agencies, commissioned by the Commission itself in some instances, all of that is made publicly available on the Commission's website. Our guiding principle is everything the panel sees, the public can see too. There are some very limited exceptions to that relating to, a good example is the recent Glendale matter, Glendale coal mine. There was some culturally sensitive material related to a Commonwealth Aboriginal Heritage and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander heritage protection claim that was kept confidential for cultural sensitivity reasons. But other than that, I can't think of any recent examples where we haven't made something public that the Commission has considered.
And in what circumstances might the Commission consider it would independently want to source advice or expert evidence?
Again, a very good question, because that's changed over time, member. As Professor O'Kane mentioned in response to, I think, a question from Ms. Fairman, the Commission used to do a lot more of this itself. At that time, the Commission didn't have the timeframes that are now stipulated. We had unlimited is a very bold statement, but we had a undefined period of time within which to make decisions. We also didn't have a memorandum of understanding with the department, which we now do have, and that was one of the recommendations of the 2019 Productivity Commission review. One of the matters dealt with in that memorandum of understanding is the circumstances in which, when we do consider that we do need additional expert advice, how we do that. I don't have it in front of me, and if I get any of this wrong, we'll obviously remedy it in writing after the fact. But my understanding of the process, which is rarely needed to be exercised, is that we'll first go to the department and we'll say, look, we need more expert assessment of XYZ matters. Can you please either commission that or talk to the EPA, New South Wales Health, whatever the agency may be. And if we go through that process and still find that we need that additional expertise, that we can then go and commission that ourselves.
Okay. I'm just presenting a hypothetical in order to try and understand the process myself. But if, for example, there were submissions received from community members which raised an issue that the IPC felt hadn't been adequately addressed by the expert evidence that it had, it might seek to go down that process, and so then the final report might address questions relying on expert testimony, not referencing perhaps the individual submissions, but those ideas would have been explored and incorporated in the final report. Is that how the process might work?
That's a very good summation.
Right. Oh, good. Thank you. And you're the final decision maker, or appeals are possible from decisions made by the IPC?
Appeals are possible to the courts from decisions
Yes.
made by the IPC. We're the final decision maker in respect of a development consent, but that's one of the many approvals that these projects require. There could be ministerial approval required from the Commonwealth Minister under the EPBC Act, the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, an environmental protection licence from the EPA, a mining tenement from the Minister for Mineral Resources. So in terms of development consent, we're the final arm of government that decides it, but appeals to the courts can lie against our decisions. They can be appealed, as a starting proposition, they can be appealed either on the merits or on the legality of the decision. However, when the Minister directs us to hold a public hearing, which he did in both the McPhillamys and Bowden's cases, that limits the appeal rights that are available against the decision. The decisions can't be appealed on the merits, they can only be appealed on the legality of the decision. And Bowden's is sub judice on that basis in a judicial review.
I'm not asking you to speak about Bowden's, but perhaps if you could explain the legalities, what type of issues?
Of course.
Yeah.
Obviously, I can't give legal advice to the
No.
committee, but the sorts of issues that are typically, I can answer on a typical basis, what's typically put to us, that there's been a failure on the Commission's part to be procedurally fair, that we've failed to take into account a relevant consideration, that we have taken into account an irrelevant consideration, matters of that nature. And I'm very pleased to say that the Commission has a very good record in terms of the legality of its decisions. One of our decisions has gone all the way to a special leave application to the High Court. None of our decisions has been overturned on appeal on the legality. They've always withstood legal scrutiny up to and including the High Court.
That's an extraordinary record.
Can I suggest we could give examples of the sort of things people on particular cases. So you could talk about Bylong, for example, or Narrabri Underground, this type of appeal.
Sure.
issue.
Narrabri Underground was significantly related to climate change considerations. I think without wanting to mischaracterise the appeal, a short version is that the Commission failed to adequately take into account the consequences of anthropogenic climate change in granting consent to that application. Bylong, which was an appeal against a refusal, obviously had very different heads of consideration than you might expect from an objector, but the principles of administrative law constrain the running of those appeals in every instance.
Just to be clear, there's no merit rights appeal, though, on these.
When we're directed by the Minister to hold a public hearing, there is no right of merit appeal against our decision. That's correct.
Yeah. And excuse my simplistic understanding of this process, but essentially, in something that's referred to you become the consent authority. You provide the development consent. So, if I'm putting a rumpus room on my house, I would get development approval from the local council, but in the type of project you're considering, you're the development authority?
Correct. If it's state significant development that meets one of the three thresholds that Professor O'Kane referred to, if it's a state significant development, and that's determined by reference to qualitative and quantitative significance, capital investment value typically, if it's over a certain capital investment value, it'll be of state significance. It will either be determined by the Minister through his delegates in the department or by us. The determining factor of whether it would come to us rather than the Minister is whether there's been a political donation by the applicant, there are 50 or more objections to the application, or the local council has objected.
Right.
And just on that, you're entirely correct, member. We are the consent authority for those. However, under Section 4.6 of the EPNA Act, there are certain functions of a consent authority that are done on our behalf by the Department of Planning. So we are not a whole consent authority. We are parts of a consent authority.
Could I just ask for your thoughts, and I appreciate you may not have given any thought to this. As I understand the testimony we've received, your responsibility finishes with the decision and there's no ongoing regulation enforcement mechanism. So if my neighbour if my neighbour has a problem about the way I'm constructing the rumpus room or what hours my tradies are working, they can ring the council as the consent authority. What's the mechanism if somebody has a problem about like post the consent being given, a problem about the way those works or other matters are being carried out, or whether it aligns with the consent that's been given.
Indeed, and that goes to what I put to you in my previous answer, that we're parts of a consent authority.
Yes.
So the part of a consent authority that would typically be involved in monitoring and compliance is not done by us. In terms of who they can go to, the applicant itself, the Department of Planning, which is the principal regulator, and depending on the nature of the matter, it might be something, although it's covered by development consent, it might be something that's more appropriate for the EPA to look into. Say if it's a pollution incident, or there might be standards. Sorry.
If I'm a neighbour, how do I know which one of those to contact?
The conditions of consent typically require applicants to have hotlines and to publish information about that, and they have reporting mechanisms to the EPA, to the department, and people of that nature. And of course, I mean, even if the council isn't the immediate regulator, I can't think of any example when a council would turn someone away with a complaint. I'm sure their practice would be to direct them to the appropriate.
And the general question, when you don't know where to turn, you're a member of the public, and there's always ringing the Department of Planning.
Right.
Or with the new arrangements coming, Department of the Environment.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
We've run out of time for this session. Thank you so much to all three of you for making yourselves available to give evidence today, and the Secretariat will be in contact with you with any questions on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your evidence.
We'll now break for morning tea for 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I'd like to welcome our next witnesses. Thank you very much for taking the time to give evidence today. Could you each please state your name and position, title, and take either the oath or the affirmation, perhaps starting with Ms. Beattie in the room.
Thank you. Georgina Beattie, CEO of Mining, Exploration and Geoscience in the Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Day?
Yes, thank you. My name is Peter Day, Executive Director with the Resources Regulator, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Do you have an opening statement today?
No, we don't, because this is our second appearance. We don't have another opening statement.
Thank you very much. In that case, we'll move straight to questions from the committee, perhaps starting with the government.
Thank you, and thank you through the chair. Thank you both for. Sorry.
No, go for it. No, I just didn't. I didn't realise Kate was on.
For making yourselves available for the second time. We're grateful for that. As you know, I'm sure you've been following the inquiry. We've had the opportunity to visit a couple of places outside of Sydney. We went to Orange, where we had the opportunity to meet community members and hear from them, and then have a look at the adjacent Cadia mine. Then we were over in Mudgee, same thing, community members, an opportunity to look at the proposed Bowden site. One of the key pieces of feedback, if I could sort of use that word, from community members in both places, and I might say also in a number of the submissions that we've received, and I'm sure you're familiar with the fact we've received them, and you may have even studied some of them, is a general statement that the scrutiny over the consideration of proposals, and then as those proposals, if they do move through, and the mine opens, and there's regulation around the operation of the mines, that it's a weak process. The process, particularly with respect to the regulation of mining in the state, is pretty weak. I'm just wondering, and I know it's a general statement and a general question, but how would you respond to the statement of a number of people who come to us and said, through evidence, that we think the regulation of resource development in this state is weak? So it's an open-ended question, but that's a proposition we've heard time and time again.
Sure, thank you. Look, the regulatory framework that oversees mining in New South Wales is quite complex and involves many parts of government. Many parts of government exercising various functions under a number of different pieces of legislation. And the different parts of government play different roles in ensuring that the regulatory requirements across those range of pieces of legislation are addressed, and that really begins at the very beginning of a project through the planning assessment process. And I know the committee has heard from, just before morning tea, the Independent Planning Commission, and the overall requirements are set up initially in the development consent conditions. But after that, there's a range of other legislation and regulatory approaches that are taken to ensure that those conditions are met, and also new conditions are placed through various other mechanisms. So for me, under Mining, Exploration and Geoscience, our focus is on the safety of workers and also ensuring compliance under the Mining Act, which essentially it has a focus on rehabilitation requirements and other matters that are addressed under the mining legislation. And I think the point, and I think this would apply to all all regulators is that we take an approach of continuous improvement. So the regulation is requirements are placed on operators, and then it is enforced stringently through, in our case, the resources regulator, which takes action to where there are issues, non-compliance. If there's complaints that are made, the regulator is very active in investigating those, and I think has a good record to ensure that there is compliance with those conditions. So it is a complex arrangement, the way that various parts of government work together. And I might refer to my colleague, Mr. Day, who can talk through some of the day-to-day operational work that the resources regulator takes to ensure compliance.
Thank you. That would be helpful.
Thanks, Georgina. And yes, just following up on what Georgina outlined there, I mean, we are a specialist regulator for the mining sector, both the Mining Act and also in the mining safety area as well. The mining industry is highly regulated, and in the safety side, that's reflected in the statistics. If you go to the Safe Work Australia website, you know, our fatality rate in mining is very low compared to other industries such as agriculture, transport and construction. In the metals industry, which is the target of this inquiry, you know, New South Wales has now gone through 2 years without a fatality, which is a major achievement in an industry that is regarded as a high hazard, high risk industry. In terms of how we operate as the regulator, but we put our focus very much on proactive campaigns. We want to try to prevent accidents and compliance issues from happening before they occur, rather than just focusing solely on reactive, but also reactive is a component of that. And the regulator has a proactive compliance program, which includes audits and inspections and target assessment programs. And we actually determine and publish a compliance priority project every 6 months based on emerging trends and our own industry compliance data from within New South Wales, but also around Australia and overseas, looking at the intelligence there. We also respond reactively to instances and complaints, and we conduct investigations as appropriate. But in terms of activity, you know, we undertake significant amounts of activity in New South Wales. And just simply with respect to safety compliance action, in the last financial year just completed, in the safety side, we conducted over 1,700 proactive mine and petroleum site safety assessments. We received, assessed and responded to just over 2,000 mine safety incident notifications. We took enforcement action in terms of accepting enforcement undertakings, finalising prosecutions, issuing 3 penalty notices, 18 official cautions. We issued 174 prohibition notices requiring operators to immediately cease unsafe work practices as well as 889 notices, improvement notices to address safety compliance issues observed during our proactive campaigns. We recognise that compliance not only is enforcement, but also education. And each year we conduct a number of education and workshops, sessions with industry. And last year we conducted about 33 workshops with the smaller mines in New South Wales to improve their capability and awareness of safety in particular. And a part of that is part of our awareness and communication, where we issued 34 safety alerts, bulletins and information on our investigations as well. And as I said before, last year we finalised 2 mine safety prosecutions. In terms of the Mining Act, which covers off on rehabilitation, in the last financial year we carried over 304 site assessments to ensure compliance with rehab requirements. We received, assessed and responded to 144 allegations of non-compliance within the Mining Act. And we completed about 4,178 desktop assessments, including reviews of licensing and registration applications, high-risk activity notifications, revisions to rehab cost estimates, and initial assessments of alleged non-compliance. In the Mining Act as well, we finalised 2 prosecutions, and we suspended 2 tolls and cancelled 2 tolls in response to non-compliance, and issued 25 directions to improve rehab on mine sites. Some of our recent events in terms of enforcement action on the safety side included prosecuting Endeavour Coal August last year for failing to comply with safety duties, and they were fined $300,000 plus costs. Hamilton's Blasting Services in December 21, failing to comply with safety duty, and they were fined $324,000. Peak Gold Mine in October 2021 were fined $480,000 plus costs for failing to comply with their safety duties. In terms of undertakings, we accepted undertakings from Winder Controls January last year for failure to comply with safety requirements, and that was requiring them to contribute $253,626 towards both industry and community good to rectify those issues. Springvale Coal enforcement undertaking in November 2020 of $540,742 in terms of make good provisions under that enforcement undertaking. In terms of the Mining Act itself, we've had a number of prosecutions where we prosecuted for unauthorised mining with a family called Warburns. We were fined $60,000 each plus costs in December 21. Narrabri coal operations were prosecuted and fined in August 2021 for contravening their exploration activity approvals, and they were fined $372,500 plus costs. And in terms of enforcement undertakings, which are a powerful tool as well, we've accepted undertakings from Explorers Catalina Minerals in July this year for $141,000. Rangot Minerals in April this year for $87,500. And Marblecraft and Granite in January this year for $71,964. Currently, we've got 6 matters on safety side before the court and 2 Mining Act matters before the court. So I think on that reflection of that, we are a strong, effective regulator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Before my time expires, which might be soon, can I just go back to a point that was made by you, Ms. Betty, which I'd ask you to elucidate about this matter of continuous improvement or continuous enhancement of how the role is carried out. Could you please just explain the reasoning behind that approach, but how actually is it manifested to be driven inside the organisation?
Yeah, sure. Look, I think as government and as a regulator, we're always looking to make sure that we are leading practice in terms of the way we regulate the mining sector. So that means that we are always looking to cases to understand and learn what occurs and review and reflect on how we can improve. We regularly review what's happening in other jurisdictions to also help inform and see how we compare. It's not always easy to compare apples with apples, but it gives us a really good insight into how we're going. I know that the resources regulator is often visited by other or contacted by other jurisdictions, whether that's in Australia or overseas, looking to understand our approach and to share their learning. So we learn from that, they learn from that. I think it's really just good practice to be consistently thinking about and making sure that the regulatory framework that exists is fit for purpose, because ultimately our objective is to administer the various pieces of legislation, and in that it talks about safety and sustainable mining.
Perhaps I've got still some more time. And this is just to both of you. Evidence that we've received from various companies that have given evidence, and particularly the two this morning, but one in particular that I was impressed by, is the reference to monitoring and responding in real time to matters. In other words, instead of being reactive when something has happened and really perhaps heading out of control or getting out of control, being alerted as quickly as possible to something and minimising that time to be able to get in there and deal with it. I'm just wondering, is that analogous in the regulatory area as well, whereby instead of just doing ad hoc checking and looking in the rear vision mirror, what we're doing is more systematic and, picking up Mr. Day's point, educative, to hopefully change attitudes and the way in which things are looked at as the way they should be managed by the particular company?
Yeah, absolutely. It has to be proactive and reactive. Mr. Day may want to add some specific examples on that.
Welcome.
Yes, certainly, Georgina. So I think on the theme of continual improvement and proactive, the regulator drastically changed its operations over about 5 years ago in terms of moving very much from a reactive point of view, commissioned a lot of work and moved its entire operation to a proactive, targeted approach. And so what we did there is look at the intelligence from around Australia, from our own data, of which we have significant quantities of, and from there we target our proactive campaigns to really target those areas that focus on the risks in terms of safety that will lead to either a catastrophic outcome or a mass fatality in terms of the mining sector as well. So we're a high hazard regulator and only focus on those high risk areas. And that's the entire focus of our proactive campaign. And from that, we have seen significant improvements in safety through the mining industry in tandem with working with industry closely on that, and the recognised approach from being reactive to proactive. In terms of, I guess, a subject matter that I guess no doubt will be of interest here is the area that we do work on in terms of dust control in the mining sector, and certainly in terms of New South Wales, we were a national leader in terms of being the first jurisdiction to mandate a standard for diesel particulate in the mining sector around exposure. And so we regulate mine operators around dust exposure, silica and heavy metals, around regulating that operators must ensure that the workers' exposure within the working environment is as low as reasonably practical and doesn't exceed exposure standards. And the requirements, the regulations basically require that no person in New South Wales mines is to be exposed to airborne dust and airborne contaminants. Concentrates that exceed workplace exposure standards, and mines must ensure the workers' exposures are kept as low as reasonably practical. And we've got designated levels there, exposure standards that are based on an 8-hour time-weighted average for respirable dust, respirable crystalline silica, inhalable dust, and diesel particulate matter. And so the mine sites have an obligation to report those exceedances. And so I'm just giving you an example of what we do proactively wise of inhalable dust, respirable dust, silica dust, and diesel particulate. And then we would investigate that if we're notified of an exceedance and put measures in place to rectify that. And the company does as well under their own obligations. The regulations require the companies to actually identify airborne contaminants as a principal hazard, and they must set out a management plan on how they will manage those risks associated with the airborne contaminants at the mine. So they've got to be proactive in terms of how they manage those high hazard areas. And additional requirements, and this is part of the continual improvement, we actually changed the regulation last year to have additional requirements for managing silica at metals mines and quarries, which were implemented as part of the regulation in 2022. And what that requires is that mine operators of metals mines and quarries where crystalline silica has been identified as a hazard must ensure sampling analysis of that airborne dust at the mine is carried out by a person who's independent of the mining operations, licensed by the regulator, so there's control there, and that they do sampling operations at least annually or other times as necessary, and that the samples are basically taken from workers at the work face in the breathing zone to ensure that they are not exceeding that exposure standard. Generally, also, the regulation requires that the mine operators must have and implement a safety management system, a principal hazard management plan for air quality and dust and other airborne contaminants, and a health control plan. And that applies across all their operations, generally for hazards. And so, once again, that leads us to a proactive approach in terms that we can assess how they are monitoring that, how they implement their own controls, and that they are rectifying any issues that happen on a mine site. Thank you.
Well, thank you both for that very helpful evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. To the opposition.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. I have a couple of questions in relation to complaints and investigations, and I acknowledge we've had some very useful examples today, especially in relation to the Mining Act and to the safety of workers. Is the resources regulator reactive in the sense that it has to wait till a complaint is made, or can it be proactive and initiate its own investigations?
Yes, I can answer that. So certainly we can investigate any time we wish based on information, based on complaints received, industry intelligence, findings from our own proactive assessments and inspections. So we're very active in that regard about investigating any allegations of non-compliance out there. We may receive complaints from workers. We take anonymous complaints. We also have a relationship in terms of our Ministerial Safety Advisory Council, MSAC, is made up of both industry and also unions as well, the AWU and MEU, and they are also a source of industry information in terms of where we could target our compliance efforts as well.
So in the last 2 years, how many investigations would you have initiated, not as a result of complaints, but off your own initiative?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice in terms of giving you that actual figure breakdown itself. But before I gave you a detailed outline of how many investigations we do over a year, but I can give you
if
the...
you could take it on notice, and the difference between those where you're responding and those where you're initiating, I'd be very grateful to that. So can anybody with any concern about any mining project complain to the resources regulator?
Yes. Yes, we have a, in terms of safety, we have a hotline around, which is obviously more focused towards workers. And so workers and companies can contact that hotline and we would respond. And that line is manned 24/7 in terms of notifications. So if there was a critical incident on a mine site, we would respond the minute we're aware of that from a point of view of investigating the safety breach. In terms of the Mining Act itself, yes, we have a hotline there as well around any concerns around how mining companies are responding in terms of operating with the compliance with exploration requirements, Mining Act conditions as well, and we would investigate that as well.
So if there was a noise complaint, is that covered by the Mining Act?
Noise complaint is an EPA matter.
But if I can just jump in there, if the resources regulator received a phone call from a member of the community talking about noise at a mine site, we would refer them to the appropriate regulator, in this case the EPA, with a phone number about how they can pursue that complaint. So while there are different regulators serving different functions under the legislation, we all collaborate and work together regularly. So if there was a complaint that wasn't within our remit, we would make sure that person knew the direction to go.
So a member of the public with an air quality concern or a noise complaint rings the resources regulator. Which of the hotlines would they be ringing? Would it matter which hotline they rang?
It wouldn't matter. We would look at the information contained.
And what would the time frame be? So you would look at it within 24 hours, 7 days?
It would, depending on when it came in, it would definitely be looked at within 7 days, and it's initially triaged and given a rating of how critical it is. If it's looked at and assessed as being not our remit, then we would definitely pass it on to the relevant agency as a referral.
Well, we've got conflicting information. Do you get back to the person who's made the complaint and say you need to ring the EPA, or do you pass it on to the EPA and say ring that person?
We would pass it on to the EPA, but also let the person know as well.
So you do both?
Yes.
Within what time frame? So I'm Mrs. Smith and I'm concerned about air quality from an existing mine. I ring it Friday at 6 o'clock to the safety hotline. When do I hear back most likely from the resources regulator?
So what would happen then is that there'd be if it's the general hotline in terms of general inquiries, we have an instant hotline that is given to industry for safety complaints like accidents on work sites, and that's manned by inspectors, and they will respond accordingly. If it was on a weekend for that
I'm Mrs. Smith. I haven't got the special number.
It would go to an email or a voicemail, and we would come back to them on the Monday morning and let them know that would be a matter for the EPA to investigate.
And would you pass it on to the EPA as well?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, because it seems like there's sort of different ideas as to exactly what's managed. So you're telling me that they would get information within 48 hours as to who the correct authority is?
Yes, if they email or phone us on the weekend, it goes to the general line. It goes to a voicemail or a email address, and then we
if
respond
I'm
to
Mrs.
that.
Smith living near a mine, how do I find your contact details?
It's on our website in terms of resources regulator.
Okay, and how do I know that I need to go to the resources regulator when I've got a problem with a mine?
On our website, we outline there what our functions
No,
are.
I guess what I'm
regulate.
suggesting, Mr. Day, is that if I'm not educated about the way the mine system works, if I'm not working in the industry, how do I know to look for resources regulator on the web?
So if I could just jump in here.
Please.
For the community, the primary regulator is the EPA. So the resources regulator is regulating safety for the workers and regulating the Mining Act. And again, we are regulating the mining company essentially for activities that occur on the mining site. So outside.
So could you indicate what the Mining Act regulation covers, what areas that covers?
Yes, so Mining Act, it is largely rehabilitation. It is also land access arrangements.
So would land access include noise from an
No.
access road? So
No.
what would land access cover then?
It's about agreements for accessing land to, for example, undertake exploration activities.
Right, okay. So Mining Act is basically getting into mine in the first place and rehabilitating the mine afterwards?
That's right.
Okay. In terms of rehabilitation, I understand that companies lodge a bond when approval's given to cover
Yes.
anticipated rehab. Are there any issues with insufficiency of that bond?
So the bond is a key part of the regulatory framework that we use to oversee rehabilitation activities. It is part of a range of tools that are available. The bond, essentially, companies are required to pay 100% of the full cost of rehabilitating that particular site. And what that means is that companies are required to regularly review what the disturbance is on their land and regularly update the calculation of what that cost would be, and the rehabilitation security deposit should reflect that cost. So we talked before about continuous improvement, and the regulatory framework for rehabilitation has, like all frameworks, regularly updated and improved, and recently in 2021 new reforms were introduced which really strengthened the way that rehabilitation is overseen by the resources regulator, and that includes now a requirement for progressive rehabilitation, so companies must rehabilitate as they mine, and also annual reporting to the regulator around the disturbance and what progressive rehabilitation is occurring, so that we can make sure that the rehabilitation security bond accurately reflects the disturbance on the land.
So there's no difficulties with insufficiency of the bond?
Well, site by site, we look at the cases and we ensure that companies are paying. So when companies need to assess that disturbance, they do that using a rehabilitation cost estimate tool, and then they are required to pay that to
We're all
us.
familiar with issues in typically the building industry where companies dissolve with liabilities and then arise from the ashes of their dissolution as a new company. That's not something that happens in mining?
Well, the rehabilitation bond, we refer to it as the tool of last resort. So it's held by the government until the mining title is relinquished. So
and can you explain to me what happens? We've heard evidence that if a company's mining activities are frozen, I think was the term we heard, and apologies for not having that term in front of me, that the bond was not available for rehabilitation works, but there was a tailings dam that could not be rehabilitated because while there was legal action available, the company had no money so there was no point suing it. So who takes care of those situations?
I'm not familiar with that particular case. I'd have to know the details of that to be able to comment on that.
But there's no issues about the rehab bond being able to be accessed because the mining company is not currently engaged in mining?
So with the mining if there is a title, and if there is an existing title holder, we would use all other enforcement action before we use the security deposit.
So how often is the security deposit used?
Very rarely, because the regulatory framework is strong and the resources regulator is strong and takes action. We haven't really needed to access the security deposit. It's a last resort that we have in the event that a mine is completely abandoned and there's no way to recover or require the company to undertake that rehabilitation.
So if there was a tailings dam that was built to facilitate a mining site, but the tailings dam was had failed, the people on whose property the tailings dam was located could apply to the resources regulator to have the bond used to remediate that tailings dam?
Again, it would depend on the specifics. If there was a title in place, we would be pursuing that company.
So what do you mean by title?
So under the Mining Act, we issue mining leases. So a company cannot operate without a current mining title.
Right. Okay. But somebody in that situation could apply to you for assistance.
They absolutely. They should contact as Mr. Day referred to, and we would look into that. Peter, yeah.
Just to clarify, just to clarify the question there around if that happened, if the company was an operating company, then we can issue a notice on the company to rectify that tailings dam.
Well, what if they're not an operating company? I think this situation that we've
then the rehab bond would come into play, and we would assess what would be required to be done to it. But whatever the company was operating, then the onus on the company, under direction from us, to use their own money before they use the bond. As Georgina said, the bond is a measure of last resort. We always require the company to contribute or to make good on any issue that under a current title, under a current operation. Companies can't avoid their rehab obligations by going into what is often termed care and maintenance mode. Under the arrangements for rehabilitation, they must apply to us for approval to do that, to go into care and maintenance. And there are often sound operational reasons why companies would go into that. However, they can't avoid rehab because they still have to do what we call progressive rehabilitation. So under their plan, even if the operation was in care and maintenance, they would still have to demonstrate to us and meet the requirements of their progressive rehabilitation as per their rehab management plan. But in terms of your question around if there was a problem with the tailings dam, our first protocol as the regulator would be to officially require through a notice, through a direction, to require the company to rectify that dam. If that company went into administration for whatever reason, then that would be where the rehab bond would be used as a measure of last resort.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pick up on that line of questioning, if I can, and use the example of the Sullivan and Day property at the Barilla King gold mine, which I'm sure you're aware of. They were pretty scathing at the New South Wales Resources Regulator role in all of this, and I just wanted to what is the regulator's role in terms of what has happened on that property, just to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, certainly. Look, I can talk to that. The regulator first identified issues with the tailing dams in relation to Barilla King during inspections back in 2019, where leachate was observed emanating from the tailing dam wall. A notice was issued to Barilla King at that stage in July 2019 to appoint a suitably qualified independent expert to complete an assessment of that dam wall to address the chemical and geotechnical issues.
Can I take a step back, Mr. Day? Sorry, you're just mentioning 2019. We had quite an extensive timeline by by the owners of that property dating back to 2004 or something, but they did say that Brula King mine site was allowed to go into care and maintenance in 2014, which that's one of the issues, the very big issue, is how it was able to go into care and maintenance when they had tried to raise issues about the clay lining that was being used that wasn't the right one, and the so many issues before it, and the company was able to go into care and maintenance. Do you want to talk to that to begin with?
Yeah, certainly. And that's part of the process I was just talking about before, and as Georgina outlined with the reforms to the rehabilitation framework that we implemented in 2021, that the progressive rehabilitation stops those companies from going into care and maintenance as they have in the past to avoid some of those actions. And so currently under the current framework, they have to apply for approval to us. So if that situation happened now, they would have to be on approval, and they would still have to progressively rehabilitate. They wouldn't be able just to go into care and maintenance, and that was under previous structures there in terms of that site. So under the current rehab arrangements now, the improvement is that they would need to have approval to do that, and also still fulfil their rehab obligations.
Okay, so you're saying under the current arrangements now,
yes.
What's your response to what the Sullivan and Days are experiencing right now, Ms. Sullivan and Mr. Day? What is the resources regulator doing about that situation now, though? Is there anything?
Yes, we've issued a notice on that company to rectify that Tulling Dams wall. So based on that technical report that we commissioned, that would inform what had to happen to rectify the issue at the actual Tullings wall itself. We issued a notice on the company in November 2021, and that was to implement the recommendations of the report, and those recommendations now must be completed by the end of this year, 31st of December 2023.
What are those?
We're actively monitoring compliance.
Sorry, I missed that.
Sorry, and we're actively monitoring those compliance requirements with the company. So they've got so the company has to rectify the issue as per the technical report by 31st of December this year, which will then address some of that the chemical issues that are coming out of that dam.
Because I think the situation was that they alerted us to was that in the EIS there was a particular clay lining, kaolin clay lining, that was critical to that tailings dam not leaking and polluting their property and dams or what have you. The company ended up not using that, and the Sullivans and Days say that they notified the resources regulator about the fact that a different material was being used, and the resources regulator did nothing. Why do you think that happened? Has there been any response since then just to kind of rectify that, or some kind of retrospective action about the fact the resources regulator didn't take action? I'm just trying to their evidence was extremely compelling, and I think what we're just needing to be assured of is that the resources regulator is aware of this issue and what else it's doing. You've mentioned one thing, but what about all of the historical decisions or lack of decisions that the resources regulator didn't make?
Well, I really can't comment on those ones, but what I can comment on is where we are now, and we've had a notice on that company now for 12 months to undertake works, and what that'll require the company to do is to construct a longwall stable landform over the embankment of that tailing storage facility, and that'll support the final approved land use and effectively encapsulate the acid forming material within the actual embankment itself. So we've taken action in terms of issuing the notice, and that's been in place for approximately a year. It's required to be completed fully by the end of December this year, and if it's not completed, then we'll be taking further action.
Is there anything that needs to happen in terms of change? I'm just thinking in terms of the care going into care and maintenance, which happened in 2014. I just wanted to see whether there's any changes to that, because this happened in 2014 after this extraordinary history of non-compliance and the landholders tearing their hair out. The resources regulator, I think, is it the resources regulator that allows the companies to go into, that says a company can go into care and maintenance. How that happens and what's changed since 2014 to make sure this doesn't happen again?
Yeah, so what has happened is the improvements we've made to the rehabilitation framework that have come into effect in 2021 require the companies to do two things. One is they must apply and get approval to go into care and maintenance, and also the move away from end-of-life rehabilitation to progressive rehabilitation requires those companies and us then to monitor the compliance, that they can't stop rehabilitating even if they go into care and maintenance now.
Can I just check, you just said one of
the case before.
Okay, so one of the changes you said was that they apply to go into care and maintenance. So was that not the case?
There wasn't the requirement beforehand in terms of the old framework, and also the entire rehab framework prior to the current reforms were based very much on end-of-life rehabilitation of the mine site, as opposed to progressive rehabilitation, which requires the companies to start rehabilitating the minute they start creating any disturbance in that land. So that's the big change that allows us to better monitor compliance going forward and to assess progress with that, that the companies must submit a plan going forward in terms of what they intend to do rehabilitation-wise, and then we can monitor that and enforce compliance.
Thank you, Mr. Day.
Ms. Fairman, if I could just add to that, in addition to the rehabilitation reforms that Mr. Day has outlined, we've also introduced a suspension of operations policy, and that was introduced in 2022.
Thank you.
That, if I can just finish that, that
I've
allows...
just got 1 minute left. I just need to really get one more question out. I'm sorry, but
That's okay.
the time is just ridiculous. So I do want to note that but I do appreciate it, Ms. Beattie, that you did jump in. I'm sorry to do that to you. I notice in their submission, Ms. Sullivan and Mr. Day's submission, that the resources regulator has issued Brula King with directives over the past 5 years, July 2019, 2021, 2021, there's all these directives, and it says that Brula King continues to be granted extension after extension as to the required works to the tailings dam wall as originally required. And so in other words, extension after extension. Why are they continuing to be granted extensions? I was just asking what the regulator was doing about Brula King, and you said that they had been issued with a direction, but in their submission they've been issued with many, haven't they? And they keep being granted extensions. Is there a reason that the regulator isn't maybe more tougher on Brula King?
Well, some of those notices were for different things, and so, as I said before, one of the notices was for the company to obtain and get an independent expert report on what had to happen to the tailings dam, and then that would then form the basis of our notice to the company. So that was one notice. Where we are at the moment is that they've had one notice in place for over 12 months to rectify, to implement those recommendations from that report, and that's the notice that we will be acting upon when it's due at the end of December.
Sure. They told us that nothing's happened. They're incredibly frustrated. They've had years and years and years, 15 or something, I mean, an incredible number of years with this pollution. They can't sell their property, and still the company is just getting away with this. When does the resources regulator kind of step in and actually make them do something beyond just issuing notices?
So the notice has a time frame, and if that time frame isn't complied with, then we will look at further action in accordance with their own compliance and enforcement policy.
Why are they being given...
That time frame is 31st of December this year.
Why have they been given extension after extension after extension?
Well, I think, as I said before, one notice was for the report. There was a application for an extension last year, which then allowed to the end of this year. So there wouldn't be any further extensions given after that because they had some, they wanted some clarification. The company wanted some clarification on the recommendations. They needed additional time on that. But
Are you worried about the behaviour of Brewer King? Are you worried about their actions on that property as the regulator? Does it concern you?
Well, the onus is on the company to comply with the notice as we've issued. And if they don't comply with that notice by the due date...
Have you visited the property, Mr Day?
I haven't personally. I should clarify, I'm no relation to the days there, different days. But I haven't visited that property, but I've got confidence in our officers. They've issued the notice and we'll act on that notice if it's not complied with.
We are very aware of that site and we are monitoring closely the outcomes of that direction.
And so, meanwhile, Ms Sullivan and Mr Day have what they have said is a worthless property. Their mental health is just, you could see how much it has impacted, this experience has impacted that. They were tearing their hair out with the committee saying, we just cannot believe that this has been allowed to take place on our property for so many years and nobody has done anything to rein this company in. Ms Beattie, where does that sit within government?
Well, we have to follow due process under the requirements of the various titles. The regulator is taking action. If the action is not delivered by the due date, then further action will be taken by the resources regulator. And I think, again, it's important to note that this would not occur under today's regulatory framework. So this is an older mine site. There have been significant improvements to the framework over time. And as I mentioned earlier, we're always adjusting and improving the way we regulate. And a mine operating or commencing operation today would not be in this situation. So when we talk about care and maintenance, and this mine you mentioned went into care and maintenance, now that wouldn't be allowed to happen. So at the moment, we introduced a new policy.
2014.
2014, I think you said. I don't have those details, but we did introduce a new policy a couple of years ago, which requires that rehabilitation, environmental monitoring, and maintenance must continue when mines are in care and maintenance. So that was, again, an uplift in the regulatory requirements. And we also now require that mines can only go into care and maintenance for a maximum of 3 years. So that's just another example of how we're continually ratcheting up the requirements.
I just wanted to clarify the date, sorry. The date for the new rehab mining conditions came into effect on July 2021, so not 2014. So 2014 is the old framework where we've got the new requirements. They're only pretty recent, but that's the impact of those new requirements is that there's more onus on the companies to not avoid their requirements and obligations under that progressive rehabilitation.
Thank you. That was a bell, wasn't it? Yeah.
Thank you very much for appearing again today. And as per previously, the Secretariat will be in contact with you with any questions on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you for evidence. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Day.
Thank you. I understand our next witness from the Department of Planning and Environment is on video conference. Have we got them? Hello. Welcome. Can you hear us okay?
I can, yes.
Fantastic. Welcome. Thank you so much for taking the time to give evidence for us today. Could you please start by stating your name and position title and swearing either the oath or the affirmation?
Yes, my name's Clay Preshaw. I'm the Executive Director of Energy, Resources and Industry Assessments in the Department of Planning and Environment. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Would you like to start with a short opening statement today?
I would, yes. So I'd like to explain a little bit about my role in assessments. So I lead up a group of environmental planners that undertakes the assessment of major energy, resources and industry projects across New South Wales, all of which come through the state significant development, or in some cases the state significant infrastructure process. Now, all projects that come before us in the state significant development or state significant infrastructure process, including mining projects, must undergo an extremely comprehensive environmental assessment under the planning legislation before a determination is made by the consent authority, which in the case of mining projects is usually the Independent Planning Commission. Now, this assessment considers all of the potential impacts to the surrounding environment and the community, which are thoroughly investigated throughout a detailed and generally very long statutory process. It's a wide-ranging and comprehensive assessment process that covers often all the potential impacts. Importantly, this assessment also takes into consideration advice from all the relevant experts within the various agencies of government, which includes the Resources Regulator, the Environment Protection Authority, New South Wales Health, Department of Planning, Environment, Water, and a long list of other agencies. Now, that's an important point to make because the assessment process in New South Wales is an integrated whole of government approach. So when I say we take advice from other agencies within government, it's important to note that we seek advice at multiple points throughout the long and sometimes arduous process of assessing the projects. So to be a little bit more specific about that, that means we actually go out to all the relevant agencies of government at least 4 times through the assessment process, and often more. So that includes seeking advice from agencies on the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements, which is the scoping stage, the environmental impacts statement, which is the exhibition stage, and then the submissions report or the response to submissions, and then again at the draft conditions of consent if we're recommending for an approval, and often multiple other times where there are requests for additional information. So that's the basic role of the Department of Planning and Environment assessing major energy and resource projects. I would like to quickly just make a couple of brief comments about our assessment of mining projects. The first thing I'd say is that in the mining context, there is no easy project. There is no perfect project. There's never a project where land use conflicts don't exist, for example. And that is ultimately the trickiest and most challenging part of what we do in my area. Now, the second and the final thing I'll say is that despite the difficulties and the technical complexities with mining projects, we as a department are very confident in our process. I would say, in my opinion, New South Wales government has one of the most comprehensive and strictest regimes around environmental impact assessment. And a lot of that is actually built into the statute. And a lot of that relies, again, on leveraging the expertise across government agencies and ensuring that we are collaborative in our approach to assessing all of the various issues that come up on projects. So thank you. That's all I'll say in terms of opening comments.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to questions from committee members, starting with Ms. Fairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I might just start with the time frame for assessment for community participation and what have you on these 2 particular projects, McPhillamys and Bowdens, Mr. Preshaw. I understand, and I think was it McPhillamys, you might correct me if I'm wrong, but one of them was recommended for to go to the IPC. Do you, on the 22nd of December, do you recommend them for approval to the IPC? Is that the DPE's, is that your role?
So our role is to make a recommendation to the consent authority, which in the case of both Bowdens and McPhillamys was the Independent Planning Commission. So it is important for us to prepare an assessment report and make a recommendation at the conclusion of that report.
Yeah, okay. So just in relation to that timing, so the 22nd, was there any kind of extenuating circumstances, directions, timeframes that required or meant that you had that you put that in on the 22nd of December? I'm just thinking for those 2 projects, very controversial, going into a caretaker government period. why it didn't, why there wasn't a delay? Was there directions behind that?
There was no external directions. It was just a conclusion of a very long process in the case of both of those projects. What I would say is that as our assessment of these types of projects comes to an end, usually after many, many years, in this case, these projects were known about in the community for really a decade or more, we become quite aware of the tension between doing an extremely comprehensive process, but also giving the community some certainty that it is drawing to a close. And so I would say that in relation to both those projects, the problem we probably had was that these projects were drawn out for a long, long time as we tried to assess all the various issues. But in terms of the actual timing that you're asking about, that was just the point at which we finally came to a conclusion on our assessments.
Yes, because there was, I think it was in July, I think for both of them, July 2022 was when Minister Roberts referred the Bowden Silver project to a hearing of the IPC. That's correct, isn't it? And then so doing removed the merit rights of appeal. Just trying to get that timeline right. So how long did you take, like what was the length of that process for you to, before you made that recommendation on the 22nd of December, the 2 days before Christmas, how long roughly does it take the department to form a view to recommend approval to the IPC?
Look, I might have to take on notice the specific dates of when we referred the two projects to the IPC, but I would say as a general comment that on both projects, it was a process that took multiple years. And that's not unusual for mining projects where there are lots of complex technical issues that need to be addressed. So the actual referral to the IPC is just the final point at which we make a recommendation.
So at this point, thank you. Sorry.
Yep.
So at this point, if there are suggestions that the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements aren't being complied with, what's the course of action at this point?
So maybe as background, the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements are essentially the scoping requirements that we put on a proponent when they're preparing their environmental impact statement. And before an EIS goes onto exhibition, we do what's called a completeness check to ensure that all of those requirements have been addressed in the EIS before it goes on exhibition. And so we would have done that for all the projects in the mining space. And sometimes throughout the assessment process, questions will be raised about the adequacy of information provided in the EIS, and that is usually, if there's any concerns on those matters, that's addressed through what we call the submissions report, the response to submissions. So there's an opportunity for the proponent to provide further information about that. And in the case of both McPhillamys and Bowden's projects, there was further information provided after the response to submissions, again to ensure that we had all of those original requirements addressed sufficiently in order to make it, to make a recommendation to the consent authority, being the IPC in that case.
So, for example, thank you, that's useful. So, for example, with Bowden's, I understand that one of the requirements by the Secretary's SEER's requirements issued was that, particularly in relation to water, right? There's a lot of concern about the impact of on water from both of these projects if they go ahead. But there were two issues, two general, water, the quantity of water and the quality of water. very specifically. And I understand that the requirement regarding water quality really hasn't been met. DPE has an independent reviewer, Earth Systems, at the time that was saying that the water quality model, there was a lack of a water quality model. Basically water quality modelling hadn't been undertaken. Your own independent reviewer, and a lot of people have made this point throughout the process over the last few years. Are you aware of that?
I mean, I'm not aware of the specific technical question you're asking, but what I would say is in relation to
Mr. Preshaw, it's not a, just to be, it's a, so I don't want to make it technical. So let's just, water quality, to make sure the issue of water quality was addressed was a key requirement under the SEERS issued. There's evidence that water quality in fact wasn't addressed. It's a key omission, but the department still, regardless of the fact that one of the key requirements wasn't met, the department still put forward Bowden's to recommending that it be approved. Do you accept that allegation? Do you accept that fact?
I would not accept that the water quality was not sufficiently assessed as part of that project. To return to what I was saying before, in terms of meeting the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements, it's not unusual in the case of groundwater and surface water issues for further information to be required after the EIS is exhibited, because these matters are highly technical. So it's not a binary question of has water quality been addressed or not. It often becomes a question of how well has water quality been addressed, and it's not unusual, as I say, to require the proponents in these types of projects to provide further information to give us, greater comfort in terms of our assessment of those issues.
And is that what's happened? Has the water quality risks been addressed in your view? Do you have that information in front of you?
In my view, the water quality issues were thoroughly assessed and were a major component of our assessment, and we relied on a number of experts, as you mentioned, independent experts, but also the expertise within government, within DPE Water and EPA where relevant. So my answer to that question is yes, I believe the issues around water quality have been thoroughly and comprehensively assessed.
So I am told that, in fact, that it hasn't been, and that there has been no site water quality model that has been undertaken, and that the independent reviewer for the project, which is Earth Systems, also expressed that concern at the time. And I'm just trying to get to the bottom of why I have, thousands of pages, it seems, of submissions and expert evidence and people very concerned about this, and where that information goes. If you're saying that everything's okay when it comes to water quality, it doesn't seem to be. And I suppose the question is what is the question is, which I started at the beginning, is where can the community go now if there are people identify issues? You've put forward this recommendation for approval, but they're suggesting that the recommendation wasn't based on all of the requirements. What happens with that?
Well, again, I would say that it's our view that those issues were thoroughly, comprehensively assessed. But in terms of, if the community has concerns about those issues, there's a couple of avenues that I could mention to you that are available. I mean, firstly, we're always happy to take questions from the community. We respond to a lot of correspondence on projects that have already been approved, and that's certainly the case with Bowdens and McPhillamys. But also for any major mining project like this, there's always a requirement, and there is in these instances, for a water management plan to be prepared, which is one of the key management plans on which a mining operation needs to undertake their activities after an approval is given. So if there are technical issues around how water monitoring, for example, is going to be undertaken, that's an issue that can be addressed through that management plan process. But again, I have to say that in terms of the actual assessment of the issues around water quality, I'm very confident that there was an adequate and robust assessment of that in accordance with the relevant guidelines, which in this case is the ANZAC guidelines and the aquifer interference policy. And again, we sought advice from experts and the relevant agencies on those matters.
To the government.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Prenshaw, for appearing today. So I'm just remembering to speak into my microphone because you're online. Look, I suppose my first question to you, in terms of and just looking at the whole of government submission that was made, talks about the state's significant development process, and outlines this integrated whole of government approach, which is coordinated, of course, by the Department of Planning and Environment. I wondered if you could just sort of step out for us in very broad and generic terms what that process involves, as someone that obviously hasn't been a part of that process before.
Yeah, sure. One way that I sometimes explain the process in New South Wales is to call it a one-stop shop in terms of a planning process, where you come to the Department of Planning with an application. There are a range of laws and policies that will apply to a project, a mining project in particular, and the Department of Planning has the role of coordinating all the advice about those various issues across government. And so it is quite an arduous process. So as I described earlier, at each stage of your development application, we will be sending that stage out to all of the agencies for comments around how the project would relate to the regulations and the laws around their particular areas. So there are other, as a contrast to the sort of one-stop integrated assessment processes, there are other jurisdictions that do it in a very different way, where you go to planning approval, which is totally focused on the planning law itself and no other issues. And then you will go through a set of other, what often called permitting processes. So you'll go to different agencies and get permits for a range of other issues that relate to their matters. Now, that's quite a common process in many states in the US, for example, or in some of the provinces of Canada. So that process is often a quicker process through the planning system, but then is a slower process as you work through the other regulatory agencies. So while our process is, I guess, considered to be very slow, when you get a development consent, it is intended to cover the majority of the other agencies' regulatory roles. Having said that, there are still some requirements to go get other approvals after you get a development consent. I'm not sure if that answers the question, but that's probably a generic response to what you're asking.
It's helpful, thank you. And look, in your opening statement, you did talk about the comprehensive style of the assessment that is undertaken that sort of considers all of the different impacts. And we heard in previous evidence from the IPC about some of those impacts. Could you talk us through that process and how rigorous that is?
Sure. So, as I mentioned in my earlier statement, we go to the relevant agencies at least 4 times during any given project, and typically it's more often than that. So at the SEER stage, even when a project is being scoped out, we will meet and have and send letters to all of the agencies about how a project should be designed and the types of issues that need to be assessed in order for us to undertake the assessment. So that's the first stage. We often have what's called a planning focus meeting, where we get all the agencies together in a meeting and we talk about potential problems and issues with the project and what we're going to require from the proponent in order to undertake a thorough environmental assessment. Then once the EIS comes in, which is, as you probably know, a very long and complex document, we will refer that to all the agencies and ask for their advice on the parts that are relevant to them. And they typically will provide quite long and detailed advice back to us, which we refer to the proponent to respond to. So in the case of like water quality, which was mentioned earlier, we will be receiving advice from DPE Water, from EPA, and we will be asking them to comment on whatever issues or potential impacts that they can identify. Or in the case, as was referred to before, are there some technical details around the way the assessment is undertaken, the methodology, the modelling, etc. And that will then be referred back to the proponent to respond to, which is the response to submissions or the submissions report. And again, we will get that report, which is often just as long as the original EIS, and we'll refer that out to the agencies, and they will look at whether the comments that they provided previously have been assessed and addressed adequately, and whether there are any other residual issues, which there sometimes are when you get these really technical documents. And then I guess there are sometimes other opportunities between there and when we get to preparing conditions, but at the point at which we are looking to recommend an approval of a project, we draw up the recommended conditions and we refer those to the agencies to see that if the project was to be approved, are there sufficient conditions and requirements in place to ensure that that development can be undertaken properly and adequately. So there's this long back and forth between all of the agencies, and we really rely on the expertise within those agencies to ensure that we have assessed the project in this integrated way, so that if an approval is granted, we're confident that we've assessed everything all together, as opposed to how I mentioned in some jurisdictions where you might just get a planning approval, but that hasn't actually assessed a lot of the other issues yet.
And you talk about, so it sounds like a very factual and a very evidence-driven, but also a very rigorous process of sort of back and forth and really getting the best expertise, as you described it, within the agencies. How does the approach that is taken here in New South Wales, how does that compare with, say, other jurisdictions? You described, the process in the US and in Canada. I suppose, I'm more interested in the degree of rigour that we put these applications through. How does that compare in terms of other places?
Look, I'll answer the question, I guess, in general, based on my experience. I haven't actually worked in many other jurisdictions. I mean, I worked in the Pacific for 1 year, in a small island nation, which is probably not a great comparison, but through my studies, I'm quite aware of how it works in other jurisdictions within Australia and overseas. I would say that, in my opinion, and this is probably based on my experience and what I hear from the industry, that New South Wales has one of, if not the most stringent, comprehensive processes out there in terms of environmental impact assessment. I would say that for every issue that's relevant in terms of impacts to the community and the environment, we leave no stone unturned. We really do delve into all of the issues that could potentially, in any scenario, crop up with a project. And as I say, I've mentioned how much we rely on expertise within government, but we also are willing to spend considerable resources through the process, engaging independent experts at substantial expense to the department, And in the case of Bowdens and McPhillamys, we engage multiple independent experts. So it's not just our own expertise, it's not just the expertise of agencies, it's actually some of the world's best experts in many cases that we're seeking advice to really be confident about the process and the potential impacts of a project. And I would say that the sort of final step, and I know you've spoken to the Independent Planning Commission, but the fact that the majority of these projects, these mining projects, actually then get totally independently assessed by another agency, being the Independent Planning Commission, I think that adds that final check and balance, that final piece of rigor that many jurisdictions don't actually have that specific step as well. And the way that the IPC, the Independent Planning Commission, has been set up as a totally independent, open, transparent body, I think is quite unique. There are other bodies that do similar roles, but I think the IPC probably has one of the most independent functions that I've seen in the planning system.
Thank you, Mr. Prenshaw. Just looking at my colleagues. If
Yes, thank you, and thank you very much for making yourself available today. I'd like to just ask a follow-up question about when it's required or determined that it's required, the undertaking of the search for particularly qualified professionals, perhaps in the area of various aspects of science, to provide advice back to you. If you could please elucidate on that, you did make some comment about that. I'd just like to know a bit about how that's undertaken, the effort to, or the time taken to find such a person. You talked about not leaving a stone unturned. So if you could just give us a bit of an explanation about that, that would be helpful.
Sure. So we've been undertaking assessments of mining projects for many years now, and we are aware of, in most areas of environmental impact, who the best experts are that are available in the field. And so we draw from previous projects in looking for experts, but sometimes there might be a particular issue, a specific issue that we haven't had to get an expert on before. So we will have to essentially go to the market looking for someone who we think is the right expert for that. I would say that in instances like that, and really in most instances where we're getting independent experts, we will seek advice from agencies who have expertise in a particular area, because they will know who are the right people who are the leading experts in a particular area. I would say that we do have a very strict conflict of interest policy as well, so we need to ensure that whoever we are seeking to engage as an independent expert on a project doesn't have a conflict with that particular project or with that particular industry. Sometimes that actually is very difficult, because often the best experts, in terms of their just knowledge and understanding of an issue, have gained that knowledge and understanding by working in the industry, and often working for a proponent or a related proponent. So in some instances, that will rule out an expert who would otherwise be the best, or one of the best people to choose. But we do rely on agencies in terms of getting that list of potential candidates available for independent experts, and then we make sure through our conflict of interest policy that there's no issues in that regard.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. To the opposition.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today. I was very interested in the answers you've been giving to my colleagues, especially in the iterative nature of the process that you undertake. Just wondering, could you clarify the factors that you're looking at when you're assessing projects? Are they primarily the physical environment, or do you also look at the social environment in which the project is going to take place, or the impact on the lived environment of what that project's likely to be?
Sure. Look, I'm going to sound like a traditional town planner right now, but what I like to say is that
what's wrong with town planners?
And I'm proud to say that as well. We do what is called a triple bottom line assessment. So it is considering and balancing up social, environmental, and economic factors. And that is ultimately, there's lots of laws and policies and the like that we have to consider. But at the end of the day, what I like to tell my teams is that's what we're doing. We're trying to balance up the environmental impacts of a project, the social impacts of the project, and in the case of mining projects, the economic benefits of a project. So that is ultimately the role that we have in assessments. And when you ask, are we looking at one or the other? We are looking at everything, and we are thoroughly investigating each and every environmental impact, social impact, and really digging into the economic side of things as well. But the trickiest part is actually putting all that together and then trying to balance up whether or not a project should go ahead or not.
And as I understand from what you were explaining to my colleague, that it's an iterative process in the sense that you receive information, you might even make preliminary views, but then you expose those for broader consultation and then take that information back in and then reconsider. Is that a fair description of the process of assessment?
I think iterative is actually a very good word. It's not one that I've really thought about in terms of the assessment process, but I think it's quite an accurate way to think about it. And one thing I would say in terms of that iterative nature, the back and forth and the further information that is provided throughout the process. One thing I would say about mining projects in particular, and this could probably apply to most energy projects too, most projects that are ultimately recommended for approval are not the same as what the proponent originally asked for. And that is a result of the iterative process. Project design changes are almost always a result of this process of going back and forth, discovering what the potential impacts are, and requiring the proponent to respond to that through mitigation or project design or management measures. So, I probably can't think of a single mining project in New South Wales in my 15 years of experience that has gone through exactly as originally proposed to a determination in their favour. In many instances, the projects will be half the size, for example, of what was originally proposed, or will involve massive changes to what was initially asked for. And that, I think, is, again, to go back to your question around iterative, I think that is one of the great benefits of the process of going back and forth. And it is one of the reasons that these projects take so long to assess.
I know I'm possibly asking a piece of string, but what would be the length of the average assessment process for a mining project? I could take that one on notice, but as a sort of a general thing, a guesstimate is fine.
Yeah, we have lots of facts and figures that I could refer to if I needed to. But typically, a mining project, from the point that the request is made for SEARS, which is the scoping stage, to the point at which the IPC makes a determination, is 3 years or more. In some instances, these projects will be in the system for 5 years or more, and the industry probably don't want to hear that, but often that is just a result of this back and forth of us making sure that we're comfortable with a project before it goes to a determination.
We've heard evidence in relation to standards, for example, lead in the atmosphere, noise levels. They've been described as sort of trigger points where thresholds that can't be met, and then processes that individual mining companies will have in place to ensure they don't reach those triggers. And you've talked to us about how well New South Wales does compared to the world in terms of assessment processes. Is that just, in your view, the processes that we have, or does it also include the way in which we set these limits? So what would our acceptable limits for environmental metal, for example, be compared to those in other states, those in other countries?
So I'll answer the question generally and then maybe get to the specific around like air quality and the like. In terms of the way that we set up our approvals, I like to say there's a fairly standard approach to the conditions. The first step is that there'll be operating conditions. It's just the things that must be done in terms of operating a project. And we don't say everything. We're not trying to tell a proponent exactly how to do things. They've already described to us in their documents what they're going to do, but there's some bare minimum requirements that are in operating conditions. The second thing is, and you referenced this, is what I would call performance measures or criteria, which is usually a technical issue that there's a limit on how they can operate, whether that's noise limits or air quality limits or water limits, etc. And then they must meet those performance measures, otherwise they will have a compliance issue, which may lead to stopping operations, for example. The third step is a set of management plans, which are very rigorous and actually give you all the details around how those operating conditions and those performance measures are going to be met. And we have to agree in consultation with agencies that those management plans are fit for purpose. And then the fourth step is, and this is really part of the management plans, but there's a rigorous monitoring regime that's required under the conditions to ensure that the companies are meeting all of the things that I just described earlier. And I guess the fifth and the final step, it's sort of a two-pronged thing, but they are required to report on a regular basis how all of those things are being met, and to ensure that there is a final check and balance, there's an independent environmental audit condition as well, so that at least every 3 years, depending on the project, but typically 3 years or less, there'll be an independent auditor that comes in and checks all the reports and all the monitoring and management plans and ensures that things have been going as they were intended to go. So that is, a very rigorous regime of approvals. To go to your question around like the actual limits, which is really around those performance measures or those limits.
Yes.
In New South Wales, we have a policy, or in some cases legislation, for just about every single issue. Like when I work through our assessment reports, whether it's air quality, noise, water, heritage, Aboriginal cultural heritage, you name it, there will be a very clear policy that tells you what the limits should be for a particular type of project. And so I would say that is not always the case in some other jurisdictions, that you have such clear policy settings. There are very clear policy settings on just about every area of impact. Okay. And where there isn't a policy setting, then we need to establish very clear performance measures on that particular issue for that specific project.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, if I may, the independent environmental audit that takes place at least every 3 years, is that a sort of a post-approval iterative process whereby if there are problems, if the management plans aren't performing the way in which they're expected to, they're reshaped by that, or what's the consequence of that audit?
Yes, the consequence of the audit depends obviously on findings of the audit, but at the worst case, it could lead to significant compliance action, which could lead to stopping the operation or legal action, etc. What I would say is that it's a minimum of every 3 years, but it also is as directed. So if we feel or we hear about concerns around the operation of a project, we can order an independent environmental audit to be undertaken under the conditions. To be honest, we don't really need that condition. We could just do that anyway. And in many instances, short of going to a full independent environmental audit, we can engage our compliance branch, who will then work with the relevant agencies, and they can take action directly without even requiring that independent environmental audit. It is really just that final check and balance to ensure that it's not just a self-monitoring, self-reporting system. It is an independently assessed check on how these projects are operating. And now you can imagine that we have a lot of approvals out there, so we have a steady stream of independent environmental audits coming into the system at any given moment. So even though 3 years might sound a lot, there's a lot of these audits coming through, and sometimes they're more regular even than 3 years.
Okay, thank you very much. I think my time's really expired. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your time today to give evidence, and the Secretariat will be in touch with you if there are any questions on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your good work. Thank you.
We'll now pause the hearing for a lunch break, and we'll be resuming at 1:45. Thanks, Chair.
So we're waiting for one witness who's not here, but we do have Mrs. Bronowski, so we might swear her in and get started if everybody's happy with
No
that.
objection.
Yeah. Okay, so welcome back everybody to the afternoon session. I'm temporarily standing in as chair, and I'd like to welcome Mrs. Bronowski. Can you hear us, Mrs. Bronowski?
Yes, I can.
Great, thank you. Thank you for making the time to give evidence. Would you be able to state your name and position title and swear either the oath or affirmation?
So my name is Alison Bronowski and I'm appearing today as President of Business Mudgee.
Thank you very much. I indicate that we're waiting on another witness, so I hope not to be disruptive if he arrives while you're speaking. Would you like to make a short opening statement today?
Did you want me to undertake the affirmation first?
Oh, I apologise. I apologise. Thank you. Please do that, yes.
Okay. So I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you care to make a short opening statement?
Thank you. Over the past 20 years, the thought leaders of Mudgee, which include Mid-Western Regional Council, Mudgee Region Tourism and Business Mudgee, have worked and collaborated strategically and tirelessly to ensure diversity of industry and business will underpin our local economy into the future. Utilising our natural beauty, strong agriculture and viticulture sectors, central location and ease of accessibility, Mudgee now sits firmly on the map as an award-winning tourism destination. The recent admission of Tourism Hall of Fame is a testament to the success of this strategy. With over 30% of all money spent in our LGA coming from visitors, this was a total of $243 million during the 22-23 financial year. This accounts for a significant impact to our local economy, employing directly more than 1,200 people in 2022 and indirectly at least as many again in industries such as healthcare, retail, professional services, education and agriculture. The arts community thrives because of visitors, and Mudgee is a destination for retreats, wellness workshops and corporate gatherings. With visitor accommodation capacity doubling over the past 4 years, Mudgee and its local businesses are heavily invested in tourism. Weddings and the associated wedding industry alone contributes to the business fabric of our region. With as many as a dozen weddings on any weekend locally, the risk to this industry and the supporting beauty, catering, florist and fashion businesses is of concern should the Louis project commence. The driving tourism events are all health and wellness based, with the 4 busiest weekends on our calendar being 2 major NRL games, a cycling event and a food and wine event. High-end glamping accommodation offerings and farm stays have seen significant investment and have high popularity among visitors to our region. The continued development of the Glen Willow Sporting Precinct has seen investment of over $30 million to date and continues with a professional training accommodation facility to further enhance our offering in this space. The groundbreaking Country University Centre project has seen investment of over $2 million and is due to open in early 2024. This will encourage tertiary students to remain in our region both during and after their time of study. Currently, Mudgee's unemployment rate is way below the state average of 4.4% at a low 1.7%. Coal mining, currently a major employer, will be replaced by solar and wind projects in the future, as Mudgee sits in the heart of the res. A predicted additional 7,000 jobs at the height of construction means the small number of employment opportunities associated with silver and lead mining is negligible to our economy. Mudgee is at risk of losing all this should there be any perception of contamination of water or air by heavy metals. Already there has been negative visitor sentiment identified with discussion around the Louis project. Mudgee region's image is based on clean air, pristine rolling hills with grapes, cherries, olives, along with cattle and sheep, mixing an idyllic regional lifestyle with accessibility. This is also the basis of vast numbers of tree changes during and post-COVID, where the opportunity to work and live remotely has seen professionals in many industries move their families to Mudgee for the lifestyle it offers. There is already concern in this demographic for the health of their families with the perceived risks of metal contamination of water and air. There are no benefits to the economy of Mudgee with the risk, perceived or actual, of contamination of air and water by metals with any project within our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I note that Mr. Colton has joined us, I believe. Or is he, have we
Yes,
lost
I
him?
have.
Yep. Great, thank you. Mr. Colton, could you please state your name and your position and then swear either the oath or the affirmation?
I'm Mitchell Colton. I am the Vice President of Business Orange, and I swear that the evidence I give now, the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Do you have a short opening statement you'd like to make?
No, I do not, but I would say that our organisation mirrors very closely Business Mudgee, and likewise a lot of Orange's economy is based around mining and tourism, and yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, I might begin with a few questions. My name is Susan Carter and I'm the Deputy Chair of the committee. And look, I suppose a general question to you both. Certainly I'm conscious of the statements that have been made by Mrs. Bronowski about the perceived health risks of the mines. Other than not proceeding with the mine, do you believe there are other ways of managing those perceptions for residents and visitors?
I don't believe there can.
Mm-hmm.
We in Orange, we're dealing with a sort of, I guess, the other side of it, in that we have an incumbent mine, and they're dealing with the fallout of that now. Like anything, I think a lot of good information published regularly and honesty, and maybe some third-party integrity will go a long way towards helping, but it still doesn't fix the problem.
So, in your view, Mr. Colton, what's the problem that faces Orange?
Probably to the point Alison made around tourism. If Orange has got its mark similar to Mudgee being a food and wine destination, a wedding destination, events and a lifestyle destination for Sydney, and if we lose that beautiful country, nice weekend getaway, and it turns into, they have polluted water and it's dirty and dusty because of the mines, that impacts the perception of the region, and then that does tourism in.
Have you noticed any correlation between the Cadia mine and falling tourism numbers?
No, we have not at this time.
Right. Okay, but you're concerned that it might happen in the future.
It's on our radar. It's not necessarily an active concern yet, but we are watching the situation very closely.
Okay. Do either of you have anything to say about the views of local businesses in the area with respect to mining? I mean, benefits of investment, detriment of perceptions?
The overall feeling for Orange is that, while sometimes we, have conflicts with mining, and it's usually around accommodation requirements for shutdowns and tourism events, overall the impact to businesses in the Orange community is far outweighs any detriment currently.
So the current view of Orange is that it's a net benefit to the economy of Orange.
Yes, and we've had the mine now, it celebrated its 25 years of active operation, and so, it's sort of become it's become part of the norm for Orange, and every business in Orange has had the mine around for the last 20 odd years.
Okay, thank you. Sorry,
I think it's important to clarify. I think it's important to clarify which type of mining.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Mudgee has about 2,500 direct jobs from coal mining. Those coal mines are based at least 35 kilometres from the CBD of Mudgee. in an area where nobody lives. There are obviously some slight negative sentiment around coal mining, but as a town, we have embraced that because we realise that there is a lot of positive investment and a lot of other businesses which support mining. But what we're discussing here is a totally different type of mining.
And what are the concerns about the new type of mining? What distinguishes that from the existing coal mines?
Well, the new type of mining that is proposed with our region, that mainly being the Bowden silver mine at Louis, there are concerns around lead dust with that, which is not an issue associated with a coal mine.
So it's the lead dust and the air quality that are the major issues for Mudgee.
They are, and also the impact of any heavy metals in water, because that will be a problem. The major water feed into our towns and villages is through the Cudgegong River, which the Lawson Creek, which can be impacted by heavy metals, tailings dams, etc., is of major concern.
And Mr. Colton, do you have the same water concerns in Orange, or you've lived happily with Cadia?
We're starting to see it now, certainly towards Blaney and then the southern part of the Orange immediate Shire Council area, LGSA, for exactly the same reason. A lot of Gosling Creek, Spring Creek flows through the Cadia area, which ultimately ends up in the Orange water table. We haven't seen, to my knowledge, anything in Orange's water source, but it's more east and north, whereas certainly there's been testing around Springside and Spring Terrace and Forest Reefs that started to.
And are they issues that have been raised with the EPA?
Yeah, there's currently an ongoing investigation.
Right, so the EPA is addressing those issues.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm conscious that my time's expired. Ms. Fairman?
Thank you. Just a few questions from me. It's Kate Fairman here. I understand that there are 19 or so mines in the pipeline for the Central West and Far West, and I just, not saying that every mine shouldn't be approved. I don't know what type of mines they are. This is what the Minerals Council said yesterday, I understand, in an interview. Does that make you both think that potentially there should be, and I know this has been the subject of a number of submissions, including from people from the Mudgee region, is it worth considering, or do you wish that there were things such as agricultural and tourism kind of protection areas, that there are certain parts of Mudgee or whatever, that the area is protected from mining for the tourism benefits that they bring, or the agricultural qualities? Has that kind of come up in the workings or deliberations or discussions or meetings of tourism? Your business Mudgee or business Orange? Is that something worth considering?
Not that I'm aware of. I think it's also really important to know the difference between those mines. I mean, we talk about coal mines, they're dirty and dusty, but they don't kill people. If you've got it depends on what we're mining and the processes around that type of mine. So I think it's very hard to say a blanket, we need to protect things from mining, because mining can coexist quite well with agriculture and tourism. But it's important to distinguish the types of mining.
And my only addition, and we haven't had any specific conversations around it, but should not the normal mining, Minerals Council mining approvals process take into account all of those things as it stands today?
Yeah. Can I get a sense as well, just in terms of the kind of general sentiment or support from around the Mudgee region for the Louis mine, what the general sentiment is, or is it fairly mixed?
the general sentiment is slightly mixed. The agricultural, tourism, the main business sectors are opposed to it for all the reasons I outlined. There was initially some support from let's talk about the large contractors, earth movers, etc. However, with the expansion of the renewable energy zone, all those contractors are taken up and will have so much opportunity for work that they're not going to need the Louis jobs. And they will be insignificant numbers in comparison to the other projects.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Members
Thanks,
of
Chair.
government?
I might kick off. Thanks to you both for appearing today and the time you've given. I might start with you, Mrs. Boronovsky. Sorry, my apologies if I've mispronounced your name. In your opening statement... Sorry. In your opening statement, you talked about the coal mining that currently existed in the area and mentioned that would be replaced with solar and wind projects. Now, I'm just wondering, we've heard evidence this morning, and I know you may not have been listening all day, but we have heard evidence this morning just about the transient nature of those jobs with relation to solar and wind projects, and in particular renewable energy projects. It's fair to say, you know, there are contractor work, there is construction costs for the setup, but the ongoing maintenance into the long term, there will be minimal jobs in those areas. So I just wonder how it is that you think that coal mining, given there are 2,500 direct jobs from local mining, how that will be replaced by those solar and wind projects when, in fact, it is the case that those jobs have very few ongoing.
Thank you for the question. So part of the long-term strategy of Mudgee has been to enhance different areas of industry and business. So, for example, we've worked really hard to grow that tourism sector so that in the future we can perhaps enhance that even further and offer some of those jobs when we're looking at 2040 or beyond, when the mines should have an end of their life. There will be other opportunities for employment. And as a council, Business Mudgee, we have been working really hard together, and we meet on a biannual basis specifically for that purpose, to look at what other opportunities can we make. Manufacturing, tertiary education, what other things can we do that can fulfill those job vacancies? Because you're right, there won't be enough, but there's a long pipeline of construction jobs in the process of that res. We have currently 14 projects within our LGA that have been earmarked, and another 14 to 16 in adjoining LGAs.
And in
So
terms
it is
of
long-term projects.
of how much those sorts of local jobs can put back into the economy, you mentioned the tourism jobs and things like that. How would you rate that sort of the rate of pay with those jobs as opposed to, say, coal mining jobs or critical mineral mining jobs?
Well, I don't know what people get actually paid if they work in the mine or they work in accommodation or they work for Country University Centre or whatever. That's not my area of expertise. I would assume that they would be slightly smaller paychecks, simply because people are paid well in the mines because it's dirty overwork.
Well, I don't know that I agree with that assertion. As someone that lives in the Hunter Valley and knows many people that work in coal mining industries, I think that's a rather a misrepresentation of their work. But look, I'll move to my next question, and there is quite a significant rate of pay with most people in the Hunter and the mining industry. In terms of local businesses in the area in Mudgee, I'm aware, lots of local businesses in the community might sponsor things like the local show, football, sporting teams, projects in school. How important are those to the local areas?
They are very important.
And why would you say that is?
because, like any small organisation or not-for-profit, those organisations rely on the financial support of donors and sponsors.
Thank you. In terms of the coexistence, I suppose we talk about that it was mentioned earlier that I think Mr. Colton, you mentioned that mining can coexist quite well with the tourism areas. I wonder in terms of you're in an area with Cadia where that mine was approved some 25 years ago, is that correct?
It's been operating 25. I think it got approved closer to 30
Yep.
years ago.
And we've heard evidence earlier today of how the planning conditions and the environment has sort of changed over time. Are you aware of the current rigour with which projects are assessed in comparison to, say, Cadia?
Not directly, no, but I can assume.
Yep. And have either of you participated within that process of going through and making submissions and all of that sort of thing?
I haven't directly, no.
Okay.
I've made a submission on a personal note, but not through Business Mudgee.
Okay. Did you have any questions?
Yeah,
Mr.
thank you.
Donovan?
Just conscious of time. Thank you both for making yourself available. We've had this morning, withdraw that. At an earlier hearing, we had representatives from the New South Wales government covering some different departments. I won't go through them all, but government departments. And we've had further witnesses today from New South Wales government departments. So these are departments which actually aren't run by politicians. These are departments that exist within the state of New South Wales, which obviously fall under the remit of a minister, but they are departments. And we've had individuals come along from these departments, normally quite senior ones, and particularly this morning have given evidence that, if I could summarise it this way, that the process of looking at a mine proposal, considering a mine proposal, and then the steps through its consideration, leading finally to a decision about whether to approve it or not, it is quite a rigorous process. In other words, it's quite thorough. It takes a period of time, and it's a lot different today than it was 10 years ago, to say nothing about 20 years ago. And I'm wondering if we take the argument of no, that we don't want the proposal of a mine to proceed, how do we put that back against the detailed consideration by people who are in quite senior positions, tasked with the job to look at the whole proposal, that come to a different conclusion, that they believe that the mine, under certain conditions, can operate free of the concerns that the community have? How do we reconcile those two?
I think that's extremely difficult to reconcile those two. But I think we need to look at the humanitarian side of it. There can't always be things black and white. If there's an area of grey, I think we have to err on the side of caution.
And so I guess an argument that could get put back is that very rarely is something strictly black or white. You could always find an element of grey. I suppose the question is how much grey is enough to cause the issue of saying no compared to a small amount of grey, to use your term.
I think that's almost impossible to answer. I'm sorry, I can't answer that. I think at the end of the day, do you want to take that risk, even if it's minuscule? Because we do know that any amount of lead is unsafe for humans. Do we want to take that risk? Are there alternative locations where we can source these types of minerals which are not going to impact on human health risk? For people who have chosen to live in a particular area for sometimes many, many generations, and now their children and grandchildren are at a massive health risk.
So the proposition, if I understand it, and just to be clear, is that if there is any risk at all, as small as it might be, to lead dust exposure, no mine. Is that the proposition?
Agree. Absolutely.
Can I just turn then to the question of Orange and the Cadia mine that operates there? And thank you,
Yes.
thank you, Mr. Colton, for appearing. It's been very helpful. Are you aware that the community at Orange at the moment, given that this mine's been operating for a period of time, has their attitude towards the mine changed over time? In other words, and sorry, forgive me, I don't know how long you've actually resided in Orange for. You might be a...
Oh, I've been in, I'm 33 and I've been there since I was 2, and my mum's third, fourth generation Orange.
Okay, well,
So, yes, I'm a local.
You're a local. We'll give you that. I'm just interested in your insights because you've therefore been there and basically seen it start.
I remember as a child when they started to build it, there was a lot of, not in my backyard, etc., etc. However, realistically overall, and certainly from a business Orange point of view, the overall impact of the mine to Orange over the last 25 years has been positive. Look, there's been some issues, around, tailings dams and things of that nature, operational issues on the immediate local environment around the mine. But at the end of the day, as to your question of how's the overall feeling towards Orange, I think it's just become an accepted part of the status quo. Certainly the talk of the new mine, the proposed mine near Blaney at Kings Plains, that's quite contentious. But the Cadia mine has become a very incumbent, normal part of the Orange community.
No, that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Sorry, time's
That's right,
expired.
mate.
Thank you both for being here today. Sadly, our time has expired, but thank you very much for taking the time to give evidence today. It's appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I'm sorry.
Welcome to our next witnesses from the Country Mayors Association. Could you please state your name and position title and then take either the oath or the affirmation?
Yes, I'm Phyllis Miller, Mayor of Frobisher Council and an executive member of the Country Mayors Association. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
My name's Steve Lone. I'm the General Manager of Frobisher Council and here assisting Mayor Miller today in our duties with the Country Mayors Association. I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
Thank you. Well, firstly, I want to thank you for allowing us to come and address you today. Our view from the Country Mayors Association is that we need a balanced view of the benefits and the drawbacks of the mining industry. I think it's fair to say that the mining industry is extremely important to rural and regional communities and their economies. Council, I want to put on record, Council is not the consenting authority of mines. That's way above our pay rate. So just let's get that clear when you hear those statements. Some of the other important areas supported by the mining industry include mining is a large employer across New South Wales and contributes to the fabric of life of rural communities. Women are increasingly represented in the mining industry, along with Indigenous employees and programs to support capacity building for those people. There are excellent training, skills development options available for workers, traineeships, apprenticeships in places to enhance skills and capabilities that create pathways to employment. Mining increases the demand for goods and services in the community and boosts local businesses, suppliers and entrepreneurs. Mining creates jobs and income for local people and stimulates and diversifies our local economy by attracting other businesses and industries to our communities. The current regulatory framework for the mining industry is inadequate and ineffectual and certainly unresourced, and that has been for some time. So all of the above points are extremely important, to the rural and regional communities. And I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. We'll go to questions from committee members. I think starting with the government this time.
Sure.
Yep.
Thank you to you both for appearing today from Forbes. It's lovely to have you both here. My first question is around what, if any, work you might have done to quantify the economic benefits to mining for your community in Forbes.
Oh, I'm going to leave a document with you, and don't worry, we have looked at lots of statistics, and we just know in our local community, and I'm speaking broadly across the state, so...
Country Mayor's perspective.
I'm Country Mayor, I'm trying not to localise myself, but it's very, very difficult not to, go back to what benefits it is for us. But, just for an instance, we found out there's 25,000 direct jobs. That's in the coal that's supporting regional communities. Now, I know this is not about coal, but Western region has 3,000, Southern region has 3,000, Central West has 5,600 jobs and is an enormous employee for the Central West in the state. So we do look at statistics to back up what we're thinking. Across the membership of Country Mayors, there's a whole array of people that have local government areas with mines in. I'm not one of those, but I'm very reliant on the two that I have. One in my in Parkshire, and of course one in Blandshire. So the mining industry, we may not have one in our shire, but my goodness, they're very important to the economic, wealth of our town.
Did you have anything further to add, Mr. Lone? Or?
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
And I'm delighted to be here today to give our views. We're about to go into a changed climatic conditions to El Nino. And those of us who live in the bush have lived through some pretty horrific droughts. We've also had some floods. But when there's a drought on, sometimes mining's the only game in town. And when we're very, very mindful of it, because when you've got no stock and no crops to trade, we at Forbes run the local sale yard there, and the $350 million worth of livestock a year changes hands there. And when there's no stock to go through the yards, it's a pretty dry old argument. And well, I can tell you that the mines that surround us, Katie was mentioned, it is over an hour away from us, but we've got North Parks mine and we've got Evolution mine just in Forbes area alone. And their employees choose to live in Forbes because Forbes is a beautiful place. But we got 180, I think, employees directly from those mines themselves. And they're cashed up. Yep, there's good salaries there at those places. And we are firmly of the belief that mining and agriculture can coexist. But to further support Mayor Miller's assertion just now about the regulatory situation, we should be able to take great comfort in the EPA and the Department of Planning. And one of the things that really irks us is that the development application fees that are paid to the state government don't flow to us. We have to represent our communities, and we don't get a cent and I've asked every planning minister for the last 6 of them, I think, to consider some form of a flow-on effect. I mean, I know Shenhua was a coal mine, but that DA fee was $300 million. We never, you don't see a cent of that. The average for it is for every $1 billion worth of capex, the DA fee works out to be $1.35 million. So what I'm suggesting there is that there should be more investment in the regulatory side of things. I don't mean to over-regulate and to drive to the point of unsustainability for coal mines, but these companies are long-time corporate citizens, 20 years, 30 years sometimes even longer. And the community expects council to hold them to account. We don't have the in-house expertise. We're not subject matter experts at mining, but what we are subject matter experts of is our community. Mayor Miller is probably one of the most passionate mayors you'll ever meet and knows her community inside out and back to front and never gets it wrong when it comes to a judgment call on that. But the community come to us because there might be some water affectation, there's some dust issues, there's social issues when your town's all of a sudden full of utes with people with high-vis clothes on that change the whole dynamic and the fabric of the area. So I'll leave my remarks at that, but we believe that mining can coexist, just needs better regulation, and some dollars need to flow to us so that we can actually employ the right sort of people to help us to oversee the submissions.
So we heard evidence this morning about the amount that some of these local mines contribute back to local councils by way of rates. Now, acknowledging that if you don't have a mine in your LGA, you may not be receiving those rates. But is that, what order of magnitude is that, and how important is that for some of our regional councils?
I think it's very important to know to Blaney Council. Yep. And that's where Katie is. That's one that I personally know. It's in our JO. Those rates are terribly important. But outside of that, the mines contribute to us in Forbes to a lot of community projects. They have supported us with a whole range. They've got community funding programs. We're short of money on a project at the moment. I'm negotiating with them on where they can come in with the shortfall with evolution. They're very community minded. Those community committees that you have with the mining industry, they are fantastic. And if you get the right people on them, if every mine has their community committee working
So you're talking about
properly,
the consultative committees that they have?
Consultative committee.
Yep.
If you get the right people on that, and that is working well, you will get a really good, decent, fair argument for environment versus people. And I think that's what we need. Like, we're all environmentalists in Forbes in our shire. We care very much. And so do all of the mayors across New South Wales. It's very important. It's getting the balance right. And that balance can come if we're regulated properly.
Thank you. Which goes to my next question. Mr. Lone, you mentioned about the investment in the regulatory side of things. We did hear evidence this morning about sort of that regulatory side of things, but and I know we've got more evidence to hear this afternoon, but where would that investment go, or what improvements would you suggest in terms of, because we also heard evidence to suggest that the system we have here in New South Wales is one of the best in the world. So what changes need to be made, I suppose I'm asking?
I just think that they need to keep their eye on the ball. it seems like there's a lot of interest in it up front at the approval part of it, and when the mines are first starting to develop and get involved. And we have had some examples of the flying squad, as they call it, that have gone in and read the riot act to certain operators, especially in the northern part of New South Wales. But I just think that there needs to be a much more scrutiny from those regulators on what happens. And the voluntary planning agreement situation from a community enhancement situation is also broken. The word voluntary is a joke, because it means it has to be voluntary from both parties, the mine and the council, to enter into it on behalf of the community. And the agreement sometimes isn't an agreement. The guidelines are very loose. And this is not about councils trying to gouge a situation, because we want to make sure that the mining operators are sustainable going forward. Yep. But we no longer want to be given gazebos and barbecues and those dinky little things. There need to be proper consideration for not only for infrastructure but also for programs that are actually going to be beneficial to the community for a proper enhancement. So regulatory on one side, but also a proper, Mayor Miller talked about the CCCs, the Community Consultative Committees. They're one part of it, but also a dissemination of a proper flow on of interested capital that comes into the local government area that could be supporting things like childcare, communities services, bus services, people who have difficulty getting to and from medical appointments. Those sort of things seem to go by the wayside, and all of that impact is directly related to mining, and there's also the indirect impact as well. So we need to make sure that we tighten up that voluntary planning agreement situation.
Thanks. Yeah, the big thing about, just on that, with the royalties to the regions, which I know that's where we're supposed to be the most fantastic in the world, it doesn't take into consideration councils like ourselves. So across country mayors, there's a lot of councils like us that are living next door to mines, but not in our shire, like Orange, like us. And I think that we need to be more practical about royalties for the regions, and I think there should be an opportunity. There's lots of environmental projects that we want to take on. Like we've just done a bird hide and lots of things that, and they come from all over the world to go to our bird hiding farms, but that all costs money. We're fortunate that Evolution contributed to that Evolution mine, and that's a really good environmental thing that we're doing there. I think there should be some kind of payback from those royalties back into the environment.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Sorry.
The opposition.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for both being here today. I'm interested, I think, just to think about that whole process of approval. You were talking about if it was a DA, you would get the DA fees, but also if it was a DA, you would be involved in enforcement if the DA conditions weren't met. Is that true?
Well, we would, but it's past our pay rate.
Yeah. So I'm wondering then, if somebody complains to council because they perceive that there's a problem with a condition of approval in a mine not being met, what does council do, or how are those complaints managed? How's the enforcement piece handled?
Well, council acts as a conduit with the Department of Planning.
Yes.
So that we actually can ask the correct questions and couch them in the right way for the complainant, so that we can get them the answers.
And that's a process that works? Like, you get good answers, you get prompt attention?
Look, largely, I don't have a particular problem with the Department of Planning and their attention to our questions, but we're fairly forceful in the way we ask our questions.
Yeah, no, because we're obviously looking at framing recommendations at the end of the report, and certainly I think there is an issue around enforcement, and I think most particularly with average citizens knowing who to go to, how to get answers, and I'm just wondering the extent to which council could be part of that piece, connecting the people who live in the area with the problem to the people who can solve that problem.
We need to be part of it when they're doing the development application. When the government's doing that assessment, we need to be part of that. Like, we do know our communities, we know our environment, and I think that's where there's a real missing link, that we can be completely left out of it.
At what part of the process do you think you would most add value to that consideration?
Right from the start.
What seems to have been forgotten by a lot of parties and agencies is that when state significant development was first introduced, it dropped off the old Section 94, which is now 711 and 712 programs, because the old formula of 1% of CapEx used to flow to councils so that we could actually employ the right consultants. We don't get a cent of that money, but we get a EIS that high, stacked that high, of 4,000 pages, dropped on our desk, and we're given 6 weeks to review, and we've got to go out and employ a very expensive consultant to come and help us to uncover some of the devil in the detail, so to speak. And that's why what Mayor Miller is saying, we need to be involved at the table, but funded with a share of the action that goes to the state government, so that we can actually represent our communities appropriately.
Otherwise, it's cost shifting again.
Yeah. So as I understand what you're saying, you are part of the process in the sense that you're consulted, but you don't always have the resources to participate the way in which you would like to.
That's correct.
Right. And the other part of the resourcing that I think you were saying is that there's often one of the conditions of approval will be contributions back to the community, but you don't think there's enough real negotiation with the local councils as to what
None.
form that would take?
None.
Okay.
None.
How can that be changed?
Have some communication with us. That's simple.
Well, it should be mandated.
Yeah.
What we always push for is for the any provision of a voluntary planning agreement or any agreement becomes a condition of consent, and in a lot of cases that does happen. But we have proponents come and sit before us and they tell us that they'll give us 2 and 6, and that's about it.
So it's presented as sort of take it or leave it.
Pretty much, yeah. It's a heavy-handed approach.
I'm just interested in exploring very quickly, if we can, the issue where you're talking about councils adjacent to mines. So, and as I understand that, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're perhaps getting some of the burden of trucks on roads, but not the benefits of any of the contributions?
Yep, we get all of that, and it's up to us. And we go to the mine, and we're fortunate that we have a good relationship with the mine because we've got so many people living in Forbes, and we've got a terrible road that they've got to go on. It was flooded for ages. And we don't get any of that development contribution back to the local community. And when that's being done, it's normally only in the Shire. The rules at the moment need to really expand, that it goes to the affected areas, like as the fellow from Orange, they're affected, we're affected, and yet we don't get anything, only at the goodwill of the mine and our relationship.
So if I could summarise, and perhaps you could tell me if I'm summarising appropriately what you're saying today, that provided you get the right balance with the community, mining can be a great benefit to rural communities.
Absolutely.
But that councils need to be part of the process of approval, but resourced so that they contribute appropriately to that process of approval.
Yeah.
And that when we're looking at contributions that might be part of development approval, we should look at the entire impact of the mine on all of the affected communities, not just the Shire in which it forms a part.
Yes, that's really, really important. And it's important to us to be the voice for our people who are environmentally worried about it too. We want to be able to give them some comfort in the work that we do to make sure that we are representing them to government, making sure that whatever the conditions of consent are, that we've taken into consideration their representation to us as a council. That's really important to us.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. As a former country deputy mayor, I'm so glad that we've got local government represented as part of the inquiry. So thank you for making the trip to be here. Councillor Miller, you described the regulatory framework for the mining industry as inadequate, ineffectual and under-resourced. You've already spoken to under-resourced in the responses to other members today. I wanted to ask if you could expand on the comment that it was ineffectual, and if you have examples of that.
I just think, what's happening in Cadia really makes us think about what's gone wrong there and all of that. I honestly believe the EPA should have been on top of that. I really do. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. That's my expectation as a person sitting here and reading that day in and day out there in my community. I don't know. I believe and I have heard they are under-resourced and have been for years. So I think that really needs some consideration. But we will leave some paperwork with you. And we're not just here whinging or telling you great stories. We've kind of got some solutions because we think there should be independent people going to the mines and they should be doing inspections, and that should be put up so the public can read where they've come out on those inspections. So I think those audits done by independent people should be up there for the public to see. And if there's a problem, we should see it so we all know that it's going to be, and we should be assured that it's going to be fixed through the regulatory framework. And at the moment, we have not got that assurity.
Thank you. I'm also interested in expanding on your comments about that, the resourcing that, you've argued that local government deserves a share of the DA fees or the royalties to support the work you're doing. I'm interested in exploring some of the challenges that local government faces or needs that funding to address. And just as an example, earlier in this inquiry, we heard from the GM at Orange City Council, who talked, for example, about impacts of the mine on transport, on housing. What are some of those impacts that do create costs for local government?
Yeah, well, the housing, that's certainly a problem. If you've got a mine anywhere near you, you haven't got any spare housing. We as a council, we decided to do a housing estate, so we're trying to fulfil that void. But our road network, in the people that have to go, all the heavy vehicles that we have going through our shire, all for the mines, the mining industry needs those roads fixed. We are slowly but surely getting our mine to fix this road so that it's good, but we don't get anything towards our road infrastructure. Is one of the big things that really concern us, because it's terribly important that those roads are safe for those people to go to and from work, and that is a real concern. But housing is a problem for us up front, and it's to do with the mining.
Thank you. My last question, I know because I've been a councillor that people ring you all the time about complaints about anything happening in the community, because people know that they trust the local council to respond to their complaints rather than having an awareness of which department you're meant to go to with things. So what's your experience of councils receiving commentary or complaints or concerns about mining projects and then being able to pass that on to the appropriate regulator?
Yeah, we haven't had a problem, but I'll let the GM.
The important thing is for us to maintain a very good relationship with the hierarchy of the mining company, so that someone in my position can pick up and ring my counterpart, the general manager of one of the mines, and discuss the concerns of the community, so I can actually have, in the first instance, an off-the-record chat about whether or not the complaint has got any validity, or whether or not it might be somebody who just doesn't like the mine or whatever it might be. But it gives us an opportunity, rather than have to go through regulatory channels, to be able to have a direct relationship with them and talk about what the issues are.
Yeah. And is there any framework or any conditions that support those conversations to happen, or are you just relying on the goodwill of that individual?
We meet regularly.
Every 3 months.
We've got our system, and we meet regularly. And in between that, we have mandatory that every 3 months we meet and speak about all of the things they're doing, what we're doing, and they're very helpful. But in between that, if something comes up, the general manager immediately, we get onto it and sort it out. And we've had no problem with going to any of the bureaucrats in the government. They've been excellent. I just think that there needs to be a change in the way that we're doing business, because mines and people and rural communities have to exist together. We need to coexist. because we can't live without them.
Can I also leave you with a thought? I know our time is limited, but I've talked about the drought, but in the last flood in Forbes, especially in November 2022, the biggest flood since 1952, both North Parkes mine, to our north obviously, and Evolution mine in the West Wyalong LGA were constantly ringing us on a day-to-day basis to offer help. They had staff, they had large pumps, they've got big equipment to actually help the community out. So we didn't feel abandoned by these big operations. So that's the relationship we have, because I can tell you that at 1 o'clock in the morning I get a phone call because they've discovered something that we might need to know about, and if they're not ringing me, they're ringing the mayor, and so we've got that relationship happening. So mining is not all bad when it comes to the bush, it's just a matter of how you manage it.
And they contributed to our Give It program, and that put furniture back into people's homes, both at the mines, and they were considerable donations, and they certainly helped us get people furniture and white goods back into their houses.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions. Thank you both so much again for your time to give evidence today, and the Secretariat will be in contact with you with any questions on
And I'll
notice.
just leave these notes. That's got a bit of the stuff that we've said in there, so I'll leave that with you. There's a copy for every committee member.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you for the
Thank
great
you.
work by the Country Mayors Association as well. It's
Yeah.
much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you.
State your name and position, title, and take either the oath or the affirmation.
My name is Dr. Jeremy.
Yes, my name is Andrew Dawson. I am the Director of Clinical Toxicology at Royal Prince Alfred Hospital and the Director of the National Poisons Register and a Senior Consultant in the New South Wales Poison Centre.
My name is Dr. Jeremy McAnulty. I'm Executive Director of Health Protection, New South Wales Health at Ministry of Health. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
My name is Dr. Tanjira Jiranantakan. I'm the medical advisor at Centre for Alcohol and Other Drugs, New South Wales Ministry of Health. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Did Professor Dawson take the oath or the affirmation as well?
No, sorry, I missed that. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
Thank you, I would. Thank you to the committee for inviting New South Wales Health for an opportunity to present at this inquiry. There are many different substances in the environment to which people may be exposed, but most of these exposures are not at harmful levels. Where people may be exposed to potentially harmful substances, it's natural for them to be concerned about the impact on their health, the health of their family and of their community. For someone's physical health to be impacted by an environmental hazard, there must be an exposure pathway from that source to the individual, for example, through the air, gut or skin. The first principle in protecting people from exposures is eliminating or reducing that exposure pathway. Under the Public Health Act, New South Wales Health has specific environmental health regulatory responsibilities, including in relation to the safety of public drinking water supplies, Legionella control, public swimming pools and skin penetration businesses. And although New South Wales Health does not have legislative responsibilities for other environmental hazards, it does work with other agencies on assessing these. For example, wood smoke is known to cause harm in the community, and New South Wales Health works with other agencies to assess and communicate these risks. New South Wales Health does not have responsibility for mining approvals or regulation of mining, as these rest with other agencies. There can be significant limitations in determining what the true health impact on a community or individuals will be from an environmental hazard, especially when the hazard is ubiquitous in the environment, such as lead. Where there is a known risk in the community, such as exposure to lead in Broken Hill, New South Wales Health works with local agencies and other agencies to reduce that risk. For many hazardous substances, there is scientific evidence from occupational exposures and animal exposure studies that the substances can cause harm, but these are usually at vastly higher levels than are present in the community. So health-based guidelines, which are derived from occupational and animal studies, are therefore conservative, often with large safety measures built in. New South Wales Health will continue to work collaboratively with our partner agencies and the community to protect public health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to questions from the committee, and I believe it's the crossbench first for this session. I've got a few questions of my own. I'm interested in August 2022 when there was a significant pollution event identified at the Katie mine near Orange, and we now know that Katie has been charged with criminal offence over that event. I understand at that time that GPs were instructed not to test asymptomatic individuals in the community. And I actually understand as a GP that there may not be value at an individual level of individual GPs doing a screening exercise at that scale. But my question is, was that of interest to the Public Health Unit? Was there ever any work undertaken to actually investigate epidemiologically what was going on with heavy metals poisoning near Orange?
So earlier this year, in 2023, we received advice from the EPA seeking that there had been exposures in the community. So we formed an expert panel to advise on what the risk would be, and working closely with the EPA to understand what the exposure pathway data may be to the community from the mine and other sources. So we asked the EPA to develop and provide us with as much data as they could rapidly as soon as possible to inform that decision-making process. The expert panel, which has met I think 3 times now, included a range of experts from toxicology, respiratory, air quality, water quality, Department of Primary Industries, food, pathology, health risk assessment and now neurology to advise New South Wales Health on what those risks might be based on the data. The initial advice, and the committee is still meeting and still collecting and reviewing data, but the initial advice was that while no widespread community testing was currently recommended, in the absence, but if people had exposure concerns or symptoms, or if the clinician, the doctor, felt that there was a need to test, then they should use their clinical judgment. So there was no advice saying there shouldn't be any testing, but based on the available data, that was advice given.
And if a blood test result shows an elevated level of a heavy metal, is that notifiable? Does New South Wales Health become aware of those results?
Blood lead levels are notifiable. Other toxic substances aren't. However, we did provide advice to GPs that if they had any concerns about whether they should test or interpreting results from any heavy metal or other toxicological test results, we have a unit email address and a telephone number for the local public health unit to contact. Advice could be given, and we could then channel those queries into expert toxicologists toxicologists to provide advice directly to the GP.
Sure. So I'm interested at a public health level rather than an individual level. Has there been any epidemiological analysis of the test results coming out of communities around Cadia?
So we received some de-identified advice results from a number of people through the EPA referral I mentioned earlier, and I might ask one of either Andrew or Tinjara to comment on those. But we have also wanting to dig deep into what exposures people might have had. And so we've talked with community representatives about doing what we call a deep dive into understanding of those people who feel they may have been exposed or may have symptoms, to work very closely with an expert environmentalist, with an expert medical toxicologist and their GP to understand exactly what their concerns might be, exactly what exposures they may have had where they're living and working and elsewhere, and what how to interpret any results they may have, and what if they need additional testing or advice. That advice would then be provided back to the person in written format and also reviewed, de-identified by our expert panel, so we're getting a picture of exactly what's going on, and can then provide further advice to the community.
I'm interested in following up. So only lead is notifiable and not other heavy metals. I'm sure you'd be aware that the community around Cadia has been doing an extraordinary level of citizen science, sending off tests to be done privately, etc. You know, obviously their results haven't been assessed rigorously with biostatistics, etc. It's a fairly small sample, but from my perspective, it's a fairly alarming sample that they have that small number of cases. Is there any follow-up collection of similar data happening by New South Wales Health to assess how widespread those levels of other metals might be?
I might ask one of the toxicologists to comment on that first statement, but the second statement is that's the point of the deep dive investigation, is to try and, for the people most concerned, understand what their exposure pathways may be, as well as making sure we've got a good understanding of the test results, so we can then do further work as needed based on that careful, considered analysis by some experts, reviewed by our expert panel. But could I ask perhaps Andrew Tinjara to comment on the results that have been seen already?
Yes. So I might add first. Sorry. Yes, you go, Andrew.
Oh, thanks, Tanjira. Obviously, the results we saw, as Shirley said, were de-identified, so we don't have any other medical history on those cases, on the members of the community, in particular occupational history, other medications, and things that may actually alter those results. But I guess the important thing is that whilst there are a small number of abnormal results, sorry, I'm getting a terrible echo. Let me just see if I can fix this.
I may add into that then. Please. So, so the initial number of test results we received, that's through EPA, and that's non-identified. So I can check the exact number, but it's about 10 something, which is a very small number of samples. And those results have mildly elevated some of the heavy metal level, and in that mildly elevated levels of the health-based reference is are not don't have immediate health impact. But we understand that community has done tremendous work and has a lot more data. We also invite that we would really like to help on looking at the data in the level, and also talk to the community about the exposure and understand more. So if we haven't received those results until now, so if we receive that, we have the pathway that we already talk within the expert panel, that we would really like to look at the data and work with the community.
Thank you. And are you aware of cases of silicosis associated with the Cadia mine?
No.
We are not aware of.
We're not the regulator for occupational health and safety, though that may be safe work, but I'm not aware of any cases of silicosis associated with it.
All right. I'll have some questions on notice about that. I think Ms Fairman has a couple of questions for you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to, just in relation to the situation about informing GPs. So in terms of the decision making within New South Wales Health, was the Minister made aware of that decision to instruct GPs in the local area not to proactively test residents?
The decision was there was not a recommendation not to proactively test residents. The advice was for clinicians to use their clinical judgment, but in the absence of exposure or symptomatology, broad screening of the whole community wasn't recommended at this time.
Who made that decision?
That was based on the expert panel. So the expert panel reviewed the available data. The expert panel has a range of experts in different clinical and other areas.
Was
based on them.
Does that brief go to the Health Minister?
I was on leave at the time. I can't tell you for sure
The
that
standard
the minister was
practice,
briefed.
Dr McAnulty, I assume, with a brief like that, what is the standard practice?
We
That it
would
does go
normally
to
brief the Minister's office about that.
the Minister's office about that.
Yeah.
So does the Minister have to approve the decision, or is it just they briefed?
No, so we work, the expert panel advises the Chief Health Officer, and then we would operationally progress that advice.
And just to go back to the silicosis, any instances of silicosis at Arcadia, I am informed by the community that they've been informed that there are more than one, there are multiple workers, reasonably young at Cadia, with silicosis. Are you telling me with all of the exposure about the Cadia mine and pollution and all of the work that New South Wales Health is undertaking in the area, that New South Wales Health hasn't been informed that there are silicosis cases at Cadia mine?
I'm not personally aware of any reports of silicosis, but we wouldn't. We are not the regulator for workers. That's the Safe Work Department agency, who would receive any notifications and act on those. So I can't confirm or deny whether there's been any cases in miners.
I'll go back to you, Amanda, if you've got any more questions.
Sorry. I'm just interested in the proposed silver and lead mine near Louis has as a condition of consent regular testing of children regarding lead contamination. Is it possible for harm to occur, particularly to very young children, before that's picked up through regular testing? My question is, would regular testing actually prevent harm?
Maybe I could start that. So we would be keen that there be no exposure to the community from lead emissions through regulation and other procedures that are put in place. So that, as I mentioned earlier, stopping that exposure pathway is key so the community is not exposed. I'll defer to Tanjira about lead impacts.
Yeah, sure. So it's important to note that exposure would happen when there's some source of excess metals or some exposure. So I think we are at the stage that we have been working with EPA to look at the data about if the exposure exists through the data. And then it's true that if there's some monitoring information or the test that can prevent, but that would need to have some exposure information as well.
Okay, my time's run out.
And if I can add to the GP section, if I could, with the previous question, or otherwise I can move.
Feel free to extend your answer.
Sure. So thank you. So at that point, I think it's important to understand that it's at the very early stage that we get information, and the decision to meet GP at that point have the objective of one is to share information with GPs in the area. What's the information we have, the exposure information we have, and I understand that heavy metals might not be something that GP have seen patients all the time. So the other objective of that webinar is to give GP some information about the concept of heavy metals, where it can come from, how to test it, and if GP receive the test result, how to interpret it in general. It's also important to understand too that heavy metal has different nature for each of them, so assessment of the result need to be individualized. That means GP has holistic approach, talk to the patient's history, physical examination, and exposure. So it will be the best to have all information with the test result. So, and then we also provide a pathway for GP to consult and to interpret information. So that's the objective of that webinar, and that's what's delivered.
The government?
Thanks, Chair. So just to, I suppose, to clarify that, because we have heard quite a bit of contradicting reports, and this has been widely canvassed through the media as well. At no point did New South Wales Health instruct GPs not to test.
No.
Thank you. No. If I could just also ask, in terms of your engagement with the Cadia community group around their blood tests, could you tell me about this deep dive that New South Wales Health has proposed for the Cadia community and explain to us how it will work?
Yeah, so it's very much about trying to understand individual circumstances for those people who volunteer from the community because they're concerned either about they've got symptoms or because they've been exposed or any concern. So we've asked the community to identify such people to come with us, and we will then use external experts from my department who are knowledgeable about all the various exposure pathways people might be exposed to chemicals, heavy metals from, mines, the other parts of the environment, supplementary medicines, shampoos, a whole range of things that might contain chemicals. Map those out, understand what's happening in terms of exposure. At the same time, having an expert toxicologist who understands what test results have been done, can talk to, with permission, talk to the general practitioner, understand the range of tests that have been done already, if additional tests need to be done, what symptomatology might be among the people, and then develop a tailored report that goes back to that volunteer, the individual, to explain to them what has been found. The idea that then if we have 5 to 15, that kind of number of volunteers most effective, we can then group those results and de-identify them and then put those results to the expert panel to review the findings as a whole and then map what the next steps would be.
Sure.
We think that would actually be really useful for then providing further advice to general practitioners as well as the community.
So you mentioned a couple of things there about the expert panel, which I'll come back to, but in terms of, because it sounds like it's the case that if someone has an elevated level of a heavy metal, lead, for example, in their blood, comes back as an abnormality, there may be multiple reasons for that, and regardless of a mine or a shampoo, I think you said, medication, as it was earlier, occupational health. So there are multiple reasons as to why that might occur.
Not necessarily for lead, that might be, and again, I might ask Tanjira to.
But it will depend on the metal and.
Yes. Selenium, for example, can be in shampoo. I understand. Yes, understanding of all those potential pathways. It may be from a mine, but it may be from other
things.
It might be from other sources.
Did you want to add anything?
Yes, I can. Thank you. So. Dr. McNulty, mentioned shampoo because there's some hair testing that we know that community has done as well. So
Sure. Yep.
yeah, so to see the test result positive for heavy metals, that means it's in the person's body at that time that the sample test, so it can come from many pathways, and that's why we emphasize on the role of GP and clinicians to gain that information. And also, it's very important to understand what will we do with the information if there's some elevated result. So the mainstay of treatment for heavy metals is to stop exposure, which we are doing now already. So if it's in the level that people need chelation, normally it's very high. So that we don't see in those more than 10 tests that we see, is not in that level.
Right. And you mentioned the expert panel. What does the expert panel do, and why do we have an expert panel?
So we have a small team in-house, and so with public health problems, it's common for us in health to pull together the best experts. And in New South Wales, we're blessed with some really fine experts in toxicology and clinical aspects, as well as we've drawn from other states as well where necessary in terms of water quality and working also, I mentioned earlier, the type of people who are on the expert panel. So this expert panel, similar to other expert panels for other issues we hold, advises the Chief Health Officer on what the risk is in this particular concern, and then what actions they would advise to address any risks they've identified. Now, with this expert panel, the data has been coming in through its life. It's met 3 times. We expect further data to come in, and the expert panel reassesses its previous advice as it goes, because more data will come in. It might change everything. This deep dive I talked about may change our understanding of what the risks are. So it's important that we have the best advice available at the best available based on the best available information.
Yeah, right. Thanks for clarifying. We've also heard through this inquiry that members of the community have found lead sediment at the bottom of their water tanks. Could you please advise us what responsibility New South Wales Health has over personal water tanks, and what people should do to look after their water tanks?
Yeah. So New South Wales Health regulates public drinking water supplies, so that's town water supplies, Sydney Water. Little towns have utilities that run their water supplies, but we don't regulate individual private water tanks. That's up to the individual. We do provide advice through fact sheets and on our website about how to maintain water tanks. Water tanks can become contaminated. They can have bird droppings, they can have dead animals in them, they can have dust coming from the environment getting into them, and so over time they can build up sludge. So the advice is around making sure the water's clear, making sure that there's a regular, I think it's every 2 or 3 years, inspection of the amount of sludge that might be in there, and then removing the sludge if it's building up. So it's about regular maintaining. Drinking water tanks aren't as good as a town water supply, which is highly regulated, but people are living, off the water supply. This is their source of water, so it's how to maintain that as safely as possible. And generally speaking, it's safe. The water comes from above the sludge level, and so it tends to be very different quality to what's in the bottom of the sludge.
Right, thank you. Greg, did you have any questions?
Yes.
Yep.
Just to help me understand, the challenge of explaining to the community at large, and perhaps individual groups within the community, in a way that they can comprehend and understand what could be rather technical scientific details and considerations in enabling them to understand what the work that you're doing in the public health remit is actually showing and demonstrating. It just struck me as I was listening to you and reading the government submission, that must be a challenge, how to do that. So I appreciate your general comments about that and the ways in which you find that to be done in the most effective way.
Look, it's a very good point, and the expert panel does speak in very highly technical language,
which is important to understand the issue.
Exactly, and so we try and then simplify that with the expert panel's oversight into simpler language that we then provide to general practitioners. There were also some drop-in. EPA had three drop-in sessions or community meetings in Millthorpe and Blaney to provide a range of advice on the situation. I wasn't there, so I can't tell you exactly what happened, but Health was there, represented by the local public health unit with fact sheets and could talk to people about their concerns. We also have the public health unit who's got a website and also telephone contact who's available to speak in plain English, hopefully, to members of the public. So we are keen. In the pandemic, we learned a lot about how to try and reach vulnerable communities who are often not English speaking as their first language. So it is really important that we try and make the language attainable to those people in the community.
And have you... please, yes.
I'm hoping that that's at your end, it's not my end. In clinical practice, it's generally quite easy to explain in plain English to patients what's going on, but we first have to understand what their understanding of the situation is, because often it's a mismatch in understanding what risk is and in particular equating exposure to poisoning. When exposure is exposure, it doesn't always result in poisoning. So we have a lot of experience in explaining this to individuals, and I think the deep dive, part of the purpose of that is to really understand how the community have gained information and perception about this. I'm very sorry about the echo.
No, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Do we still have time? Or?
55 seconds.
Oh, well, I might finish with one final question. We can hear you, Professor Dawson. It must just, the echo is not at this end. I just thought I'd clarify, in terms of this deep dive that's happening with Cadia, with the community there, how can people get involved if they want to? And is there further testing that the community is doing, or if they, how can people reach out, I suppose?
So we've communicated through the Cadia Community Network, and understand they've had a community meeting to identify volunteers, and so it'll be through that process, essentially.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. Mrs. Cotter.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here today to explore this very important issue. And look, a number of the questions I had intended to ask have been well covered by my colleagues, so thank you for the information. Look, I'm just wondering, is there, what in the normal population, if such a thing exists, what would be the incidence of elevated lead or other metals in the population in blood tests, and are some metals more commonly found than others? Perhaps you could provide some general background.
Could I defer to Tanjira?
Yeah, sure. It's not uncommon to have people arrive with elevated heavy metals, in particular things such as mercury and arsenic, which are common in food. And generally these levels are all very, very low levels that don't require treatment. Indeed, sometimes, depending on the source of the metal, may not actually have any risk at all. So I'd have to take question notice to give you an absolute instance. If you just screen people, how often you would find various heavy metals. But for example, if you screen people who smoke or vape, you would find heavy metals in some heavy metals in most of those people. So it's very important when you're doing any sort of analysis like this or testing an individual to have a really clear idea about what all their habits, medications, all of the other things that are kind of going on, both as a way of explaining why they may actually have a positive result, but also sometimes be able to reassure them that whilst that result is positive, it may not actually have any significant health effects depending on the source of the metal.
Okay, thank you. That's very interesting. And I'm presuming that we have a set of sort of safe levels that are established in New South Wales, or levels above which there's clinical concern?
The notion of levels, we have a whole range of levels where we want people to be below. Most commonly what you see in practice, and indeed what we've seen in Cadia, is some individuals who have levels slightly above that. Those levels themselves generally are not any clinical concern because it's kind of such a big safety factor, often up to 100-fold put in when making those thresholds. But where they're important is it is signalling that someone's got an exposure that has to be explained, and that we therefore, and once we explain it, ideally go back and reduce that exposure. So we have very low thresholds where we will pick up positive results which actually don't have any immediate health risks at all to the individual, or even chronic ones, but it is signalling that they're being exposed, and we do want to reduce overall community exposure.
And so would any person who presented with an elevated level above safe threshold risks of any metal, is that always able to be addressed and reversed, or are there some metals that once the level has been reached, it can't be reversed?
I think the short answer is yes. There are some metals where there would be effects that can't just be reversed, and really the best metal to think about that is lead. That's an extreme example, but it's important because, as you're probably aware, exposure to lead, particularly during pregnancy or to the fetus, or to young children when they're in a developmental phase of developing their brain, lead exposure will change or impede brain development, and that's not going to be reversed by getting rid of the lead, and you can't really get rid of the lead. So that's why we have such low thresholds for lead, because there is an effect, even though whilst in that individual it might be hard to measure, but at a population level, if you're looking at thousands of children, you would see that there, even with relatively low levels, that those children exposed aren't going to be quite the same as children who are not exposed.
Right.
But for most other metals, the thresholds that we actually have, even when they're exceeding them, the individual's not at really any health risk. But lead, is a pretty distinctive example, I guess, because it's so ubiquitous and so common, and we know that there's really no acceptable lead level, or really no level of lead that wouldn't have an effect on individuals, and that's why the lead levels over the years have got lower and lower and lower, the thresholds of concern.
And I understand from previous testimony that the threshold levels we set in Australia would be conservative by world standards?
This is for lead or for metals in general?
For all metal exposure.
I think, all the metal exposures we have in Australia, the levels are very conservative, and they pretty well line up with all other developed countries. So the short answer is yes. These levels are conservative.
Okay, and the primary means of lead exposure, is that airborne? So you're breathing it in? Is it ingestion? Is it? How do people get lead in their blood?
Well, it's most commonly because people are ingesting it either through water or through soil, or sometimes things like paint flakes and things like this. I mean, there are occupational exposures, but in terms of what we're talking about, the normal sort of population inadvertent exposures, it's generally always through ingestion, and the sources of those ingestions obviously can be lead in the air. This is obviously the reason we've got rid of lead in petrol, but it can also be lead in water systems, in water pipes. It can be lead associated with certain enamelling of eating utensils, and we do sometimes see it as a contaminant often in traditional medicines, but it's generally always ingestion.
Broken Hill's an example of where there's widespread contamination in the environment, and small babies, small children are most at risk when they're doing the crawling around and the hand-mouth activity and ingesting lead from the environment via their hands.
But I think I noticed in your submission that there are ways to ameliorate that exposure, if you're aware of it?
So there's a all-of-government approach to Broken Hill, led by the EPA historically, to both screening of children, to ensure that lead contamination of children, lead toxicity in children is recognised early and additional interventions can take place, but also to control the lead exposures in the community itself.
Is there a way of filtering tank water so that lead is filtered out?
I don't know the answer to that. Right. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I just thought you might.
Yeah.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I suppose it gives more time for questions. I'll go to Ms. Fairman first if you have additional questions.
You go if you've got them.
I might ask you just with regards to what I suppose Mr. Dawson's just said around, or Professor Dawson rather, I should say, around lead and indeed your comments around Broken Hill. My understanding, so it can exist in many areas naturally. Is that the case?
I'm not a geologist, but there are certain areas where there's lead runs, I suppose, whatever the right term is. And Broken Hill is an example where for over 100 years there's been mining and there's been bringing out creation of lead in the environment through dust and so on. And that's been a big concern for many years for EPA and New South Wales Health.
Yeah, and I suppose things like old paint, so old toys. I can remember the old dinky cars that my dad had that probably had lead paint all over them that I used to play with. But ceramics and pipes, all of that sort of thing. Is that's the case?
Yeah, and so historically, Andrew mentioned lead in petrol, which was a major pollutant and a health impact until that was phased out a couple of decades or so ago. Lead in paint also, with children ingesting, crackling paint in their backyard around windows and things. But there can be lead in piping and on roofs, particularly of older houses where there's flashing, which is part of the roof, that can then, when it rains and that goes into your lead tank, that goes into your drinking water tank, that can contain lead contamination from that rooftop.
Can I just ask one last question? I just want to try and clarify some of the discussion we were having earlier about the data collection in that orange region. And, you mentioned a couple of times the very small data set that you've got at the moment. I mean, I imagine that data set's small because there hasn't up until this point been an effort to do widespread testing. But you also said in one of your answers when you were talking, I think, about the expert working group, that committee's still collecting data. I just was hoping you could clarify for the committee exactly what data you're now collecting. What is that process?
Yeah, so we're working with the EPA and we've asked the EPA to urgently provide the expert panel with data they're collecting from the environment. We're concerned about that exposure pathway we talked about earlier. So what is actually been coming from the environment, from the mine, in terms of water or soil or air contamination, to help understand what the risks to individuals might be. So that we've got, I understand, most of that data in from the EPA now. It's been very useful. There's a further health human health risk assessment that the EPA has required to be redone by the company to understand what those. So we need to see what the results of that are, which we expect in some weeks. So we'll put all that information and any other new data, including the deep dive I mentioned earlier, to the expert panel to reconsider their advice on a regular basis.
I'm
What
pleased to
happens
hear
with
that.
I'm
sorry.
just thinking with the data. I'm just
Yeah.
wondering who sees that data. Does it stay with the expert panel? How transparent is that?
I'd have to check with the EPA, but it's EPA data that we're reviewing. I don't know how they then release that data more broadly. We receive it, the expert panel looks at it, and then we provide a summary.
I can add to that if I may. So I think EPA also have their own expert panel, which we don't know who they are, but comprised of many people as well.
And I just wanted one last clarifying question. I'm really pleased that all that work is happening. I imagine because it's the EPA collecting samples that you're talking about, environmental samples,
yes.
soil samples or dust samples, etc. Yeah. Given that we know that there was this major pollution event that's now resulted in criminal charges, is there any proactive collection of clinical samples being undertaken?
So this is, we're keen to review any data that the community has, and the offer is there to have those sent in to us to review. But we're also, as part of a deep dive, wanting to collect clinical data, which will then inform whether additional testing or other mechanisms need to be provided.
I'm interested in that data, that the citizen science data. It obviously would benefit from having a much broader sample and also from having a control group, etc., that would allow it to be analysed appropriately. Is the data that you're collecting through that deep dive process going to be sufficient to actually inform any kind of epidemiological analysis?
It'll be a first step, I think, is the way to address it, so that we can, of those people who are believed to be most impacted, if we can get a good profile of those people and analyse and interpret that, that'll be the gateway to any additional things that need to be done.
I can add to that as well, if I may. So heavy metals also have half-life. That means when it comes into the body, then at some point, depends on the type of heavy metal, it will be excreted out of the body. So things that happened in the past, we have always have back in mind that might have impact to people and the community. But in terms of getting the clinical sample to test if there's heavy metal in there, we can't tell things that happened in the past, like years back. So it depends on the heavy metal. So the information from EPA, what's the current or recent environmental exposure, it will be really important. And also it's important to understand that heavy metals, there are so many of them. So we have to specify what we test for. We don't have like battery of 100 of tests, because it's also very, it's the area that is very, there's a gap in the science that we don't know much about the information, especially the impact of low level. So having the data itself, it's good, but we also need to understand too what we're gonna do with the data, how we analyze it and how we utilize it. So that's limitation of heavy metals that need to have into the equation as well.
We're out of time for today's session. Thank you so much, all three of you, for your time and your really valuable evidence today. And the Secretariat will be in touch if there's any questions on notice.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the great work you do too. Thank you.
We're now breaking for 15 minutes. Final session for today. Thank you very much for making the time today to give evidence, and I remind witnesses in the committee that as you've appeared previously before this inquiry, you're appearing today under your prior oath or affirmation. Could each witness please state your name and position title?
Thank you, Chair. My name's Tony Chappell and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Environment Protection Authority.
And Stephen Beeman, Executive Director, Regulatory Practice and Services at the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority.
Thank you very much. Do you have another opening statement today?
I do have a brief one, if that's all right,
Yeah, please.
Chair. Thank you for the invitation to appear again before the committee to represent the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority, which I'll again refer to as the EPA. I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet here today, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and thank them for their ongoing custodianship of country since deep time that continues through to today and is ongoing. I acknowledge their enduring connection to the land, sky and waters of this place and extend my respect to elders past and present and to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people here today or watching on the live stream. Since our last appearance, the EPA has made substantial progress on some relevant matters relating to the inquiry and in particular in respect of the Cadia mine. On the 29th of September this year, Newcrest's Cadia Holdings Proprietary Limited entered a plea of guilty in the Land and Environment Court in respect of an alleged breach of the Protection of the Environment Operations Act for exceeding air emission standards at the gold mine relating to the emission of solid particles from surface exhaust fans attached to ventilation rise 8 in March 2022. A sentencing hearing has been set down for the 28th of March 2024. On the 12th of October this year, the EPA commenced legal proceedings in the Land and Environment Court for 4 additional offences for alleged air pollution by Cadia Holdings Proprietary Limited. Those matters have now been set down for a directions hearing on the 24th of November. The new prosecutions relate to 4 alleged breaches of the Protection of the Environment Operations Act, being 2 offences relating to an exceedance of the standard of concentration for solid particles as a result of operating mine surface exhaust fans attached to ventilation rise 8, and 2 offences relating to air pollution incidents in October 2022 from the surface of Cadia's tailings storage facilities. This means the EPA is now prosecuting Cadia Holdings in the Land and Environment Court for 5 alleged offences associated with air pollution from its gold mine in Cadia. 3 offences relate to the emission of total solid particles from a ventilation rise on 3 occasions between November 2021 and May 2023, and 2 offences relate to air pollution from the broader mine, which the EPA alleges occurred as a result of Cadia's failure to deal with mine tailings in a proper and efficient manner in October 2022. I note again a recurring theme from submissions of members of the public is that fines for environmental offences are too low. While the EPA can issue on-the-spot fines under its legislation of up to $15,000, where cases are taken to court, a judge or magistrate decides which penalty should be imposed. In these situations, the possible financial penalties are higher. Under the Protection of the Environment Operations Act, the maximum penalties that can be imposed by a court are $5 million for a corporation, and in the case of an individual, $1 million or 7 years imprisonment, or both. In terms of the specific charges and prosecutions now on foot, the maximum penalty available for each offence committed would be in the amount of $1 million. Of course, any changes to the penalty regime, including maximum penalty amounts, are a matter for government. Additionally, the EPA continues to meet regularly with the community, and this week my colleague Mr Beeman, here on my left, and members of his team met with representatives from several community groups regarding water, soil and sludge testing. Steve also spoke in detail about the EPA's role in providing advice on mine approvals, particularly the recently approved Bowdens and Louis mines. As I noted in my last appearance, as New South Wales' primary environmental regulator, the EPA often provides advice to the Department of Planning and Environment on potential environment and human health impacts of proposed developments. Our advice is not binding on consent authorities in their decisions on the granting of development consent, nor on conditions imposed on a development consent. As I mentioned previously, the EPA has established an independent expert panel in respect of providing advice to us on the Cadia mine, which met for a 3rd time on Friday the 20th of October to discuss in detail a range of sampling data conducted by the EPA from rainwater tanks and kitchen taps within the Cadia Valley, as well as additional water sampling results collected by Dr. Ian Wright. Following review by the independent technical panel, we expect to publish this report next week. The EPA has put forward a proposal for sediment isotope testing to help identify the source of lead found in some water tank sediment samples, and the panel provided suggestions to ensure this testing is robust. This included also analysing samples of soil, tailings dam and particles emitted from Vent Rise 8 collected for comparison. The panel also discussed the human health impact assessment and agreed that further review of the assessment was required, including consideration of additional data collected by the EPA. Finally, the EPA has been working on installation of high-volume air monitors in the community around the Cadia mine, and we expect the first 2 of those to be up and running in the next week. The EPA remains committed to addressing the complex issues at Cadia and working with the community and the company. I want to acknowledge the very strong commitment of my people at the EPA and thank them for their ongoing hard work. Thank you for the opportunity to make this statement, and I'd be pleased to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Cotter.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. My first question really goes to response times and responsiveness of the EPA. So if I'm a concerned person, how do I know to contact the EPA? How do I contact the EPA? And what is the time frame for a response from the EPA? And if you find that there's an issue, do you just proceed with the prosecution, or do you feed back the results of that to the person who initiated the complaint?
You mean as a member of the public?
Yes.
Raising a potential pollution
as
incident?
somebody who lives in a 10k radius of Cadia, for example.
Well, on all of our material, on our vehicles, on our website and so on, you'll see the report pollution phone number. We call it Environment Line. It's 131 555. It's staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Calls to that are triaged and actioned.
Can you explain the triage? What would get more importance and what would be put at the bottom of the queue?
Sure, I might ask my colleague, Mr. Beeman, to just talk in a bit more detail about our system.
Yeah, so the calls come in. They come into our operational coordination unit. That's staffed and manned by experienced operational staff, particularly if we've got 2 very experienced managers running that area.
9 to 5, 24/7.
So 9 to 5 is when the operation unit does the triaging, but you can call 24/7. So the system works 365 days a year, 24/7.
And there's a person, or you record.
So there's a person every time. So after hours, we have an after hours incident management system. So that has operational staff that have been trained and authorised actually take the calls. So it will come into a call centre, then get referred to an operations officer. We also have a duty supervisor on staff, so a manager. We also have a duty director, and we also have a duty executive director. So there's always, as a chain of command within the EPA, that's available after hours. The officers get the calls. We've done staff training. They've got aid memoirs, so they've got guides to actually guide their decision making when they're getting a call. So the staff actually sleep with their phones during the week, so it's usually under their pillow. The phone will ring, the phone will buzz, they'll get the message, they'll see what the incident is, and then they'll take some action there. So we've got that 24/7 system. We also, just for the completeness for the committee, have the Duty Incident Advisory Service, which is the combat agencies in New South Wales, Police, Fire and Rescue, Rural Fire Service, actually have access to a specialist team 24/7. So that phone rings, it gets answered by a person, and then we respond to any incident straight away. During the daytime, the calls come in, they get assessed by the team by triage. So things that are give evidence to give indications they're impacting human health, anything that's impacting the environment, a water pollution incident, anything that's asbestos, anything that's a major spill on a major waterway, they will then refer that on to.
I think that's great and obvious and necessary, but I'm Mrs. Smith who's seeing dust clouds. I don't know whether it's asbestos, I don't know whether it's lead, I don't know whether there's just dust in the air. How do I get triaged?
Yep, so they go through that process. So 131 555, They ring through, gets triaged, gets sent to a manager. That all happens.
No, sorry, the question I'm asking is where do I sit in the triaging?
All the matters that come through in a day. So when I'm saying triaging, there are things that we want to respond to within minutes,
sure,
and there are things that we respond to within the day.
Okay.
So an issue.
So I, Mrs. Smith, will get a call back within 24 hours telling me what's happening?
We aim to do that. Yep, absolutely.
So how can you tell Mrs. Smith what's happening until you've investigated?
So we actually collect evidence of Mrs. Smith. We might make a decision to call the licensee and find out if there's been any aberration of operations.
Mm-hmm.
We might actually go out on site and we might ask the company for a report to be done that day, or we actually might send a team out to have a look and investigate what that concerns that have been raised to be assessed in the field. So it depends on what the actual incident is, but our aim is so everything that comes in the day. I did hear today, I think the resource regulator said within 7 days. We actually go through all of our reports every day and aim to finish each day with every report in some form of action.
Okay, and that's fed back to the person who's the complainant?
We aim to do that all the time. Sometimes there might be a break in the system where we haven't done that, but the objective of that is to actually go back to the complainant and tell them what the response is and close it out.
And how many times would a complainant be told, "Oh, look, it's a dusty day, don't worry about it"?
I'm not sure we'd be saying don't worry about it,
Okay.
but it depends on the particular circumstances. To give you a feel, so we get last year, over the last 12 months, we've had 7,816 reports come through, which is about 150 per week.
Okay.
We might have an incident, so we could have extreme wind or weather events, so there might be occasions where there's significant weather in, say, the Upper Hunter, where we know the air quality gets affected with the coal mines up there with significant windy days. And so that might be an occasion where we're saying there's a particular wind or storm event that's occurring. So it really depends on the nature of the day. The staff will check the weather reports to see, what the situation is at the particular facility.
Yeah. So we had evidence earlier today that councils get faster action than Mrs. Smith and Mr. Jones.
No.
Okay. That's just the perception that councils have?
Yes.
And it really depends on the seriousness of the issue. As Steve mentioned, we'll aim to respond within minutes to a serious radiological or other toxic
no, look,
issue.
I completely understand that. I suppose part of the issue that I think we've seen in testimony given is that when initial reports are made, people don't always know how serious it is. Understandably, the person on the other end of the phone getting the complaint doesn't know how serious it is. My water's dirty. It could be mud in the tank. It could be lead. Nobody knows at that point.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering in real terms, what's the time from somebody raising a concern to somebody in the EPA being able to say, it's X, it's weather related, we don't need to worry too much, it's Y, we really need to take some action?
It's hard to say what it is exactly without any specifics. So we know around particular facilities there might be an issue. We have a long history of data for all the facilities we regulate, and so it really depends on what the particular incident is to be able to answer that question. I think the other thing I'd point out is the legislation has two very powerful tools around this type of issue. Section 147 or 153 of the Protection of the Environment Operations Act places a positive obligation on licensees that if there's a material harm to the environment, to human health or the environment, they must notify us immediately. And the penalty for corporations that don't do that is up to $2 million can be imposed by the courts. And for an individual, it's $500,000. And there's also an instrument we have in our legislation, which is also very powerful, called Pollution and Incident Management Response Plans, which we call PIRMs, which is Section 153A to F of the Protection of the Environment Operations Act. And that sets the whole criteria about how to activate their pollution incident response plan. Those plans have to be tested every 12 months. Where there's an incident on site, they need to notify us immediately, and the fines for not notifying us immediately for a corporation is $1 million for the courts and up to $120,000 per day. In addition, or 250,000 for an individual. So there are very strong mechanisms for incident management inside the EPA. The community can report, and the licensees must advertise, must have a sign somewhere, must have on their websites to call, the EPA's number. So they need to have a complaint number, and they often use ours. There's an incident response system for the Combat Agency Emergency Services. Licensees have a very strong positive legal obligation to tell us about and notify us of any incidents. And we have pollution incident management response plans that sit to be activated when there is an incident.
Have you ever done any focus testing or gone out to the community to check whether they feel as confident about your processes as you do? Because listening to them here, they sound very robust, 24-hour turnaround, that's fantastic. Some of the evidence we've got doesn't suggest that the community feels as secure in these processes, and I just wonder if you've done any testing about that at all.
Well, we're undertaking a project this year to seek to uplift the capability of the system, and part of that will involve that kind of testing. I don't think we're under any illusion that the system is perfect or always works perfectly, and there are capacity issues at different points in time as well that can make it more challenging for people, which we want to resolve.
What was the driver with the decision to uplift the system, as you put it?
There are a few drivers. There's a significant commitment the EPA has taken in the last 12 months to step more forward into what we internally talk about as stewardship, which in part involves standing in the shoes of the community. And part of that is how we engage and outwardly work with the community, and they feed into us, and so it's part of that broader process. Do you want to add anything, Steve?
Yeah, I think there's also an intersection for us, an opportunity to change our internal IT systems, and then to get more modern telephony, mm-hmm. So the call centre, and to get that so it becomes a less manual process. So there are sort of at the moment, it's not when I say manual, it's sort of comes out as a bit more analog, and we can use a little bit more of a advanced IT system to streamline the workflow for the staff coming in.
Yeah.
The other thing that I just want to point out, which is what we do in terms of triage, is so each day all the managers get together from their teams. So what's come into their inbox overnight might have been a complaint from the community. So you've got the experienced staff looking at what that issue is, and then supervising and providing their staff that mentoring, coaching to deal with that incident. Mm-hmm. But also the executive directors and the directors from the operations teams get together every Tuesday morning and every Friday morning, and we look at the things that have come through during the week, and that's the sort of double check to make sure we're looking at trends and we're making sure that we're actually closing out the issues in the manner that we should.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Fairman?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I just want to turn to the tank samples that you referred to in your opening statement, Mr. Chappell. Yep. What have, in about 30 seconds, if you can, because we don't have much time this afternoon. In fact, no, I understand that there's been lead, mercury, arsenic, chromium, a range of different metals are found at elevated levels in some of those tanks. What has the community been told about, for example, elevated levels of mercury, elevated levels of lead in those tank samples?
So we've sampled almost 100 tanks, water, sludge and water at the tap. A number of those did show levels of lead and cadmium, and I think one property had antimony. I'm not aware that our sampling has detected mercury, but we've conducted mass analysis as well from the sediment samples, which is generally where these occur, And we've got a package of results that we'll be releasing before the end of the month, but we've been sharing those results with the individuals as they're tested.
Yeah.
I might just ask my colleague to talk a little bit.
Sure.
And I am aware that it does include mercury. I have been informed by the community that they've been informed about mercury.
Not in water, no.
Are you talking sediment?
Tap.
Are you?
So yeah, we've got to be really clear here because there's a lot of data, and it's probably that's what
Sorry, but it's in the tanks. Let's start with that. So it's in the tanks.
So
is that right, Mr. Beeman?
So let me explain it first. So we've
Sure.
done tap.
Yes.
So it's point of use. That's where people use their water. We've done tank, and we've done sediment. So
sediment is where?
The sludge in the bottom of the tank.
It's in the tank. Thank you.
So 96% of the samples at the tap meet the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines.
Yeah, so I'm talking about the mercury in the sediment. I'll just go straight there because the time is so limited and it's so frustrating.
No.
We normally have government members for longer. I've only got 45 minutes, not my decision. So sorry, I have to rush you through.
Yeah.
I am aware that there's found mercury in the sediment. Let's go straight there.
There's mercury in soils, there's mercury in dust.
This is in someone's rainwater tank, Mr. Beeman.
Point of order.
Point of order.
This is in the sediment.
not
Point of order.
I need to hear the point of order.
My point of order is I do appreciate the issue of time, but the witness needs to be able to explain the matter carefully, right? Might not be what you want to hear, but the witness is entitled to answer the question as he sees fit to provide the full explanation. And that's not happening at the moment.
Sure, I'll go back to my multiple rulings yesterday. You're very welcome to interject, perhaps after
Thanks,
we've heard
Chair.
a sentence
Yep.
or so of the answer.
All good, thank you. I did that before. Thank you. Yes, so I'm specifically asking it's a question about the fact that there's mercury in the sediment in the tanks, which people are extracting their drinking water from.
Yep.
What's the safe level of mercury in that sediment in their rainwater tanks?
So there's a range of metals in those heavy metals in the sediment and the particles in those tanks. We've given that data to the EPA expert panel. That data's also gone to the health expert panel. There was no concern expressed by both of those panels in range to the sediment concentrations. The sediment concentrations were typically what we see in the literature from sediment in tank samples from around Australia. The advice is from the N Health guidelines from 2010 that the way that you minimise your exposure on page 24 of the N Health guidelines, it's the guidance on the use of rainwater tanks, is you should inspect your tanks every 2 to 3 years to remove the sediment particles from the bottom of the tanks.
Would you be able to table for the committee that evidence you're saying in terms of the comparison of the tanks around the country, the locations?
We're going to publish it
as much as you can.
Yep.
Okay.
That'll be in our report.
In terms of that level.
So we've gone to the scientific literature, we've got the journal papers, and we've done that comparison.
Yeah.
And that was reviewed and endorsed by the EPA expert panel last Friday.
Okay. Just in terms of time, so I assume the presence of elements in the tank, so that they're reaching the sediment level, they must be in the air then. Is that like...
They're on the particles that are inside the tank.
Yeah. So if there's the heavy metals that are in the sediment means that they're in the air.
Possibly.
Yeah. So that therefore also you can understand the community's concerns then that they're potentially breathing in the sediment that at some level that's found in the bottom of their tanks.
Yep. And I think there's two things around that I can talk about is, and again we presented this to the expert panel, is we test for the company, so for VR rates for the riser at the moment, for the last couple of months, every fortnight they test for heavy metals, type 1 and type 2, and that includes a whole range of heavy metals, and typically they're about 2 orders of magnitude below the regulatory limit.
Is Cadia doing voluntary clean up of particular residents' tanks? Is that voluntary, or is the EPA issued in order to Cadia to clean residents' tanks?
At this stage, my understanding, that's been voluntary, offer an opt-in program by Cadia.
Do you think that what I have heard is that it's very random? Some people have it, some people don't. Neighbours have it, neighbours don't.
Yep.
Do you think that's satisfactory? Maybe they should be issued with an order.
Yeah, look, I think it goes to this thing that this guidance has been around a long time. People do need to service their tanks. Now, whatever arrangements they come up with to have those tanks serviced, that can be between the licensee and the community.
So there's no risk. So that's it. The community should just clean their tanks. Are you going to issue any? Do they need to be careful when they clean the tanks with these heavy metal sediments? Is there any guidelines to, or is it all?
So
where do they clean it out to? Where do they put that sediment?
The data I've seen to date in terms of the sediment concentrations is that you could actually just have that discharged back onto the soil in the paddock.
I have other questions on this, but I need to turn to the situation around the discrepancy with the load limits for Arcadia's licence. Why is the EPA now saying 100 milligrams per cubic metre when less than a few months ago you were saying 50? What's changed?
Nothing's changed. That regulation, that part of the regulation is complex, and prior to taking legal action, we seek expert legal advice. And the better view from our Environmental Council is that the Group 5 category is what applies here. That's the basis for the prosecutions that are moving forward, and there are two factors there that are relevant. One is the date the plant or activity commenced, and the second one is the date on which the application for the Environment Protection Licence that applies to the relevant premises was made. And so in this case, that licence was applied for in May 2000, which is what grounds the...
So all up until, thank you, so all up until the last month, the EPA has been working with Cadia with this load limit of 50. The whole time Cadia's had 50 milligrams per cubic metre. Is that right? And now they're before the court. They've been found to be, criminal charges about polluting the community, and for some reason they've suddenly got a higher load limit. Don't you have? That seems extraordinary.
No, I think. Look, I won't talk in any detail about the court proceedings.
Sure,
but what I'll say
not
about
the court proceedings.
The licence allows the EPA to also set a limit lower than the Clean Air Regulation.
That's what I was going to get to.
So the Clean Air Regulation sets out these different groups. Frankly, whether it's 50 or 100, in the EPA's view, there's been some very clear exceedances that we'll be setting to demonstrate in court. But the other relevant matter here, just to share, is that we've asked the independent expert technical panel to give us advice on the appropriateness of any lower limit or other limit that might be considered for inclusion in the licence.
So we were shown around the Cadia down into into the bowels of Cadia gold mine, 1,400 metres underground, and when we were down there, we were told that the new arrangements with the filtration, they would be able to meet they're just meeting, kind of difficult to meet the 50 milligrams per cubic metre, but definitely 100 they'll be able to meet. Did Cadia have any comments or views about the 50 versus 100?
Look, I understand from their correspondence their original view coincided with ours.
50 seems almost very difficult for them to meet, doesn't it?
As we consider the appropriate licence setting, we'll be looking at what is reasonably achievable, and based on what you've just said, that may well be the case. Do you want to add anything?
So we've had Cadia do quarterly monitoring from VR8, from Event Rise 8, and they're consistently below 50.
So, and let's be clear that the Zephyr Air Quality Independent Audit had it as 20 as well, that Cadia responded to. So we're starting off with 20.
Zephyr got it wrong. So it isn't an arbitrary number that we look at. It's from a statutory construction from
Yes, that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom.
From what works through the regulation, and as Mr. Chappell just talked about.
And so did you have it wrong for all that time when it was 50, for the years and years and years that you had it as 50? Was it wrong? Or has it been adjusted for the circumstances of Cadia not quite being able to meet 50?
No, the Clean Air regulation has groups of standards. I think Group 6 is 50 in this case for a point source emission, and Group 5 is 100. I think our initial view was that Group 6 was the relevant
Could the
standard
current
that applied.
underground operation, as I understand, started in 2009, though, not 2000? Why are you basing it on 2000?
Because that's the relevant licence that applies to the premises. So, and this is what I'm talking about, the complexity in the regulation, which is something to look at being clarified, but it is a complex instrument to interpret in this particular regard.
But you suggested you do have discretion to reduce.
In addition, put aside what the regulation says, the licence limit can also be adjusted separate to what to be lower than the regulation. The regulation is the maximum.
Yeah.
Section 3235A of the POEO Act allows us to take a more conservative limit.
That's right.
Against the regulation.
Thank you. My time's up.
Super.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to you both for appearing again today. Could you detail for us what, if any, work is done during the consent process for an approval for a mine to ensure monitoring and health standards are upheld?
Monitoring during the consent process.
What, if any, involvement you have during that consent process with regards to monitoring health standards, all that sort of stuff? Yeah.
Yep.
Do you want to take that and then I'll add something?
Yeah. So, and I listened to some of the evidence today from Department of Planning and the Independent Planning Commission. So, we get involved fairly early in the process. We provide secretaries requirements about what are the things that we want to see in the planning assessment process for any development, be it a sewage treatment plant or a mine. That sets out all the things that the EPA would consider as part of its licensing process, so air, water, noise, land, contamination. And that sets the standards and the things we want the proponent to actually assess against. Mm-hmm. The proponent will go off and do their environmental impact assessment. That'll get lodged with the Department of Planning, and you heard that they then send those out to the relevant regulatory agencies as part of that sort of consultation process. Our technical experts will look at those documents with our operations staff. We will review those in a lot of detail, give very detailed feedback on what we think about the work that was done in those planning approvals, those planning documents. And part of that is looking at, are they using the right standards? Have they done the right modelling? What are the monitoring requirements that we will require? Yeah. Often that requires, and I think Mr. Penshaw from Planning talked about, it can be over a couple of years. It can be quite a long process. They'll actually give our comments to the proponent, they'll redo their work, and then we have another look at to make sure that they've actually addressed all the issues that we've raised as part of our assessment of their planning proposal. If we think all the work's been, there's enough of all of our issues have been addressed, then we issue what we call our general terms of approval. So what would our licence conditions look like? And often they're uplifted into the development consent. So things like hours of operation, noise limits, water discharge, monitoring requirements will go into the planning approval. Okay. And so Department of Planning typically, or the IPC, do rely on the EPA experts to give that advice about setting up that framework. There's often times when the proponent's almost there, and we can often then say, as part of the process, you might need to do a supplementary plan while you're doing the development. So there might be some additional things that we think are substantially done, but they just need to get finalised. And then the Department of Planning often then send to us a draft of the determination, the planning approval, and then we get another look at that at the end to make sure that all of our issues have been assessed. So I think I'd agree with Mr. Penshaw's evidence about it's a very robust process in New South Wales. We actually get quite a few opportunities to give our technical advice and input into it. They're often very big and complex documents. So we look at the community's comments as part of the consultation and make sure that we're triangulating what the community's concerns are and making sure we get those addressed as part of the planning process. And then really it's for the decision makers and the Department of Planning of the IPC, based on all the information they have in front of them, they have to weigh up the social, economic and environmental considerations.
And just in terms of the question about monitoring, I think that's really a key issue for community confidence, is access to real-time environmental quality data. And around the CADIA project, we're putting a very substantial effort into that. We have about 35 what's called purple air monitors, which are very cost-effective monitors that give you a sense of environmental quality, but we're also installing what's called high-volume air monitoring systems that are quite large units and very sophisticated in terms of the particulate analysis that they allow us to undertake, the metal concentrations and so on. And more broadly, we have some air quality networks in New South Wales, but around various mining precincts, we're now considering how to deploy substantial monitoring networks so that before a project commences, through its operation and then afterwards, the community can see the data consistently and be confident there's no deleterious impact to their environmental quality.
Which partially answers my next question about what work is done after that consent is provided to monitor, I suppose. Is there any other work that you can elaborate? And that data, I presume, is all publicly available, is it?
Yes, it will be. I think a lot of it is not real-time data yet, but that's where we are keen to move over the next 18 months and broadly across the state. I think we're also conducting a review of all of the metalliferous mining projects that we currently license and how monitoring and licensing conditions can better align and, where necessary, be uplifted to deliver increased visibility and confidence for the community. Do you want to add to that?
I think what we've probably seen in the last 4 or 5 years, I've been at the EPA for quite a while, but last 4 or 5 years, we're actually seeing, and we need to take advantage of this uptake, this development of new technology and the drop in cost of environmental monitoring equipment. We've got one recently, which we announced the other week, where there was an unfortunate series of alleged, I've got to be careful, it's before the court, discharges at the Metro Colliery down at Helensburgh, and now they've got real-time monitoring. We've imposed on them real-time monitoring of a whole range of parameters in the creek, so the community can see it real-time, the EPA can see it real-time, and have that confidence that our licensees are staying within the requirements of their licence. So I think we're seeing this use and advent of technology now really starting to take hold. And I think the community want to see that data. There's a real thirst. I think the fact that we went out to the community and said, would you like to have one of these purple air monitors? They're about that big. I think we had 45 people opt in. There are 36 currently operating today. The data's online. They can look at it any time. I think we're seeing that latent community thirst for environmental data for their local community.
Yeah, fantastic. And you mentioned the change in the last 4 or 5 years. Has there been any more sort of significant change over the last 10 or 20 years in terms of the work that you are doing or are able to do as a result of this, monitoring and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, I think the really big thing that we've had over the last, I say, 10 years, or probably a little bit longer actually, is we've been given a power in our regulations to actually develop and impose industry-funded monitoring programs. So industry in a community, might be the Namoy or the Upper Hunter, pay into a fund, and then the government then operates the air quality monitoring network on behalf of the community. So it's almost going to the polluter pays principle, where the people in the community, the government's not paying, the community's not paying for it, the industry's paying for this monitoring. It's done independently, and all that data is real time for the community, so they can have that information in front of them.
It also allows us to issue near real-time air quality alerts when air quality deteriorates because of fires or some other issue. It opens up lots of other opportunities to communicate with the community about how to better protect themselves.
We heard some earlier evidence. It's funny you mentioned about the independent data. We heard in some earlier evidence today, which made the sort of suggestion that the EPA would benefit from having a more independent structure or the ability to do independent audits. But it sounds like that in some ways that's already there. If you're
Yeah. So our audit program is completely independent. So we have a specialist compliance audit team. They do audits independently. They're doing the work that Mr. Chappell mentioned around. We're looking at all the air emission requirements at the various metalliferous mines around New South Wales. Yep. That happens without any industry involvement. It's part of our broader compliance program where we're looking at environmental risks, looking at the trends in the data, where we're getting complaints from, what's the emerging evidence showing, so we might have some new information about a particular contaminant. We'll design our audit programs around that independently.
Did you have any questions?
Yes.
Yep. I've got another one.
Not
but
putting on the spot,
I'm
Mr.
conscious.
Chappell, on Friday afternoon, but in answering or responding to one of the questions a bit earlier, you referred to from time to time capacity issues.
Mm-hmm.
You may not be in a position to do so or feel authorised to do so, but I'd be interested to know what, in general terms, they might be, and perhaps are they regularly cyclical, or there are more irregular than that? Just to, because at the end of this inquiry, we're pulling the evidence together and we'll be making recommendations, our report back to government or back to the minister to consider. So, in general terms, if it even as broad as that, matters of capacity, pinch points might help inform our thinking. So
Yeah,
I'll leave
I
it
mean,
to you.
generally after hours is when those constraints will be most evident, and I think often we're relying on contractor services there that might not deliver the service the way we'd prefer it to be delivered, and so we're reviewing those arrangements. But I'm happy to take the broader question on notice and give you a considered
that would
response.
be useful for us to know.
Can I just follow up with a further question? You mentioned the volume of complaints or that you've had in terms of the reporting numbers. Or it was 150 a week or something?
7,618, which is about 150 a week.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know, and happy for you to take it on notice if you don't know off the top of your head. Have you seen any trends in that since the phone line was announced? Has there been an increase over time? Is it relatively stable?
I'd have to take that on notice. So the phone line's been running probably more than 30 years, that 131 555.
Yep.
We try and promote any chance we can because it's a
yeah,
good
no,
phone
and
number.
That's where the question's going to, I suppose, whether that level of awareness is out there or whether has been,
Yeah, and particularly local councils promote it with their communities.
Yes.
So if someone, a lot of those things happen initially locally. Councils in New South Wales, there's a concept called the appropriate regulatory authority. So in the legislation, so if it's licensed, the EPA is the environmental regulator. If it's not licensed, and it's an activity done on behalf of the state, the EPA is the regulator. And if it's a small activity and it's not done by the state or on behalf of the state, council's the regulator. And so councils are very clear about if it's not one of their premises, they'll refer it off, they get the community to talk to the EPA. So it's a pretty widely used number. And when you say the data, we're mining the data every week to look at trends about whether it's, and where there are particular times in the year, Western Sydney's one where odours is an issue because of the temperature inversions you get in Sydney. The cold air keeps the odours in. So the teams are always looking at trends and data, looking for patterns.
And just if the chair might indulge me, I have one other question about whether or not the EPA has ever had a team of environmental health specialists to support responses to community health concerns.
I'm not sure.
We haven't got a specific team of people, but we've actually got people in our teams and our technical teams and our specialist areas who are chemists, ecotoxicologists, toxicologists. So we've got a range of staff within our team that bring that specialty to the table. So for example, we've got a specialist sampling team that typically has people who have a toxicology or chemistry background. So we have access to that. The other is we have an extremely close relationship with our public health experts in New South Wales Health and Jeremy and his team. So we're always in liaising with them in terms of public health issues.
But I think maybe just to complete that, if you think about what I might call exposure science, which is the gap between environmental presence of something and human health, for a long time people considered those to be quite separate, and increasingly we realise really they're all the same. And that's a core capability that we don't currently have, and we're giving some consideration to how we might build that over time.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming back to give evidence today. It's much appreciated. As usual, the Secretary will be in contact with you with any questions on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of today's.
Thanks.
Thank you. And just acknowledging the interest from the gallery as well.